The Soul of the Russian Revolution. By Moissaye J. Olgin. Introduction by Vladimir G. Simkovich. With illustrations. 2. MRH. Preface. This is not a history of revolutionary organizations, neither is it a history of revolutionary doctrines, nor a mere narrative of political events. The Russian Revolution is more than the activities of revolutionary factions trying to apply their theories to political reality. It is more than a change in the forms of government or in the civic rights of the people. The Russian Revolution is the awakening to self-consciousness of a great nation shaken to its very foundations. It is the groping of vast masses towards a new social, political and spiritual freedom far exceeding that contained in revolutionary programs. In this enormous movement of millions, revolutionary organizations are only vanguards, sometimes erring and misleading, sometimes lost in the maze of historic events. Revolutionary doctrines are often feeble sparks vainly attempting to illuminate the windings of the historic road. The very victories and achievements of a political character appear to be only byproducts of the gigantic mass movement towards an unknown goal. To show the Russian nation in action from the very beginnings of mass movement to the point of abolition of the old political regime, to trace the influence of economic conditions on the character and demeanor of the various social classes and groups, to point out the role of revolutionary organizations and revolutionary ideas in that momentous outburst of revolutionary power, to go back from the turmoil of political and social movements to the inner self of revolutionary individuals fairly representing their respective groups, and thus to gain a better understanding of the motives of the immense up. 6. Preface. Hevel was the task which the author attempted to approach. The task is colossal. Scientific and artistic work of generations will be required to complete it. Not even in the Russian language have the various phases of the revolution been given adequate study. Many a field, such as the reflection of the revolution in Russian belles lettres, to which parts of this book are devoted, have not hitherto been investigated at all. Moreover, the work of a Russian writing in English is greatly embarrassed by the consciousness of the fact that the Russian character and Russian history are little familiar on this side of the Atlantic. Under such circumstances, the present work can be only a review of the great movement in its most significant manifestations, and an attempt to convey to the American reader a better understanding of the character, the motives, and the aspirations of the various parts of the Russian nation engaged in the revolution. In conclusion, I wish to express my deep gratitude to Professor Vladimir G. Simkovich for his suggestions and advice in connection with this work, and also for his aid in selecting the illustrations, most of which are reproduced from rare magazines in his private collection. MJO. New York, October Z6, 1917. Introduction. When we are reading about our own political affairs, a simple narrative of events may under circumstances suffice, for with the social and historical background, with the ideas, peculiarities, predilections, interests, purposes, and hopes of the various sections and groups and classes of our own country we are presumably quite familiar. To the simple story of events we add our own knowledge of the background, we unconsciously supply the social psychology that is behind the events and which make these events intelligible to us. Quite different is the situation when we are dealing with social and political events of a distant land, the social background of which we know anything but intimately. The mere narrative of the events, no matter how accurate, does not supply us with the means of understanding them. That is precisely the situation in which the English reading world finds itself in regard to the Russian revolutionary movement. There are books that more or less accurately tell us the story of the Russian revolutionary movement. There are books that make an attempt to acquaint us with the various revolutionary theories. But the theories as well as the events are and remain uninterpreted. They are to be believed in as accurate statements but not to be understood as products of life. Nor is it exactly easy to analyze events and theories and present them as a part of the actual flow of life. It was a task to be undertaken, if the English reading world was really to appreciate the struggles of Revolution. Contents. Part I. Social Forces. Chapter. Page. Part 2. The Great Drama, 1905-06. 8. The Prologue 85. 9. Under the Shadow of War. 94. X. The First Act, January 9, 103. 11. The Chorus of Many Voices N6. 12. The Chorus of Many Voices continued. Point 125. 13. The Second Act, October 17, 134. 14. The Vanquished King 144. 15. The Third Act, Burning Moscow 157. 16. The Fourth Act, the Imperial Duma. Point 169. 17. The Fifth Act, Coup d'etat I-80. Part 3. 18. I Am Your Tsar and God 194. 19. 3 wagon loads of rods 206. XX The Administrator Under Fire 215. XXI Ivan Ermoleyevich The Typical Peasant 227. XXII In the Grip of the Land 238. XXIII The Burning Forest 249. XXIV Tragic Attacks 260. 11. 11.1 Contents. Part 4. Chapter page. XXV Climbing Up 273. XXVI The Suburb 282. XXVII The Elite of the Working Class 292. XXVIII In Search of Immaterial Values 307. XXIX Professional Revolutionists 321. XXX Terrorists 335. XXXI Prison and Exile 346. Part V. March, 1917. XXXIIV Victus 359. XXXIII The Revival 373. Thursiv in and around the Duma 384. XXXV The Rising Storm 392. 30 The Great Event, A Freed Nation 400. Appendix 413. Index 419. I versed is approximately 0.66 mile. I Desaden. Rural Russia was migrating from the village to the large city because the latter offered more opportunities for making a living. Industry and commerce were increasing by leaps and bounds. The industrial spirit penetrated all classes of the population in southern Russia, states the official finance courier in 1897. All other interests became of secondary importance. The growth of industry is marked not by decades, but by periods of 2 to 3 years. In the last 2 years the industrial aspect of southern Russia has completely changed. Iron and steel are the backbone of the industrial system all over the world. The growth of the iron and steel industry in Russia indicated a vigorous development of the entire industrial body. Between 1850 and 1877 the yearly increase in the production of cast iron amounted to only 6,500 tons. Between 1887 and 1897 the increase averaged 125,000 tons yearly. The tempo of the steel and iron output between 1887 and 1898 can be seen. The value of the cast iron produced in 1898 was nearly 3.75 times greater than the value of the yield of 1,887. The value of steel products manufactured in Russia increased more than 7 times. The construction of machines made considerable headway during those years. Russia began to manufacture steam boilers, steam engines, turbines, kerosene motors, weaving looms, apparatuses and machines for flour mills, sugar works, distilleries and breweries. The construction of dynamo-electric machines, electric motors and telegraph devices was also making rapid progress. The main consumers of iron and steel products were the railroads. Nothing so much as the construction of railroads marked the transition from the old natural state into a new era of enterprise and swift changes. At that time one could hardly speak of a railway system or a railway net in Russia. Solitary lines were slowly advancing into dreamy regions where hitherto nobody was in a hurry, and where the old proverb ran, "Work is not a wolf, it won't escape into the woods," but the honeys did advance, incessantly, persistently, with fatal tenacity. The last decade of the 19th century especially was astir with the spirit of railway construction. The mileage of the Russian railways doubled between 1890 and 1897. The number of locomotives and passenger and freight cars increased accordingly. Water transportation was also steadily developing. Between 1890 and 1895, 7 to the power of 5 steamships for river navigation were built. Between 1896 and 1899, 631. All this, coupled with the accelerated construction of the navy, created a large demand for products of the iron industry, which fact, in its turn, reflected upon the mining of ironry and coal. A speedy construction of new plants, new blast furnaces, and enlargement of the old, began. The lumber business, the production of bricks, cement, glass, rapidly developed. On the other hand, the oil industry, growing fast and supplying not only the internal market, but also an increasing demand abroad, caused a greater expansion of the building trade. Oil wells, oil plants were being constructed, a large flotilla of oil carriers was built on the Caspian Sea, numerous carriers appeared on the Volga. Mechanical and chemical plants supplying the oil industry were being enlarged or built anew. The growth of the cities, especially in the south, necessitated a feverish construction of new houses and reconstruction of the old. Tramways were being laid, telephones and electric light installed, water and sewage systems constructed. The expansion of the building trade hastened the development of means of production. At the same time, the production of consumers' goods was making progress. The Black Diamond was driving its triumphal chariot over a country covered with immense stretches of forest. Here are a few figures showing the increase in the moving of coal. The average yearly increase in the production of coal between 1855 and 1877 was about 74,000 tons, between 1887 and 1897 T was 667,000. But this expansion could not satisfy the increasing demand for coal, and the import was growing. In 1887, 1,638,000 tons of coal were imported into Russia. In 1897 the import amounted to 2,719,000 tons, being somewhat less than 25% of the coal extracted from the Russian mines. A similar development marked the oil industry. Oil produced in Russia. Turning to the textile industry, we find there also a considerable advance, especially in the production of cotton goods. Between 1887 and 1897 the output of cotton goods in Russia increased from 231.7 millions to 430.2 millions of rubles. The quantity of cotton goods also shows a great improvement. The Russian spinneries are now able to produce fine threads of a high grade, also for sewing, and they compete successfully with English manufacturers. Russia has even begun to export cotton goods to her Asiatic neighbors. But the main market for such goods is rural Russia, where the peasant swiftly changes his picturesque crude wool and linen for the cheap fustian and calico. Reviewing all branches of Russian industry and mining, we can form an opinion as to the changes which the country was undergoing towards the end of the 19th century. In 1887 the total production of Russian industry and mining was 1.3 billions of rubles, in 1897 it was 2.8 billions. The average yearly increase between 1887 and 1890 was 56 millions, between 1893 and 1897, 276 millions of rubles. This may not appear very large in comparison with England or America, but for Russia it was an unheard of progress. Those were revolutionary times in Russian economic life. A wave of energy, a spirit of bold adventure was abroad. Capital hurried from Germany, Belgium, and other countries to share in the high profits. In the metallurgic industry, profits of 100% were not unusual. Stock companies oftentimes paid as much as 20% in dividends. Promoters were active everywhere, from the somber northern Petersburg to the hot sun-kissed Odessa. The development of this form of enterprise can be seen from the following table. Industry. 9. In 1900, the total number of stock companies, excluding railroads, was 1,700, with a capital stock of 2.1 billions of rubles. 1,450 of those companies were engaged in industrial enterprises, and 250 in commerce, banking, insurance, and transportation. Now, let us interrupt our survey of the economic developments, a survey necessarily brief and incomplete, and ask ourselves what all this meant for the social structure of the Russian people. Industry *, mining *, commerce * banking, these are not mere abstractions. They are activities of men. They create relations between human beings. They influence character and human ideas. They are forces modeling and reshaping society. The advent of capitalism in Russia meant the appearance of new social groups. The modern captain of industry, the modern financier, the company promoter, the railroad magnate began to play an ever-increasing role in Russian life. Factories and mills needed engineers, mechanics, managers, clerks and hosts of other professional people massing in the cities. In commerce, the new trader, efficient in business methods, looking for large markets, established himself firmly. All these groups breathe the spirit of self-assurance and self-reliance unknown to the businessman of former generations. The merchant or factory owner of yore was a very humble creature. He willingly admitted the supremacy of the landed class and the bureaucracy. The new capitalistic man of affairs thinks himself and his class the salt of the earth. Class consciousness begins to unite the individuals of the various capitalistic groups. The modern businessman considers himself by no means less important than the owner of land. The splendor of millions is perhaps brighter in his eyes than the radiance of an ancient title. The administrative machine, in his opinion, is not an end in itself, but only a means of securing law and order indispensable for economic growth. The low businessman is inclined to think that he is the main figure in life. He amasses wealth, he creates opportunities for millions, he raises a country to a higher level among nations. He has to be helped and honored and encouraged. With the appearance of new social groups, Russia becomes less provincial. The large businessman thinks in national terms. The barometer of the stock exchange in Petersburg or Moscow is keenly felt in the Caucasus, in Crimea, on the slopes of the Ural. The political issues, internal and international, causing the oscillations of the barometer, are by no means an indifferent matter. The businessman thinks of the whole country as his market, his actual or prospective domain. In this he is far superior to the landlord, who is necessarily attached to one spot and whose horizon is limited. It was inevitable that sooner or later the industrial classes would clash with the archaic political order. Industry was growing, expanding. Industry needed room. Room to turn round in, to breathe and be free. And this room it could not always have under the old regime. Industry wanted affairs to run smoothly, and this it was denied under the rule of a rigid bureaucratic machine. Here is one of the causes of the Great Revolution. Chapter 2. Labor. In the folds of the new economic organization a new class was forming, steadily gaining in scope and purpose, and as a body is followed by its shadow, the growth of this class was followed by disturbance and social unrest. This was the class of industrial workmen. In former decades, the factory workman of Russia was half wage earner and half independent peasant, tied to his piece of land and the village of his fathers. The new era saw large numbers of wage earners entirely disconnected from the land, living in cities and relying wholly upon industrial labor. Some of them were still in the habit of leaving their factories in summertime and going into the country to work on farms. But this was only a way of changing one kind of hired labor for another. In the main, the workmen looked upon themselves as city folk, they acquired city habits and felt a certain contempt for the crude, uncouth peasant. According to the census of 1897, the number of workmen engaged in industry, mining, and transportation was 3 million. In the few following years this number considerably increased. The concentration of labor in industry was going on very fast. In 1890 there were only 108 factories in Russia employing 1,000 workmen or more, with a total number of 226,200 workmen. In 1902 the number of factories of this class was 261 and the number of workmen 626,500. Monster plants with 10,000 workmen are now not unusual in Russia. Such were the steel plants of Hughes, Pastuchev, and others in the Donets region, and some of the textile manufactories. In 1879 there was only one textile manu 11 factory with over 5,000 workmen. In 1894 the number of such manufactories was 8. In Petersburg, Moscow, Yekaterinoslav, Ivanovo-Vosnesensk, Lodz, the new type of skilled laborer had become an essential part of the city population. His needs were far above the needs of the primitive peasant. His views were greatly influenced by the spirit of modern cities. He was striving towards a better standard of living. He had now self-respect, perhaps his greatest achievement. He knew how to read and write or was quickly learning. He had a desire for better clothes and a decent appearance. He wished to spend his leisure hours in clean and healthy surroundings. But all this was in crass contrast to the conditions of his work, and the pay he received was a mockery of his dreams of a respectable life. Data collected by the factory inspectors in 1900 to 1901 concerning 1,275,102 workers in 12,702 industrial enterprises, give the average earnings of a male adult worker as 242 rubles a year, or 20 rubles a month, scarcely $2.50 a week. These data show that even the aristocracy of the working class, the metal workers and the constructors of machinery, received not more than 342 rubles a year, or $3.30 a week, while at the bottom of the scale we find nearly 600,000 workers in the textile industry receiving from 140 to 180 rubles a year, or from $1.35 to $1.73 a week. But even these workers were not the worst off. The reports of the factory inspectors contain instances of girls working in cigarette case factories for 2 to 4 rubles a month, or in tobacco factories for 2.5 rubles a month. The wages of a cigarette maker, according to these reports, never exceeded 9 rubles a month, or $1.10 a week. This was the economic foundation of the life of the worker. If we turn now to his legal position, we find no brighter picture. Collective bargaining was forbidden by law. Strikes were criminal acts. Participation in a strike was punishable by 2 to 4 months imprisonment, agitation in favor of a strike by a double term. Individual breach of contract on the side of the workman was punishable by 1 month's imprisonment, while the employer breaking contract with his employee was only fined. The law of June 2, 1897, limited the workday for male adults to 11.5 hours, but overtime was permitted. The law was actually in abeyance, and the usual workday was 12 hours, if not more. The employees had the right to complain to the factory inspectors. Such complaints, however, were of no avail, the inspectors being bureaucratic officials who paid very little attention to the workmen, the latter being in no position to back up their demands by a representative organization. Besides, individual complaints were extremely risky, the complainer usually losing his job and having little hope of getting another. Life in the factories was appalling. Sanitary conditions were very primitive, to say the least. Legally, the employer was obliged to provide his employees with medical aid, which was of special importance in factories situated outside of cities. The reports for 1899, however, show that, out of 19,292 factories under the control of the factory inspection, 15,804 had no arrangements for medical aid whatsoever, while the remaining 3,488 which employed nurses or physicians seldom gave their workmen really adequate and efficient medical aid. As to health insurance or special workmen compensation laws, they were totally unknown in Russia. If the legal status of the workers was bad, their practical condition was worse. There was something of the spirit of slavery in the Russian factory of that time. The writer of these lines had an opportunity to study the life of several paper mills, porcelain manufactories, sugar refineries and glass works in the Southwest 20 years ago. The general attitude of the employer towards his employees in those factories was that of a benefactor. 14. Extending his charity to the poor. The workmen were treated like so many beggars who must be grateful for whatever they got. The tone of the factory administration was harsh, coarse, insulting. Slapping a workman's face was by no means a rare occurrence, and it was the common practice to search the workers, men and women alike, on leaving the factory premises, though this was strictly forbidden by law. The laws were not much of a hindrance to the employers of that time. The local police and local authorities were, as a rule, on the best terms with the factory owners and in no hurry to enforce unpleasant laws. Of course, one thing must be borne in mind, the cost of living was comparatively low and the requirements of the Russian working population were by no means equal to those of English or American workingmen. But even from the standpoint of a Russian wage earner, the situation was quite intolerable. In 1900, there were 7,497 miners in Russia, according to official figures. In none of the mines was the workday less than 12 hours, and the sanitary conditions were more than unsatisfactory. No proper ventilation, no regular water pumping, no arrangements for drying the clothes of the workmen were provided. Wet to the bone, suffocating from the smoke of the kerosene lamps and the underground gases, the miners toiled for a miserable wage. Safety devices were very rare. In many Ural mines not even elevators were used, the workers being compelled to climb ladders. As to the barracks, where the miners spent their free hours, they hardly deserved the name of human habitations. Damned be the life of miners. Day and night we toil and suffer. Just as criminals in prison. Day and night the candle smolders. And we carry death on shoulders. This is part of a song widely spread among the southern miners. Factories outside cities, and even factories situated in populous towns, had special barracks constructed for the workmen. The writer of these lines visited, in 1903, the barracks of the Nobel Brothers oil plant in Baku, Caucasus. The manager of the plant was proud of the barracks, their cleanliness and their order. In reality, the inside of the barracks was a depressing sight. Gloomy rooms with low ceilings, wooden benches instead of beds, barren grey walls covered with soot from the smoky kerosene lamps, stale air, dirty floors, filthy little pillows on the benches, and the intolerable odor of sweat and unclean lavatories, of such were the model barracks of a large modern plant. In many instances the conditions were still worse. The sanitary and hygienic conditions of the Russian factories are horrible, says Professor Tigan Baranovsky. Only a few factories have dormitories for their workmen, and what kind of dormitories? Men, women, and children sleep side by side on wooden benches, in damp, sultry and crowded barracks, sometimes in cellars, often in rooms without windows. Most of the factories have no dormitories at all. After a workday of 12, 13, or 14 hours, the workmen lie down to sleep in the workshop itself, on stands, benchboards, or tables, putting some rags under their heads. This is often the case even in shops where dyes and chemicals are used that impair the workman's health even in work time. The workmen living in barracks or in the workshops were more dependent on their employers than those who could afford separate rooms or flats. They usually received their wages in kind, from the grocery and the butcher shop belonging to the employer. If they were disagreeable to their masters they could easily be thrown out of their dwelling places. But even those who lived outside of the factory grounds were far from possessing a minimum of comfort. In 1899 the city administration of Moscow collected data about 15,922 flats in the industrial quarters of the town, which rented rooms or parts of rooms to subtenants. The population of these flats amounted to 174,622, or 11 per flat, while 12,650 of the flats consisted of one room only. The tenants rented stalls, i.e., portions of rooms separated by partitions which did not reach the ceiling. They rented corners, single beds, and all available space. The average rent for a stall was 5 rubles, 93 kopecks a month, the average rent for a bed, 2 rubles, 22 kopecks. The remarks of the investigators give us vivid pictures of these flats. The air is hot and stale, we read in one account, the rooms incredibly crowded. The flat is damp and exceedingly dirty. 2 rooms are totally dark. The ceiling is very low, a tall man can hardly stand upright. The odor is foul. The sight of the flat is horrifying, states another investigator. The plaster has crumbled down, the walls are full of holes and stuffed with rags. Everything is filthy. The stove is a mere ruin. There are legions of cockroaches and bed bugs. It is cold. The lavatory is in a dangerous position, and children are not permitted to go there. All the flats of the house are in a similar condition. The atmosphere is suffocating, remarks a third investigator. The exhalations of the people, the evaporations of wet clothes and dirty linen fill the air. The walls are wet, cold drafts blow from everywhere. When it is raining, the water covers the floors, 2 inches deep. Asterisk in these flats there lived, not tramps, not pariahs, not beggars, but people with a steady occupation, renting their abodes for a certain time and anxious to have their private corner. These flats were occupied by factory workers, artisans and their apprentices, cabmen, common laborers, petty merchants, salespeople, domestic servants, railroad clerks and the families of all these people. No, there were no idlers in the crowded tenement houses. They gave shelter to an able, vigorous working population, ready to toil in the sweat of their brow and dreaming of a comfortable, decent life. But could their dreams come true with an average of 20 rubles a month in wages and 5 rubles, 93 kopecks in rent for a dark asterisk stall? The industrial workmen were full of unrest. In spite of legal penalties, in spite of severe prosecutions, the workingmen often revolted. Sometimes their revolt took the form of savage mob outbursts. The rioters smashed the windows of their factory, or put the hated foreman on a pushcart and carried him, with yells and shouts, outside of the factory gate. Sometimes they would go so far as to damage the machinery. But these were comparatively rare occurrences. The usual expression of dissatisfaction was a peaceful strike. It may be doubted whether political freedom and a right of organization would have radically changed the position of the workmen. Their low standard was mainly due to the backward condition of the country, to undeveloped industry, to the primitiveness of the life of the rural districts where the industrial workmen were recruited. It may further be doubted whether the workingmen in the 90s had a clear idea as to the relation between their position and the political order of the country. But there is no doubt that the workmen were dissatisfied, that they did go on strike time and again, and that these strikes, unorganized as they were a source of bitter annoyance to the Russian administration. It was as a result of these strikes that labor laws were often introduced and the government tried to limit the arbitrary power of the employers. In 1886 there were strikes in the provinces of Moscow and Vladimir. The Minister of the Interior, Count Tolstoy, took the initiative of regulating contract relations between employers and employees. In a memorandum addressed to the Minister of Finance he says, investigations by the local administration of the causes of the aforesaid labor strikes disclosed that they threatened to assume the character of serious disturbances and that they were due primarily to the lack in our legislation of general regulations as to the mutual relations between employers and workmen. This gap in our legislation, which results in a lack of uniformity in the rules of the various factories, enables the employers to issue arbitrary regulations detrimental to the workmen, and puts the latter in a very unfavorable position. The gap was filled in by the regulations of June 3, 1886, fixing the order of concluding and dissolving a contract, prohibiting payment in kind, fixing paydays, etc. But the laws were not enforced, and the workmen had no way of offering resistance. They resorted to strikes. In 1896 a great wave of strikes swept Petersburg. The largest textile manufactories, employing over 30,000 workmen, stopped. The strike was, to a certain extent, organized. 100 strike leaders, meeting secretly, formulated demands which were presented to the employers. The strike was lost after 3 weeks, but the government became very restless. The workmen of Petersburg and other industrial centers were now more self-assured and self-reliant. They saw their power and began to appreciate concerted action. They were now more willing to listen to the propaganda of the social democratic agitators, groups, and circles of whom had been busy in Russia ever since the 80s. In 1897 the various groups united under the name of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, which issued large quantities of secret literature and steadily gained influence over the workers. This combination of the labor movement with the social democratic propaganda was very distasteful to the administration. On June 2, 1897, Happy Face issued a new law limiting the workday to 11.5 hours, yet the prosecution for strikes increased. The intention of the administration was to appear before the workmen in the role of a protector against the exploitation of the employers. But it was very difficult to play a role of this kind while remaining on good terms with the employers and discouraging any attempt at organization on the part of the employees. The new law did not abate the unrest of the workmen. On June 10, 1903, the government allowed the workmen to have factory representatives of their own, called monitors, carried to deal with the employers. The motives of this new law are made clear in the report of the Imperial Council for 1902-03. The workingmen, it states, having no right of combined action, found that there was no legal way to express their common needs. It is only natural, therefore, that when peace is disturbed owing to these needs, such as the scale of wages or the length of workday, the more turbulent personages usually step to the front, and political agitation uses this circumstance for its own purpose. In view of these facts, the Ministry of Finance has decided to establish a representation of the workers in the person of special monitors. This representation, however, was made dependent upon the consent of the employer. The workmen were allowed to elect monitors only in factories where the employers were not opposed to such representation. The monitor could be discharged just as easily as any of his constituency, and meetings or unions of workmen were still tabooed, perhaps more so than in previous years. The government tried to appease the workmen, but its measures were all half-hearted and could never gain the confidence of labor. The measures looked very imposing on paper. In some respects the labor legislation of Russia was even more advanced than that of Western Europe in the statute books. The workmen, however, 20. knew very little of statute books, and they knew very well the actual situation. And the situation was that of freedom for the employer and fierce restrictions for the employee. There was no peace in the industrial quarters. In the meantime the socialists were incessantly doing their underground work, coming in close contact with an increasing number of workmen, organizing revolutionary circles, calling Surete meetings, spreading leaflets and proclamations, and over again using the concrete conditions of the shops as a starting point for the development of their abstract ideas. The secret police was very active, but repressive measures alone could not stop the agitation. As early as 1898, a Russian administrator struck upon a splendid idea. Why not try to divert the economic movement of the workmen from political channels? Why not try to compete with the revolutionary groups in organizing labor on the basis of everyday needs? It was Trepov, chief of police in Moscow, who on April 8, 1898, in a memorandum presented to the head of the police department, called attention to the growing influence of the Social Democrats among the workmen. This was possible, he stated, only because the Social Democrats touched the most vital points in the life of labor, the immediate needs and requirement. Should not the government, he asks, wrest this very effective weapon from the hands of the revolutionists and take upon itself the accomplishment of the same task? So long as the revolutionist preaches pure socialism, we can cope with him through repressive measures. When B begins, however, to make use of the small defects in the existing legal order, repressive measures alone are not sufficient, the very ground on which he stands must be torn from under his feet. Asterisk. Secret agents had to approach the laboring masses and organize them in loyal groups and circles. The government has to show the workman a legal way out of the difficulties of his situation, says Trepov. Asterisk. Then the socialist agitator will be able to entice only the youngest and most energetic part of the crowd, while the average workman will prefer a less splendid, but safer legal way. This legal way, asterisk, however, did not mean the establishment of freedom of strikes or freedom of labor unions. No. The legal way meant the granting of some privileges to loyal labor circles by special favor of the administration. The legal way in itself was illegal. Sergius Zubatov, chief of the secret police in Moscow, was the first to put this theory into practice. Under his auspices, the Council of Workers in the Mechanical Trades of Moscow was established. The council had to care for the interests of labor, at the same time scrupulously avoiding any allusion to the existing political order. The council had to be a safety valve for the spirit of dissatisfaction in the ranks of labor. Improvements in the conditions of the workmen had to be obtained not by legislative measures, but by the leniency of the administration. The results were surprising. Large masses of workmen poured into the new organization. They did not know of the forces backing this organization. They knew only that here was a place where they could discuss their needs, where they could formulate their demands, and where they were safe from police invasions. They gave the council a character totally different from the ideas of its creator. The result of the establishment of the new organization, state the factory inspectors, was a series of strikes greater in number than any experienced before, together with a tremendous, unprecedented influx of complaints. Asterisk. The attempt failed. The unrest did not cease. Loyal channels were futile where nothing could be obtained through these channels but floods of friendly words from agents provocateurs. Zvolynsky, the chief of the police department, bitterly complained, asterisk. The Ministry of the Interior allowed these organizations to be established in order to divert the workmen from the anti-governmental propaganda. This was the case at the beginning. In the course of time, however, the Moscow administration became powerless to stop the movement. It could not stop outsiders from taking part in the conduct of strikes in the various factories and shops. Plave, the Minister of the Interior, found these organizations to be illegal, but their elimination was now recognized as impossible. Asterisk. He made a pit, and digged it, and is fallen into the ditch which he made. All attempts to reconcile the labor class with the existing order failed. Labor was disheartened, restless. Labor had nothing to lose, possessing, as it did, no established organizations, no offices, no trades unions, treasuries, and no improvement which it would be afraid to endanger. It was much simpler for labor to go on strike in Russia than in Western Europe. Russian labor was free. With the development of industry, crises began to be felt both by capital and labor. The crisis of 1899-1900 was especially severe. Here is a letter from Lodz, published in Synoteshchestvo early in 1900. Asterisk. The crisis, like a terrific hurricane, has swept Lodz. It has spared nobody, it has made no exemptions. Some are only slightly touched and their injuries are not severe, some are bruised and battered, and many have been destroyed and buried under the debris. It is a great battle. T. Ch. Ozarov, Politics in the Labor Problem, p. 237. Labor. 23. Field after the battle. When you walk along the Petrokovskaya street, you see gloomy drawn faces, haggard looks, hosts of victims. All these restless men, with sad eyes and drooping heads, have just closed or are about to close their shops and factories. They wander about like so many shadows, unable to get hold of themselves after the terrible blow. And what has become of the workmen of the closed shops? Nothing. They are here, on the same streets, blocking the pavements, not knowing what to begin. The crisis of 1899 to 1900 was full of disaster for industry and labor in Warsaw, Ivanovo-Vosnesensk, Nizhny Novgorod, Tula, Baku, the Donetsk region, the Kiev sugar area, on the Volga, etc. With no labor unions, no unemployment insurance, no aid from city administration, the workingmen in times of crisis were utterly unprotected. This increased their bitter resentment against the political order. Labor was inclined to think absolutism the cause of all its misery, all its destitution. Strikes, although forbidden by law, became an everyday occurrence. The number of strikes and strikers in comparison with those of other countries is given in the following table. Number of strikes in 10 years * countries, number of strikes, number of strikers, number of days lost. The average number of workmen participating in each strike was smaller than in England or in Italy, and the average duration of a strike was shorter than in any other country. But in frequency of strikes, Russia exceeded all other countries but England. It lay in the nature of Russian political life that a strike for an increase in wages or an improvement in shop conditions necessarily became a political strike. The government considered every social movement, every expression of unrest as shaking the foundations of its power. It tried to bribe the workmen, it tried to show them a smiling face, it tried even to play organization, but behind these smiles, behind the mask of paternal care, was the grim countenance of autocracy, disturbed and frightened by a new growing force it could not command. The average working man did not reason, but he was full of the spirit of rebellion, and with reality cruelly staring at him from every side, he was not to be deceived. Labor was one of the main sources of the Great Revolution. Chapter 3. We shall now leave the noisy cities with their crowded streets, the din of their factories, the crash of speeding cars, and the haste and nervous tension of modern industrial life. We shall direct our steps to one of those quiet poetic villages situated a few hundred miles from the province town, dreaming over a beautiful lake or bathing in sunshine on the banks of a rippling river. After all, Russia was, and is now, in the main an agricultural country. 80% of her population derived their income from agricultural work. And if Odessa or Baku or Ivanovo-Vosnesensk were the symbol of the coming, the milestones of a new development destined to change the face of Holy Russia, the small villages under thatched or shingled roofs were the symbol of the existing, the mainstays of the entire economic structure. It is not easy to reach a distant village. After several hours in the train we arrive at a railroad station located in the midst of a deserted field. All seems asleep in and around the little station. It takes time and trouble to find a peasant ready to drive us to the village of our destination. The road is unpaved. Mud holes and slippery declivities make the travel uncomfortable in rainy weather. Clouds of dust envelop the vehicle on a fair day. Hour after hour passes. We have ample time to look around. What a dreary sight! Meager fields, thin grasses, consumptive little groves, black or grey bare hillocks in the midst of growing crops. And the general tone so subdued, so monotonous, so full of melancholy. And yet, the soil seems to be rich. Riotous masses of vegetation might easily spring up from this bountiful as 26 ground, and the broad, unlimited prospect might brighten into a symphony of color. Here, at last, is the village. As we approach it closely it looks far less poetic than from a bird's eye view through the window of a passing train. Dark log cabins rise from the bare ground like so many heaps of grey dust. Something crude, decaying and unwholesome breathes from the whole scene. Thin faces, emaciated frames, stooped backs, unshapely figures, worn-out clothes, mud, dirt, wet walls. No, let us not give the impression that we are prejudiced against village life. Let us quote a writer who was for many years the standard bearer of the old regime and by no means inclined to exaggerate the misery of rural Russia. Let us enter a village, he says, and look upon it with the eyes of modern, cultivated people. The roads are deep in mud, often rendering them impassable. Near the houses there are no trees, no bushes to rest your eyes on. The horse pond is close to the well, and the dung oozes into it. In the courtyards everything is filthy, the odor quite intolerable. The cattle in their enclosure stand knee-deep in excrement. The entrance room and the living room are black from neglect, and the floors are strewn with the excrements of poultry. In winter, the living room is shared with pigs, sheep, geese, sometimes the cow is also placed here to get warm. Still, where there are cattle the lowest pitch of poverty has not been reached. In the same room, a baby crawls on the floor with a potato in its hands. Cockroaches, bed bugs, fleas infest the rooms in legions, and the heads, beards, mustaches, and even eyebrows of grown-up men are filled with the most hideous insects. Well, 'tis nothing. Everything is so utterly foul, there is not a spot where you could lie down. The mark of evil taste and barbarism is stamped on a landlord's mansion. 27. Everything, on the household, on the devastated natural surroundings. Mr. Menshikov is perhaps too severe in his condemnation of the Russian peasant, though the picture he draws is true. It was not the peasant's fault that his life was branded with barbarism and bad taste, and that his natural surroundings became devastated. It was poverty that lent this grim aspect to rural Russia. But how was it possible? How could it have come to pass that a race of industrious people living on a rich soil and having very moderate wants, were so poverty-stricken? The causes are many, and they lead us as far back as 1861, the year of the abolition of serfdom. Prior to 1861, the peasant communities had no land of their own. Legally, the land belonged to the landlord, of whom the peasants themselves were the private property. Each estate was divided into two unequal parts, one remaining in the hands of the owner as his private possession, the other being granted to the peasant community as the source of its sustenance. Both parts were tilled by the peasants, the assumption being that labor, on the first part was an equivalent for the right of holding the second. Thus, the labor week of the peasant usually consisted of 3 days' work for himself and 3 days for the landlord, sometimes the relation being 2 to 4. The peasants were unfree, they could not leave their village or change their owner or refuse to obey the orders of the landlord. But the landlord himself was also unfree, he could not leave his peasants to their own fate, he had to provide them with land sufficient for a scant living, and it was against his own economic interests to have them on the verge of starvation. The proverbial saying of the peasants, "We are thine, and thou art ours," is an apposite expression of the relation between serf and landlord. Diamond Suit M. Menshikov, Letters to My Neighbors, November, 1905, pages 521-22. 28. When it became evident that the archaic system of serfdom was incompatible with the future development of Russian economic life, and the government saw fit to yield to public opinion demanding the abolition of serfdom, the question arose as to what should be the economic status of the freed peasants. Should the entire land remain in possession of the landlord, and the peasants become free as the wind without any land property but their houses, as the extreme reactionary faction among the nobles desired? Should the peasants retain that part of the land which they were holding under serfdom, as was the view of the more liberal factions? Or should the land of the peasant communities be increased in comparison with what they were holding under serfdom, as the extreme left groups insisted upon? In the latter case, should the peasants receive their land free of charge, or should they pay the landlords for whatever land passed from their hands into those of their former slaves? The government decided upon a set of measures that met the expectations and wishes of the landlords far more than the interests of the peasants. The law of February 19, 1886 abolishing the personal dependence of the villagers upon the landlords, put the peasants under a double economic strain. Parts of the former holdings of the peasants were to be returned to the landlords, for the remaining parts the peasants had to pay exorbitant prices. Now, the holdings of the peasants prior to 1861 were by no means very extensive. In fact, the peasants were scarcely able to subsist even under former conditions. Hardly any portion of their holdings could be taken away without undermining the very foundations of their existence. Yet, in 21 out of 36 Central 29 Russian provinces, 26.2% of the area held by the peasants was cut off and returned to the landlords. In many provinces, where the soil was especially fertile and agriculture formed the main occupation of the population, the portions cut off were considerably larger. Thus, in the provinces of Poltava and Yekaterinoslav they extended to 40% or in the province of Saratov 41% or in the province of Samara 44%, of the former peasants' holdings. In other words, if a peasant in the province of Poltava had lived on 10 acres of land as a serf, he had now to live as a free man on 6 acres only. In the other 15 provinces, where the land was less fertile and industry played a greater part, the portions cut off amounted to 9.9%. This was one of the salient features of the reform that were fraught with grave danger for the well-being of the 52 millions of freed peasants. Another feature was the redemption. The landlords had to be remunerated for the slave labor they lost by the reform of 1861. The sponsors of the reform did not believe the landlords would be able to continue their economic activities without aid and support. This opinion might have been well founded, but of all the varieties of support that were possible, the government chose the one that was most burdensome for the peasants. It made them pay a heavy price for the land remaining in their possession. This price, called redemption, far exceeded the market value of the land. The total redemption sum, to be paid in 49 yearly payments, amounted to 1.5 billions of rubles. In recent years A.E. Lasitsky, an authority on agrarian problems, made a comparison between the actual value of the land at the time of the reform and the cost of redemption. According to his estimates, the market value of 9,841,000 desatin of land in the Black Earth region was 219 millions of rubles in 1854-58, and 284 millions in 1863-72. For the same area of land the Ps. 30 social forces ants had to pay 342 millions. In the other regions, for an area valued in 1863-72 at 180 millions, they had to pay as much as 342 millions. The peasants were free, but their prospect was more than gloomy. A contemporary of the reform of 1861, Nicholas Chernyshevsky, a man of deep economic knowledge and thoroughly acquainted with Russian economic conditions, made in 1859 an estimate of what the peasants would have to pay for their land. He came to the conclusion that if their holdings were increased by a third, the total payment under normal conditions would amount to 531 millions of rubles. The sum of 1.5 billions rumored at that time he considered an incredible, terrifying phantom created by the enemies of the reform to frighten the public. We endeavored, he writes, to keep as close to actual conditions as possible. We based our calculation on scrupulously examined data concerning 500,000 serfs, while those who frighten us with billions have usually no foundation at all. The phantom became a reality. The free sons of the soil began their free work under an intolerable pressure. And yet, an unhampered further development might, perhaps, have overcome all these difficulties and rendered rural Russia sound and prosperous. The misfortune of all these millions of freed slaves was that they were tied hand and foot by restrictive measures opposed to agricultural progress. One of these measures was the quasi-communistic ownership of land. The individual peasant did not receive his piece of land as his private property. The land belonged to the village community, which apportioned it among its members according to the strength of their families and their fitness for work. Every 10 or 15 years the community would reportion the land with regard to the asterisk Sovereignic, 1859, happy face, redemption difficult. 31. Changes in the households of the individual peasants. The peasant could not sell his share of community land, he was not free to refuse to accept the land assigned to him by the village council, nor was he at liberty to renounce his membership in the village community. The redemption payments were not individual payments. The community was made responsible for the debts of the individual peasant and, therefore, looked upon land holding not as a right, but a duty. Many a peasant would have been glad to forego the blessings of land holding together with its cumbersome duties. But this, being in opposition to the interests of the community, was not permitted. The village community, in apportioning the land, exercised a peculiar kind of justice. It gave the individual peasant not one compact piece of land which he could husband according to his means and abilities, but a number of narrow strips in various parts of the community land. To understand this, let us imagine a community possessing 800 acres of land to be apportioned equally among 100 families. Each family would have a right on 8 acres. Let us now imagine that the 800 acres are not all equal in fertility, but consist of hillside, valley, swamps, barren ground, woods, pasture, etc., forming 10 portions of a different quality. Now, the justice of the village community demanded that each of the 100 families should have a share in each of the 10 portions or fields. Accordingly, the land of each peasant would consist of 10 0.8-acre strips located far apart from each other, the strips usually being long and narrow, sometimes not more than a few yards in width. What were the consequences? The peasant had no inducement to improve his land nor any possibility of doing so. He had no reason to invest money and labor in improvements on land which in a few years would pass from his possession into the hands of his neighbor by order of the community council. He could not think of more intensive agriculture, having only ridiculously small strips of land at his disposal and being obliged to do the same thing and at the same time as his neighbors. He could not sow clover on his strip while his neighbor on the next strip sowed wheat or barley. He could not seed flax while all the other strips lay fallow and served as pasture to the community cattle. He had to plow and sow and harvest simultaneously with all his neighbors. No free play was left to his initiative and enterprising spirit. Of course, he could rent land from the landlord on which he would have more freedom, but his rented land was of necessity only an addition to his share in the community land, and besides, the rent was heavy and increasing from year to year. Thus, the agricultural progress was stunted from the very beginning by the laws regulating the possession of land. These laws were intended to preserve equality in village life and to protect the poor against proletarization. In reality, they bound the peasant to the ground and made him do unprofitable work while as a free laborer he would perhaps have earned far more. They made the individual peasant dependent upon the whim of the community council, which could deny him the right to leave the village for an industrial center. Hundreds of thousands of peasants, having left behind them all their agricultural past and all hopes for an agricultural future, still had to pay yearly their share of land duties or be denied a permit to leave the village. We have now surveyed the main evils of rural Russia. These are, an insufficient area of land in possession of the peasants, excessive redemption payments for the land granted, absence of individual property on land, and the economic deficiencies it entails, absence of personal freedom on the part of the peasant. We must add, a heavy land tax, a poll tax and many other taxes besides the redemption payments, lack of schooling and education, lack of knowledge as to the modern happy face, methods of agriculture, lack of cheap credit, lack of laws protecting the poor peasant against the exploitation of the rich. All this, against the background of a reckless and brutal political order, may give us an adequate picture of an overwhelming majority of rural communities in Russia 20 years ago. The results can be seen from the following figures. Between 1870 and 1900 the peasant population increased 56.9%, and the number of family households increased 57.8%, while the total area of land in possession of the peasants increased only 20.5%, and the total area of land tilled by the peasants increased 40.5%. The number of cattle in possession of the peasants increased only 9.5%. In other words, the increase in land possessions was 2.8 times less than the increase of the rural population, the increase of the cultivated area was 1.5 times less, and the increase in the number of cattle 6 times less than the increase of the population. The growth of the cultivated area must not necessarily keep pace with the growth of the rural population, provided the productivity of land increases. The figures of cattle, however, show that the peasant did not intensify his methods of agriculture. The three-crop system was prevalent in Russia in 1900 just as it was in 1850 and before. The agricultural implements were still primitive. Artificial fertilizing was a thing unknown to the bulk of the peasants. The soil was becoming poorer and poorer owing to inadequate cultivation. Poor soil meant poor crops meant hunger and destitution. The peasants were compelled to rent land. The rent went high. Towards the beginning of the 20th century, the rent in 27 provinces of European Russia amounted to 81.1% of the net receipts from *Afinianovsky, Economic Life of Modern Russia, p. 113. 34 Social forces. The land. The rent was often paid not in money, but in kind, the peasant working on the fields of the landlord. This meant more exploitation and a greater dependence. It was a pitiful sight, the husbandry of the average peasant. Here he stood, on his small lot, working hard, limiting his wants, and never able to make both ends meet. With a sigh of yearning he would remember the former times of plenty, when the year's crop was stored up in the granary and sufficed till the harvest of the next year, when the linen and the woolens for the clothes of the family were made in the household itself, when money was needed only for the purchase of salt and iron implements, and when life was secure. He was now producing for exchange, the poor little peasant. He needed money. He had to pay taxes, he had to make redemption payments, he had to buy cotton goods for himself and his family, he had to buy kerosene to light his cabin, he had sometimes to buy a horse or a cow, he had to buy wood for his fireplace. He could not store up his crop. He could not wait. He had to sell his rye and his wheat and his oats as soon as he reaped them. He had to sell at any price. The shrewd middleman was waiting for him as a beast of prey is lurking for its innocent victim. The shrewd middleman would even lend him money beforehand, on account of his future crops. When the harvest is reaped, it is taken away at a very low price. Later in winter the peasant is compelled to buy rye and oats for his own family at a price far exceeding that of his sale. Towards spring he has no money, no seeds, no reserves. The only way out is to hire himself as a laborer on the landlord's estate. His piece of land he leaves in the hands of his wife and small children, who are not able to cultivate it in a proper way. The land deteriorates more and more. Poverty increases. The village community laws were aimed at preventing. 35. The pauperization of the peasants. In reality, pauperization was only taking on odd forms. The peasant was a full-fledged member of his community, he had a right on land, he was not allowed to sell his lot of land, he seemed to be secure under the protection of wise laws. No law, however, could prevent the poor from becoming poorer or the rich from accumulating land. The peasant had no right to sell his lot, but he had a right to rent it to his more fortunate neighbor and to become a hired laborer in the household of the latter. This was by no means unusual in the villages of Russia. Data collected in the 90s in the province of Samara concerning 28,276 village households with a population of 164,146 men, women, and children, give us the following picture of the distribution of land among the various classes. 37.2% of the households, embracing the poorest classes of peasants, held 8% of the land, 38.2%, embracing the middle classes, held 28.6% of the land, while 7.6% of the households, belonging to the most prosperous peasants, held as much as 36.5% of the land. These 7.6% of the households, belonging to the richest and most powerful in village life, held as much land as 75.4% of the households, belonging to the less successful. Similar figures are found in all the other statistical data dealing with the situation of the peasants. In the Taurus province, in 1891, 40.2% of the peasants in 3 counties held 12.1% of the land, while 3.7% of the peasants held 16% of the land, a handful of rich villagers holding more land than almost one half of the entire village population. Nominally, the land belonged to the village community and to every one of its members. In reality, part of it was passing from the hands of the weak into the hands *v. Ilyin, Development of Capitalism in Russia. 36. Of the stronger. The process was slow and exceedingly painful, owing to legal restrictions. The overwhelming majority of the peasants desperately clung to their land and sank ever deeper into poverty, starvation, and despair. Chapter 4. The Revolting Peasant. We want land. This was the cry of the peasant all over the boundless fields of the great empire. This was the common language intelligible to all the villagers in all the provinces, east and west, north and south. This was the ONLJ slogan the peasant fully comprehended. You might have come and tried to convince him that a piece of land was not all, that adding 3 acres to the 3 he possessed, would solve the problem only for a while, that the resources of land must necessarily become exhausted, however large they may be, that intensive agriculture, scientific methods of cultivation, improvement in the quality of grain produced, coupled with business efficiency and cooperative organization of the peasants, would make it possible to derive a fair income. Even under the present system of holdings, you would have preached to deaf ears. The peasant could not understand these problems, he was not prepared. They presupposed an intelligence he did not possess. They presupposed a freedom he could not dream of. Besides, all these solutions required money and time, while the peasant was poor and impatient. The only way out of his misery, a way at once effective and comparatively easy, he saw in increasing his possession of land. The land was there. It belonged to the landlord. Parts of it had been held by the peasant himself or by his father under the system of serfdom. Parts were rented by the peasant. The landlord did not work. He hired the villagers, their wives and children, he supervised. 37. 38. Them through hired managers. Often he did not live on the estate at all, and had no connections with the life of the peasants. Many of the landlords possessed tremendous estates comprising hundreds of thousands of acres. Their land was well cultivated, their cattle well fed, their supplies seemingly unlimited. The peasant was envious. In his unsophisticated mind, this was unjust. He had no communistic ideas as to his own life. On the contrary, in his relations with his fellow villagers he manifested a keen sense of private property. But the land drew him as a magnet. It was something primordial. It was overwhelming. The land was God's and the people's. This was his creed. This was his most cherished thought. A dark message was creeping through the villages, year after year, finding its way into the very hearts of the peasants. The landlords had deceived them. The landlords had deceived the Tsar. It was the wish of the Tsar to give all the land to the people. But the treacherous nobles concealed the Tsar's manifesto and gave the people only a miserable part of the land. It was the wish of the Tsar that the people should rise and defend their rights. The expectation of some miracle that would come and return the land to the real owners, never ceased to stir the imagination of the village. One characteristic detail may be mentioned in this connection. In 1873 1874 hosts of idealistic youths undertook a revolutionary crusade into the very heart of rural Russia. They disguised themselves as peasants, artisans, or clergymen, they lived with the peasants, worked on their farms, slept in their barns, all the time trying to propagate revolutionary ideas and create nuclei of revolutionary organizations. The attempt failed. The mujiks were not yet fit for secret organizations. They did not understand any revolutionary ideas but the most primitive ones, such as that the land should belong to the people and that a bad policeman was bad. In 1876, however, two revolutionists, Stefanovich and Deutsch, tried to organize the peasants of Chigirin County, province of Kiev, on another basis, and their attempt was crowned with success. Stefanovich and Deutsch utilized the confidence of the peasants in the Tsar. They appeared before the villagers as secret envoys of the Tsar, sent to stir a revolt against the landlords who usurped the land. They showed the Golden Manifesto, which, they said, was signed by the Tsar, urging the peasants to organize in secret unions and to prepare for a general overthrow of the landlords' rule. The peasants followed the call faithfully. They united in circles and groups, with oaths of allegiance and other ceremonies. They built a complete hierarchy of representatives. Each member had a spear in his possession ready for the day of vengeance. The first beginnings of the organization dated 1876, and it spread so rapidly that in the spring of 1876 it counted several hundred members. It was later unearthed by the police and severely punished, but it shed a remarkable light on the psychology of rural Russia. The peasants believed in the Tsar, but they also believed that the Tsar wished them to possess the entire land. The Tsar was good, the nobles were bad. The Tsar was merciful, the officers were cruel. Opposing the officers was no crime. Looting from the landlord was no sin. This psychology accounts for the increasing mutinies of the peasants ever since the early 70s. As typical may be mentioned the mutiny of 1874 in Valuisk County, province of Voronezh. There was a misunderstanding between the treasury and a peasant community of this county as to a strip of woods. The peasants claimed that the woods were theirs, while the courts decided in favor of the treasury. The peasants paid no heed to the decisions of the court, continuing to cut trees and graze cattle in the woods. The guards seized the 40 community cattle and demanded ransom. 200 peasants, men and women, gathered and went to the rescue of the cattle. One of the women struck a guard with a club. His comrade fired a revolver and shot the woman. A general skirmish ensued. 5 peasants and 2 guards were killed. The mutiny, like every mutiny, had the most deplorable consequences for the peasants. A regiment of soldiers was ordered to the spot, each provided with 38 bullets. A special senator, dispatched by the Tsar, was in charge of the expedition. 2 wagons of rods were brought to the village. 50 peasants were flogged and 5 sent to Siberia. The soldiers were quartered in the houses of the peasants, who were obliged to pay 60 kopecks per capita daily for the sustenance of the expeditionary force. The village authorities were discharged and replaced by reservist sergeants. Later, the papers published the Tsar's imperial gratitude to Senator Klushin for the excellent fulfillment of his instructions. The same year witnessed another mutiny in the province of Vilna. The peasants claimed a piece of land in possession of the landlord. The official surveyor arrived with the intention of drawing a new landmark in favor of the landlord. The peasants armed themselves with clubs and scythes and, accompanied by their wives and children, went to the claimed ground to stop the surveyor. The authorities sent a detachment of soldiers who arrested the rebels and put them in prison. Similar conflicts occurred nearly every year in various parts of the country. The peasants cut down woods, grazed cattle on the fields of the landlords, looted their estates, set their buildings on fire, offered resistance to the local authorities and suffered terrible penalties, without becoming convinced that their doings were wrong. It must be noted that attacks on the rich peasants who possessed considerable areas of land were rather the revolting peasant 41 usual. The rich villager was a member of the community, he was of the peasants' own stock, he spoke their language and lived a life similar to theirs. They may have hated him, but they respected his property. The landlord was another case. He was a stranger. He belonged to another class. He usually spoke French and despised the mujik and his habits. He had been master before 1861, and the Tsar freed the people from under his yoke of serfdom. Was it not right that the people should take the land away from him? It is a characteristic fact that 20 years after the abolition of serfdom many peasants started lawsuits against their former masters, claiming unjust apportionment of the land. At the time of the reform itself they seemed to be quite satisfied. Under the influence of the Pikahar peasants' ideas and the pressure of land scarcity, they had become restless. A decision of the courts in favor of the landlords never had a great effect with the peasants. The courts belonged to the gentlemen and were hostile to the interests of the asterisk people, such was the common conception. It must be borne in mind that the landlords sometimes directly provoked riots and disorder by unjust treatment of the village communities. The land of the village was often surrounded by the land of the landlord. The latter would demand exorbitant prices for granting the village a thoroughfare. He would forbid the community to use the water from his lake. He would impose heavy penalties for a peasant's stray cow found on his fields. That abuses of this kind existed was repeatedly admitted by the officials. In a letter to Mrs. Shklarova, a landlord in the province of Kiev, the governor of that province wrote in 1902, "The results of an official investigation having been presented by me to the Governor General, His Excellency has come to the conclusion that the disturbances in the village Golyabyatino took place through your own fault, because you attempted to curtail the 42 social forces, legitimate rights of the peasants on the pasture. His Excellency has instructed me to urge you to stop your unlawful attempts on the pasturage of the peasants, and to remind you that in case the disturbances are renewed the consequences may be injurious to your own best interests." Of course, not many of the greedy landlords were inclined to listen to reason. In the course of years, the situation of the rural communities became ever worse. Their power of resistance was weakened. Their reserves were exhausted. The soil yielded ever smaller crops. The economic pressure became severer from year to year. The wants of the peasants grew. The payments did not slacken. The debts pulled the villager down. Earnest investigators, such as J. E. Jansen in the 70s and K. D. Kavlin in the early 80s, called attention to the disquieting situation of the villages. But nothing was done. In 1881 the redemption payments were decreased. Between 1883 and 1887 the poll tax was abandoned, but at the same time the land tax and the indirect taxes were increased. The unstable equilibrium of village life was perpetually on the point of collapse. The catastrophe came in the form of famines, which at regular intervals afflicted large areas of the country. In 1891 occurred the first great famine in eastern Russia, in 1898–99 the second. Famine meant hunger, disease, and starvation in the literal sense of the words. Men, women, and children lay under the low roofs of their cabins slowly dying. Their fields remained untilled, their horses or cows were sold for a trifle, their households were falling to ruin owing to their lack of physical strength to do work, and owing also to the lack of seeds. In the famine of 1899 number of peasants afflicted with scurvy in the three provinces of Samara, Kazan and Simbirsk alone amounted to 100,000. There were villages counting 200 or 300 sick. In the village Nurlady, province of Samara, 88 sick with scurvy were registered in 1899. The appearance of the victims was horrifying: swollen limbs, ecchymoses all over the body, rotting gums, appalling odor. Here is a picture of a village stricken by famine. Miserable cabins, cold in winter, intolerably hot in summer, wet and fetid all the time. Numerous cabins are provided with only one window and are sunken into the ground. Many roofs have disappeared together with the rafters, the straw has been used for fodder, the rafters for fire. Some cabins are still ornamented with ugly wads of old straw, thoroughly rotten. It has not been consumed because even the hungry cattle of the peasant seem to refuse it. Many a cabin stands apart, detached from the others, a house of cards, as it were. Not a tree, not a fence, not a barn, not a courtyard can be seen near these houses. If all these things formerly existed, they have been sold, cut down, burned for wood. Asterisk. All this was on the banks of the majestic Volga, in the most fertile region of the country, in a province called the * Granary of Russia, in a county where the mold is black and deep and rich, the climate healthy, the air pure and fragrant with the odor of innumerable wild flowers, and the population generally robust, simple, and willing to toil. Very little was needed to arouse the dissatisfaction of the starving millions. They certainly had nothing to lose. Their dissatisfaction meant the greatest conceivable disorder all over the country. The dissatisfied peasants were the source of the greatest annoyance to the old regime in the course of the Great Revolution. *A.S. Prugavin, Hungry Russia, pages 59 to 60. Chapter V. The interests of economic development were the common ground of the Russian Revolution. The workmen and peasants were its body, the intellectuals its spirit. It is a painful joy and a source of pathetic inspiration to follow the history of the intellectual groups in Russia. They stand out like so many pillars of fire in the desert. Their voices sound like beautiful music in a prison house. Their eyes saw the dawn when dark reigned all around. And their call stirred the depths of young souls when all was apathy and gloom. It has been the misfortune of the Russian intellectuals to be born in a country united only very late with the modern developments of Europe. When France gave birth to the first revolution, Russia was still a barbaric land. When Europe gave birth to the revolutions of 1848, Russia was not yet planning to do away with slavery. When England and America were making progress in establishing democratic institutions, Russia was still groaning under the whip of the fiercest absolutism. When compulsory public education had become one of the foundations of modern constitutional countries, the bulk of the Russian people could not read or write. The Russian absolutism, however, was not able to shut all windows facing the Western world. There was a time in the 18th century when traveling abroad was looked upon with suspicion by the Russian administration. However, communication between Europe and Russia, between the ideas of the time and the receptive minds of Russian intellectuals, could not be prevented. The Russian youths went to France and Germany to drink from the fountains of knowledge. The Russian thinkers were imbued with the newest ideas, theories, and conceptions of the Western world. And since in the actual life of Russia there was no room for applying all these ideas, the Russian intellectual necessarily became a dreamer. He hated the existing order of things in his country. He clearly saw the meanness and the evil effects of slavery and political oppression, but, the conditions of life being against him, he was unable to step to the front and become a leader of men and an active fighter for his ideas. His was only the longing. Years passed. Generations followed generations. The intellectuals themselves changed. But the fact remained that they were cut off from the sources of life by a brutal force and were obliged to spend their years in meditation, in visions, in disappointed feelings. The happiest lot was that of the writers. They, at least, had the means of expressing their ideas and were able to give vent to their emotions and aspirations, though they were compelled to do so in disguised forms, and had to pay heavy penalties for their influence with their readers. Many a great man, the flower of the nation, the pride of future generations, actually paid his toll of imprisonment and exile. Such was the fate of Radishchev, Pushkin, Lermontov, Chernyshevsky, Herzen, Pisarev, Dostoevsky, and scores of other noble souls. Yet, in spite of all, the writers did social work. They were the only active class among the intellectuals. For nearly a century the writers were the only leaders of young Russia. In literature, all that was idealistic, animated with love of freedom, inspired with devotion to the people and thrilled with the vision of a beautiful future, found its stronghold, its indestructible refuge. Literature alone, however, could not satisfy. Time and again Russian intellectuals attempted to organize and apply their ideas in practice. Their organizations, however, being largely influenced by foreign examples and being premature under social and political conditions that existed in Russia, were doomed to failure. Such was the revolt of December, 1825, when army officers and other intellectuals attempted to apply to Russia the ideas of the French Revolution. Such was the enthusiastic movement of the Narodniki in the 70s, when hundreds of highly cultivated, inspired young men and women attempted to apply socialism to the Russian rural community. Such was the movement of the terrorists who succeeded in assassinating Tsar Alexander II on March 1881, but soon succumbed to the superior force of the existing order. Such was the fate of many other groups and associations of revolutionary and radical Russia. All these organizations were carried on waves of high and beautiful enthusiasm. They included persons of great moral value and intellectual strength, but they came ahead of time. They were created in Russia, because Western Europe had organizations of the same character and because Russian intellectuals looked westward as to a promised land. But Russia itself was not yet ripe for them. This peculiar position of the Russian intellectual in the history of his country, his body in the backward East, his mind in the progressive West, gave his character a specific brand. The student of the Russian Revolution must by all means take this character into account. We are fully aware of the difficulties of outlining the characteristic features of an entire social group not always homogeneous in its structure and changing from generation to generation with the progress of life. We admit further that personal impressions and individual views of the writer may, in this respect, interfere with objective scientific exactness far more than in any other field of investigation. In view of the fact, however, that the character of the Russian intellectual accounts for many a strange turn in the history of the Russian Revolution which cannot be otherwise explained, we shall take a brief survey of this character, not pretending to make a many-sided, exhaustive study. The Russian intellectual was primarily a bookman. Theory meant for him infinitely more than real life. If the facts did not fit into his theoretical structure, he would deny their existence or ignore them, or twist and misinterpret them rather than change his theoretical conceptions. There was a time when the Russian revolutionists believed that the way of Russian economic development was not the way of industrial capitalism and the prevalence of cities over rural life. They construed this theory in their firm belief that the village community with its communal ownership of land was the nucleus of a socialistic order destined to save Russia from the miseries of capitalism and the hardships of class struggle. Years passed, Russia became ever more industrialized. Railroads, banks, stock companies, industrial plants covered the plains of sacred Russia. And still this group, known as Narodniki, and all its numerous adherents, ardently clung to the idea that capitalism was only an unhealthy growth on the sound body of agrarian Russia and that the real creator of a new socialistic order in Russia was the muzhik, the peasant. Ingenious arguments, deeply scientific methods, statistics, economic and philosophic theories were applied to prove this proposition. The Russian intellectual substituted discussion for action. Debating problems, working out programs, discussing theories and trends of opinion was for him not a means to an end, but an end in itself. Moreover, he actually believed that he could not undertake the slightest action, he could not make the first move before he had a theory and a program marked out in the most subtle details. The history of the Russian Social Democrats and their fierce factional struggles over details of programs that had no applicability whatsoever in actual life, could furnish a sufficient number of illustrations. 48. The Russian intellectual was eager for the newest ideas. Being barred from constructive social work in his own country, being denied the right and the duty to mold the political destinies of his people, he lacked the ability of adapting his plans to conditions, of seeing things in their real shape. He knew no limits to his projects of social reform. Thus it was possible that, in the 40s, disciples of Fourier in Russia planned a reorganization of their country in accordance with the doctrine of their teacher, that in the 60s, in a country just freed from serfdom and hardly beginning to limp after Europe over the path of modern economic development, the ideas of socialism made great headway, that in the 70s, the Narodniki expected Russia to make one great bound from extreme absolutism to an order of perfect social justice. Thus it was possible that in 1905 and 1906 many a grievous miscalculation was made. The Russian intellectual was confined to J ideas only. Being denied the test of practice, he chose not the most applicable, but the most advanced ideas. The Russian intellectual was inclined to self-analysis and self-accusation. The first hosts of intellectuals naturally descended from the noble landlords. Their fathers were slave-holders and supporters of the despotic rulers. The sons believed that the sins of their fathers rested on them and that their debt to the people could never be wiped out. A deep gloom, a pitiful melancholy, spread through the ranks of these idealists. They felt themselves guilty without guilt. They were stricken with remorse for crimes they had never committed. They repented for their class, whose bonds they had thrown off. Later, new groups of intellectuals sprang up from among the common people in the cities, even from among the peasants. These were more robust, more self-reliant, and less cultivated. Yet even these, sons of the masses as they were, felt the burden of debt on their shoulders and 49. Considered it their primary duty to help the oppressed and the poor. The Russian intellectual was of a self-sacrificing spirit. He felt a deep contempt for those who settled down, who submitted to the inevitable, acquiesced in the existing order of things and became respectable, peaceful. His ideal was a constant burning, an incessant groping for the beautiful, the true, and the just, an eternal protest against petrified forms of life. His road was the stony road of self-denial, of sacrificing the blood of his heart without deeming it heroic, of giving away the bloom of his life without expecting reward. The life of the Russian intellectual is truly written with the red of blood and the gold of dreams on the dark pages of Russian history. The Russian intellectual had a deep reverence for the common people. With what a tremulous heart and with what a glowing hope he waited for the awakening of the mysterious giant the people. From decade to decade he, the intellectual, built plans, constructed theories, fought battles, brought sacrifices and harvested sufferings, all for the people, all in the expectation that the day would arrive when the masses would take their destiny into their own hands. He had to wait, long and patiently, before the social evolution of the country brought about the awakening of the masses. The intellectual, as it were, stood by the cradle of the Russian mass movement, followed every stir of its body, greeted every sign of life, prepared for the newborn creature a garment of ideas and a cloak of programs. Long before the labor movement assumed a mass character, the social democratic intellectuals worked out a program of economic and political demands and outlined plans for the future revolution. Long before the peasant masses began to protest against poverty and oppression, the Narodniki organized the Social Revolutionary Party with its program of thoroughgoing agrarian reforms. And yet, 50. When the long-looked-for moment arrived and the Russian masses began to act in their own way, the intellectuals were at a loss. They had no experience. They did not know how to lead large crowds. The mass movement developed rapidly and violently, and overthrew many a theoretical structure. The Russian intellectual was not a man of practical work. Perhaps he was too pure-minded, too unsophisticated to be able to reckon with the darker sides of everyday life. Perhaps his ideal visions, like blinders, prevented him from seeing life whole. He was not used to responsible social and political work, because he had never had a chance of doing it. At any rate, when the time of action arrived, there was sometimes too much talk and too little practical work. One set of intellectual social workers must be mentioned apart from all the others. These are the representatives and the professionals of the Zemstvo. The institution of Zemstvo was established in 1864, in the liberal era of the first years of Alexander II. The Zemstvos were elected mainly by the local landlords and the peasants. They were popular agencies of the central government, created to provide for the economic and cultural needs of the population. The representatives of each county formed a county Zemstvo, the representatives of all the counties in a province formed the province Zemstvos. The Zemstvos, county as well as province Zemstvos, concerned themselves mainly with the needs of the agrarian population. They maintained model farms and employed instructors in modern methods of agriculture, horticulture, cattle breeding and beer rearing, to show the peasants the best ways of using their land and its resources. They provided the population with cheap credit, with agricultural implements at reasonable prices, with first-class seeds to plant the fields. They built roads and turnpikes, a stab. 51. Shed post offices and telegraph stations, maintained bookstores and libraries. A very important branch of the Zemstvo activities was the maintenance of hospitals and physicians giving medical aid to the peasants free of charge. Another branch was public education. Many Zemstvos had their own newspapers and magazines. Many conducted statistical researches as to the economic conditions of the population. In fact, the first reliable statistical data collected in Russia on a scientific basis were furnished by the Zemstvos. The range of the Zemstvo activities was wide enough, although none of them was of a political character. Lawmaking and law criticizing were carefully eliminated from the program of the Zemstvos. Constitutionally, the Zemstvos were strictly confined to local affairs. Their task was not to question, but to do practical work within the limits established by law. They were expressly forbidden to meddle with affairs belonging to the jurisdiction of the central government and its institutions. Not even the laws pertaining to the very fields of their activities were the Zemstvos allowed to criticize. As for purely political questions, it was considered seditious to discuss them. And still the Zemstvos could by no means remain loyal to the absolutistic order. The Zemstvos were the only representative bodies in Russia, elected by the population. The Zemstvo suffrage was far from democratic, the electoral law securing to the noble landlords a majority over the peasants, yet the general character of the Zemstvos was liberal and opposed to the central government and its agents. The reason lay in the fact that the most reactionary elements of the gentry were usually the most ignorant also, and took no interest in public affairs. Those of the public-minded, politically enlightened and well-educated gentlemen who participated in the Zemstvo were, as a rule, adherents of a liberal constitution for the Russian. 52. Empire. They were the only legal opposition in Russia. The Zemstvo work itself stimulated political thinking, and political opposition. The decisions of the Zemstvo bodies were subject to a veto of the governor of the province, which power the latter used in a most arbitrary fashion. The decisions of the Zemstvo had to be carried out by the organs of the local police, who were not very anxious to serve the meddlers. The Zemstvos were forbidden to form unions or leagues for common purposes, to call conventions or to enter agreements as to questions pertaining to the general orders of the government or the limits of the jurisdiction of the bodies. The /J records of the Zemstvo sessions were not allowed to appear in print before they were censored by the local authorities. All this was a great annoyance to the Zemstvo and a hindrance to its activities. Clashes between the Zemstvos and the government became one of the constant features of Russian public life. The government hated and feared the Zemstvos. It lacked courage to dissolve them even in the darkest days of reaction, but it made every effort to curb them and to impair their work. It forbade the Zemstvos to have control over the curriculum of the schools they financed. It took away from the Zemstvo jurisdiction the provisioning of the hungry population in time of famine. It limited the budget of the Zemstvos. It vetoed over and over again the most reasonable decisions of the bodies. It went so far as to suspend individual Zemstvos for a certain time. It sent senators to investigate the activities of the most rebellious Zemstvos, and the investigations resulted in rebukes for the Zemstvo presidents and the frequent discharge of Zemstvo officials. The Zemstvo, however, could not be curbed. The Zemstvo leaders were not revolutionists. Indeed, they did not preach violent methods. They did not believe in mob rule. They were peaceful, respectable, wealthy, and cultivated. But they were opposed to absolutism. They saw the evils of the old regime in action, and they demanded a constitution. One precious right was provided for by the Zemstvo laws, the right of petitions, and the Zemstvo leaders made constant use of this privilege which was denied to all the other citizens of the country. They bombarded the government with petitions. Sometimes they demanded local reforms, improvements in laws concerning their own jurisdiction. Often they petitioned the government to crown the building, i.e., to create a central Zemstvo, a representative body of the entire population. The character of those petitions may be seen from the following address presented to Alexander II by the Zemstvo of the province of Tver, 1878. His Majesty the Emperor, the address reads, in his careful attention to the welfare of the Bulgarian people liberated from the Turkish yoke, recognized the necessity of granting these people true self-government, inviolability of personal rights, independent courts, and freedom of the press. The Zemstvo of the province of Tver dares to hope that the Russian people, who bore all the hardships of the war with so much courage, with such a deep affection for their Tsar, the liberator, will be allowed to enjoy equal privileges, which alone will make it possible for our people to enter the path of gradual, peaceful, and lawful development. Similar addresses were sent by many other Zemstvos in 1878. They were framed in response to a speech of the Tsar urging the loyal nobility and other peaceful citizens to bring the revolutionary elements to reason. The petitions and addresses were a thorn in the side. 54 social forces of the administration. The Zemstvos, however, were not willing to forego this effective method of political agitation. Again and again they stirred the leaden quiet of Russia with their respectful petitions and demands. Their actions were not contrary to law, and could hardly be suppressed with the ferocity brought against real revolutionary actions. All the more shocking, therefore, was their effect on the guardians of the established order. In 1894, after Nicholas II ascended the throne, a delegation of Zemstvo leaders, men known all over the country, presented themselves to the Tsar asking him to grant a constitution. Their tone was very moderate, indeed, and their plan of a constitution all but democratic. The young Tsar advised them and their constituency to give up absurd illusions, a phrase that soon became notorious in Russia. Towards the end of the 19th century the Zemstvos, in accord with the growing dissatisfaction of the masses and in response to the revolutionary movements among the workingmen and the peasants, proceeded to a more vigorous opposition. The Zemstvo magazines and papers assumed a sharper tone. The decision of the Zemstvo representatives breathed a deeper criticism. They went so far as to call a secret convention of representatives of the various Zemstvos, which formulated a program and outlined uniform tactics for all the Zemstvos. This was the first of a series of illegal actions on the part of the very sedate, very respectable and law-abiding gentlemen of the Zemstvo. In 1902 certain of these established in Stuttgart, Germany, a magazine Oswobozhenie Emancipation, under the editorship of Peter Struve. The magazine was forbidden in Russia and had to be smuggled in the same manner as revolutionary literature. It was widely read in liberal circles and largely contributed to the development of constitutional ideas among the moderate classes of society. Affiliated with the Zemstvos, partly influenced by them and often influencing their politics in the direction of more outspoken opposition, was the so-called third element, the intellectual employees of the Zemstvos, deriving their nickname from the fact that they were the third component of the Zemstvo bodies, next to the gentry and the peasants. A great number of these people, agriculturists, physicians, veterinarians, nurses, instructors, statisticians, appraisers, engineers, insurance officers, librarians, were in charge of the various branches of the Zemstvo work. They were in the closest contact with the local population, knew very well its needs, understood its psychology and often enjoyed its unlimited confidence. They were radical and revolutionary in the main, more radical and more revolutionary than the Zemstvo leaders, in the same measure as they were less wealthy and less conspicuous. It is to their direct efforts that many a revolutionary step of the Zemstvos must be ascribed, and it is due to their constant agitation among the peasants that the spirit of rebellion spread like a contagious disease. The third element * was a great source of revolutionary energy that could not be easily exhausted. Formally, it was not affiliated with any of the revolutionary parties. Legally, it could not be so mercilessly prosecuted as were the professional revolutionists. In reality it was a constant aid and comfort to the enemy of the absolutistic order. Social democratic intellectuals, social revolutionary intellectuals, Oswobozhenie intellectuals, * third element v intellectuals, All these groups differed from each other, criticized each other's programs, bitterly opposed each other. All of them, however, were united in their condemnation of the old regime and in their readiness to struggle for a free democratic Russia. The intellectual groups were one of the most turbulent sources of the Great Revolution. See Chapter 6. Capital, industry, labor, land, trade problems, financial problems, labor problems, agrarian problems, industrial organizations, labor organizations, strikes, class struggles, peasants' revolts, intellectuals' protestations, general unrest, growth of parties, factions, radical theories, incendiary literature, underground plotting, uniting, undermining, threatening. A chaos of facts, forces, deeds, a chorus of voices, impatient, shrill, commanding. A great world rising from the dust of ancient passivity. All this on one side. On the other, the Russian Samodrajavi. As opposed to the multiplicity of modern life, the theory of government held by the rulers was very simple. One God in heaven, one Tsar on earth. All power is vested in the supreme power, the absolute monarch, all power emanates from him and finds in him its justification. The absolute monarch gives laws to his subjects, personally or through servants following his orders, he sets rules, appoints judges, punishes the disobedient, he has at his command an army of officers, ministers, administrators, ranging from the highest advisors of His Majesty to the youngest policeman in the remotest village. All are responsible to him, all the machinery of the government forms one great net whose strings are gathered together in the hands of the monarch. One pull and the net will relax or tighten, one order and millions of servants all over the country will hasten to carry out the will of the supreme power. He, the Great One, knows all, sees all, cares for all, does everything for the benefit of all, and 56. 57. Nobody can better understand the interests and the welfare of all. This is not an exaggeration. To the modern American reader it may sound like a voice from past centuries, from the catacombs of medieval Byzantium. For the theorists of absolute Russia there was nothing bizarre in these assertions. We will quote Katkov, the famous publicist who in his paper Moskovskaya Vedomosti gave a very clear expression of the views of the old regime and its aspirations. Katkov, says another supporter of the absolutistic order, Kringmat, was the first to come and declare that Russia was perfectly sound even under the existing order, that she was in no need of Slavophilic or liberal reconstructions to be able to follow the road of orthodoxy, absolutism and nationalism, that she needed only faith in herself, faith in her strength, faith in God and absolute obedience to the Tsar to be able to face both external and internal foes. Katkov was one of the small number of able intellectuals defending the cause of the Russian government, and his words may be taken for a true reflection of its theoretical conception. Government in Russia, he says, means a thing totally different from what is understood by this term in other countries whence we borrowed some of our institutions without being able to adapt them to our conceptions. In other countries, in England for instance, the term government is applied to the administration, i.e., to one of the two national parties which is in power while the other is in the opposition. We have no party government, and to look upon our affairs in the light of such views is simply absurd. In Russia, the government, in the highest sense of this word, is the supreme power. In action, it, therefore, cannot be understood as related to parties. In Russia, the government, inasmuch as it is the action of the supreme principle, towers above all, and no organization of a compulsory character can be independent of it. In our country there is no room for the fictitious assumption resulting from the history of other countries, namely that l'Irat regni, mais ne gouverne pas. The Russian absolute monarch both reigns and governs, and his power is totally free in its fundamentals, being embarrassed or limited by nothing. This is no doctrine or opinion of a circle of people, it is the fundamental law on which the Russian Empire is based, it is the most concrete fact. The Russians are, in the opinion of the theorists of absolutism, is not only a supreme, unlimited and unhampered ruler, he is more. All power has its derivation from God, says Kitkov. The Russian Tsar, however, was granted a special significance distinguishing him from the rest of the world's rulers. He is not only the Tsar of his land and the leader of his people, he is designated by God to be the guardian and custodian of the Orthodox Church. The Russian Tsar is more than an heir to his ancestors, he is a successor to the Caesars of the Eastern Empire, the builders of the Church and its conclaves, the founders of the very creed of the faith of Christ. With the fall of Byzantium, Moscow arose and the grandeur of Russia began. Herein lies the mystery of the deep distinction between Russia and all the nations of the world. The Tsar and his absolute power are nothing foreign to the Russian people, the eulogists of absolutism declared. One cannot separate the Russian nationality from the Russian supreme power, Kitkov writes. Whoever proclaims his true and sincere allegiance and devotion to the Russian monarch, must necessarily become. Moskovskaya Vedomist, November 8, 1882. /Ibid, September 7, 1882. 59. Amalgamated with the Russian people. The meaning and the character of the Russian national feeling is convincingly emphasized by the entire history of Russia. This is not a feeling of a hireling who performs his duties as long as it pays him to do so, this is a national power, a family feeling, created by our history, bred by our church, a power which our nation cannot abandon without ceasing to be herself. The Tsar is the only ruler. He is wise and good and holy. But how about the people? Must they have only duties or are they also entitled to rights? The theory of absolutism does not hesitate in answering this question. Kitkov's conception of the Russian constitution is perhaps the most original of its kind. Our ethereal parties, he writes, are liberals and conservatives and liberals, give themselves much trouble about a lawful order, as they express it in their jargon. They want to reward us, Russian subjects, with political rights. Isn't this a futile effort? We, Russian subjects, are already in possession of what they want to grant us, we even have something more. They want to grant us political rights while we have political duties, which is more. In our duties, our rights are implicitly included, our duties are inseparably accompanied by rights. What we are obliged to do, we have a right to do. We do not need a constitution, our constitution is our oath of allegiance which obliges us, Russian subjects, to care for the welfare of the monarch and the nation. It is our duty to have this welfare at heart and to avert, as far as possible, any harm that could threaten the monarch and the nation. Those who do not do so are, according to our lawful order, criminals and traitors. Now, if every one of us has a duty to serve the throne and the fatherland, every one of us, of course, has also a right to do this duty. This wonderful theory of the right to do one's duty was the fundamental answer to all those who had heard about a Magna Carta Libertatum and about government by the people for the people. Parliaments, party rule, elections, in short all political activities on the side of the people, were pictured by the theorists of absolutism as corrupt, vicious, and selfish. To leave to a collective mob the work of legislation, justice, and administration would mean to leave it to the arbitrary will of an elemental power, Kitkov writes. The mob is not an individual, it has no conscience. The mob follows an external impulse. In the absence of a recognized leader responsible for its direction and its actions, the mob necessarily follows an irresponsible driver. God save us in all our affairs from mob rule and irresponsible drivers. It was the firm belief of the staunch absolutists that the misfortune of Russia is not the excess of power, but the lack of concentrated power in the hands of the administration. The government was too lenient, they said, it allowed too many and too important branches of administrative work to slip out of its hands. The judiciary, public education, the press are all public functions of a high significance, they alleged, and no public corporations, independent of the central government, should be entrusted with these functions. Kitkov and his disciples, therefore, bitterly attacked trial by jury, autonomous universities, independent press publications. Much as all these institutions were controlled, supervised, and bridled by the administration, the mere existence of such institutions, the mere fact that they acted in accordance with written law, however oppressive the law might be, and not in accordance with the orders of superior persons, branded them in the eyes of the absolutists as pernicious and fraught with danger. There was nobody so eloquent, so deep in his scorn, so bitter in his denunciations, so equipped with profound knowledge, so gifted and elegant in his writings in defense of absolutism, as K.P. Pope Donostsef, the professor, the instructor of Tsar Nicholas II, the long years procurator of the Holy Synod and close friend of the royal family. His works may be looked upon as the deepest and most talented exposition of the absolutist ideas. Moreover, it seems that Pope Donostsef was sincere in his conceptions and that his hatred for everything new was part of his mental make-up. There is a thick veil of gloom spread over the works of this highly interesting, many-sided thinker, the gloom of dark, ancient cathedrals, the solemn melancholy of judgment halls, the sadness of old patriarchs observing new life as it breaks established rules and customs. This gloom is characteristic of all the defenders of the old order. What is a parliament? Pope Donostsef asks, and he answers, a parliament is the great falsehood of our time. One of the falsest political principles is the principle of government by the people, the idea, which unfortunately became established after the French Revolution, that all power has its origin in the people and is based on the will of the people. **** Parliament is an institution serving to satisfy the personal ambitions, personal vanity and personal interests of the representatives. Theoretically, the elected representative is supposed to be the favorite man of the majority. Practically, however, he is elected by the minority, sometimes by a very scant minority, only because the minority represents an organized power, while the majority is like sand, loose and unorganized and therefore unable to resist a circle or a party. The greatest evil of a constitutional order is the formation of a ministry on a parliamentary or party basis. Instead of the unlimited power of the monarch we have the unlimited power of a parliament, but while the monarch can be thought of as personifying the unity of an intelligent will, the parliament lacks this quality, being dependent on the will of a majority, that is to say, on the exigencies of the vote. What is law? Pope Donostsef asks. Law is an obstacle in the path of an intelligent executive, he answers. The multiplicity and complexity of laws in parliamentary states becomes a hindrance not only for the citizens, but, what is more important, also for the administrators called to put the law in practice. The administrators, under those conditions, become embarrassed in their striving towards truth and public weal. If a person whose duty it is to act, meets restricting instructions on every step in the law itself and in its artificial formulations, if he is always exposed to the danger of overstepping a certain line of demarcation, then the administrator loses himself in doubts and is weakened by the very thing that was intended to furnish him with power. What are liberty, fraternity, equality? They are a bait invented to lure the masses, says Pope Donostsef. They are a dangerous poison permeating the very blood of modern Europe, causing all the disturbances and all the political unrest. Liberty is a folly if not accompanied by the sense of duties. But the masses do not understand this truth. The masses are dissatisfied, indignant, restless, protesting. They overthrow institutions and governments which have not kept their word, which have not realized the hopes aroused by these fantastic ideas. They create new institutions and again destroy them. They turn to new rulers who have lured them with the same deceptive words, and again they overthrow them, seeing that they are unable to keep their promise. A miserable and terrifying chaos in public institutions, waves of passion surge and sweep everywhere, time and again. The 63. People are pacified by the magic sound of the words freedom, equality, publicity, popular sovereignty, and he who knows how to play skillfully and at the right time with these words becomes the ruler of the people. Trial by jury is an absurd and dangerous institution, declares Pope Donostsef. Trial by jury has not proved efficient and just even in England, where it is deeply rooted in the history of democratic institutions and where it gradually developed. In Russia, trial by jury is a foreign plant utterly unfit to the character of the nation and her institutions. In Russia *, there is no firm leading judicial authority while a crowd of attorneys has rapidly developed. In Russia *, there is a motley crew of jurors drawn either in a haphazard way or artificially selected from the masses who have neither an understanding of the duties of a judge, nor the ability to survey masses of facts requiring analysis and logical discrimination. There is, lastly, a mixed crowd of observers who come into the courts as they come to a show, to amuse themselves in the midst of a dull and idle life. Is there any wonder that, in such an environment, the jurors blindly follow one or the other attorney who has succeeded in making the strongest impression? The press is one great falsehood, charges Pobdo Nostsef. Since the fall of mankind, falsehood has established itself in the world, in human words, actions, relations, and institutions. Never before, however, did the father of falsehood invent such a tangle of lies and falsehood as we see in our turbulent times when so many false words are being spoken about truth. In a measure as the forms of public life become more complicated, new false relations develop and institutions saturated with falsehood spring into existence. One of these institutions is the public press. One tells us to behave that the voice of the magazines and newspapers, or the so-called press, is the expression of public opinion. Alas! This is a great lie, and the press is one of the false institutions of our time. The worst scoundrel, the noisiest chatterbox of the type of the unrecognized genius, the most unscrupulous man of affairs, greedy for profits, in possession of his own or borrowed money, can found a newspaper, a big newspaper, can whistle to a score of scribblers and feuilleton makers who will come and stand by him, ready to discuss everything in the world. He can employ a squadron of reporters to serve up ignorant gossip and rumor. His staff is ready, and tomorrow he assumes the position of authority, judging everything and everybody, influencing ministers and rulers, art and literature, the stock exchange and industry. The journalist is the most irresponsible, the most cruel and indiscriminating judge in the world. Yet this judicial power he assumed willfully, without receiving his title from any higher authority, without giving proof of his abilities, without a test of personal trustworthiness and impartiality, without being limited in his sentences by any forms of procedure and without a possibility for the convict to appeal to a higher court. Public instruction is also one of the falsehoods of our times, according to Pobdo Nostsef. The public school must teach reading and writing and arithmetic and the fear of God and devotion to the monarch. All other subjects are not only superfluous but dangerous. The people do not need the encyclopedia of science taught in schools as the course of knowledge of the native country. The people do not need physics, chemistry, agriculture, medicine. There is no need of combating superstitions, either. Superstition is the natural, elementary power of inertia. It is of the highest importance. As ballast keeps the ship in equilibrium, so superstitions keep a nation in a stable position through the course of her history. To destroy them would mean to destroy the social stability which is always necessary as a starting point for further movement. With profound grief Pobdo Nostsef speaks of the modern teachers who have come to spread knowledge and to fight popular superstitions. They are not teachers, he says, they are servants of the evil spirit. The evil spirit wanders among the simple and humble of our people, near and far. The evil spirit lures the sheep from the fold, appearing before them as a teacher, and leads them astray and drives them into the desert. Pobdo Nostsef, with his broad knowledge and keen observer's eye, could not fail to see the signs of modern social evolution in Russia. These signs greatly disturbed him. He hated the new forms of life, he saw a great calamity impending. Our life, he writes, has become hideous, insane, and false beyond belief, because all order and consistency have vanished from our development, because all discipline of thought, feeling, and morals has been relaxed among us. In public and family life all simple, organic relations have been shattered and destroyed, and their place has been taken by intruding institutions and abstract principles, mostly false or falsely applied to life and practice. Pope Danassef was consistent. He lived in a world very different from that of reality. He saw a vision of a simple, organic relationship between people. He was afraid of the new insane evolution. He hated laws and institutions because he saw in them a limitation of the free will of the supreme power. He felt a profound, almost mystic reverence for authority, for governmental power. God, the monarch, and the people were one great unit in his conception. God, the source of all wisdom and all life, the Tsar, God's representative on earth, the people, to be guided by the supreme power of the monarch, to be treated like children who can have no will and no understanding of their ibid, p. 72. T-ibid, p. 76. T-ibid, p. 96. 66. Own. The task of authority is great and holy. Authority worthy of its name inspires people and adds wings to their actions. To see authority of this kind, to feel its inspiring influence is a great joy for everyone who loves the truth, who seeks for light and virtue. Pope Danassef was consistent. Life was against him, and he challenged life. Social evolution was undermining his cherished institutions, and he condemned social evolution. He was like a statue of black marble dug out from under medieval debris. Yet there was no flaw in his theoretical construction. Of far less consequence were his colleagues of the Russian administration who were doing their utmost to shatter simple, organic relations, to make life hideous and insane, to introduce modern capitalism and modern social classes in Russian life, and who, in spite of all, still clung to the old forms of government and still believed that they were reconcilable with the new social conditions. One of the most conspicuous of these administrators was Sergius Witte, for a long time Minister of Finance and in 1905 first Prime Minister under the new semi-constitutional system. Witte was anxious to hasten the development of capitalism, to construct railroads, to establish banks, to increase the Russian import and export. In short, to make the social structure of Russia similar to that of Western Europe. Yet, he believed, or tried to make believe, that the growth of social forces and the absolutistic form of government were not contradictory to each other. The development of social forces, healthy and many-sided, not only does not contradict the principles of an absolute monarchy, he writes as late as 1899, but, on the contrary, it gives the monarchy vitality and strength. While the government concurs in the development of social activities, while it listens, as it were, to the throbbing of the social pulses, nevertheless, it does not ibid, p. 258. 67. Pass into the possession of society, but remains an intelligent power and a consistent authority of its own, always aware of its ends, always in command of the means to achieve its ends, and always knowing the direction toward which it is tending. A government of this kind does not run the risk that its measures, inconsistent with the past, incompatible with the nation's character, would not fit the social level, that society would develop without it and outside of it, that the government would cease to be the highest leader of the sum total of the social movements. Under a government of this kind, the work of social forces can be of a greater fruitfulness for the country and its population, than under a system where professional politicians conduct public agitation, where individuals are greedy for power and profitable positions, where political struggle marks the activities both of parliament and local bodies. 99% of the population have nothing to do with those struggles, they have neither time, nor interest for them, nor are they even allowed to share in these contests. We have thus surveyed the views of the various theorists, defending the absolute order. We have seen that those views ranged from the glorification of a patriarchal order, from the condemnation of each and all modern social activities, including a public press and public education, to a half-hearted admission of the fruitful ness of many-sided activities on the part of the people. Common to all these theories was the mistrust of the people, the idea that the asterisk mob had no sense of Jews *tis, no understanding of its own interests, no discrimination between good and evil. Not even a man like Witt, considered the most progressive and European among Russian administrators, would admit that the people were able to take care of themselves without the guidance of an absolute ruler. Common to all these *sj Witt, Absolutism and Zemstvo, pages 209 to 10. 68. Theories was, further, the belief that a man in a uniform was the wisest and most efficient in public affairs, that elective bodies of a constitutional government pursue only their own selfish motives while an autocratic government is above parties, above passions, above political intrigues. The underlying psychological foundation of all those conceptions was the desire for simplicity, quiet, smoothness. Nothing was more abhorrent to an administrator than commotion, unrest, acclamations, demands, the rise and fall of leaders and institutions. One must not think that all of the old administrators or their literary supporters were actuated by purely selfish reasons. Many a man among the ranks of the old regime was really shocked by the sight of constitutional Europe. Many had sincere reverence for autocratic power. The shadows of old serfdom were still lingering in most of the hearts of the Russian administrators, who were either sons of the land-owning nobility or closely related with it. "We are thine," was the phrase common with the peasants in addressing their masters prior to 1861. "We are thine," was the expression of deep resignation on the part of the governed. "We are thine," this spirit was the most ideal in the opinion of the adherents of old Russia. The country, in their opinion, was only a great domain of the monarch. The higher bureaucrats and the class into which they were born were the advisors of the monarch and the executors of his will. The population was only a horde of inferior characters allowed to go about their business and even amass riches, but never permitted to criticize or to oppose orders. All had to be quiet in sacred Russia. All had to be guided from one center. Everything had to run in strictly prescribed order. Chapter 7. In theory absolutism was bad, in practice worse. The Russian practice reflected the genuine Russian theory in the same way that a crooked mirror reflects an ugly face. There was something uncanny in the attitude of a Russian administrator towards the people. In private life, in relations with his equals he might be very friendly, very congenial, very human. In his office, in relation to his inferiors or to those depending on him, he would lose all human features, he would become a cruel, soulless fiend, haughty, contemptuous and hateful. Perhaps this was due to the fact that the Russian bureaucratic machinery was copied from that of the Prussian pattern being followed not only in the names of the offices and the uniforms of the officials, but also in strict automatic discipline, while hosts of Russian administrators were actually Germans, descending from the German nobility of the Baltic provinces and imbued with the spirit of the German Junkers. Names like Rennenkampf, Klingenberg, Stackelberg, Schweinbach, Schlipp, Riemann, Mein, von Plave, von Wall, names notorious for their slave-like devotion to autocracy and their inhuman attitude toward the Russian people, were by no means an exception among the ranks of the Russian administrators. It is worthwhile quoting a little document very well known in Russia. It is an order issued by the commander of the Semyonovsky Guards Regiment, Colonel Mein, on December 15, 1905, authorizing an officer of the regiment, Colonel Riemann, to suppress the 69. 70. revolutionary movement along the Moscow-Kazan railroad line. The document reads in part as follows. Moscow. An expedition is herewith ordered, to start on December 6, along the Kazan Railroad visiting the stations Perovo, Lyuberdzi, and Kolomna. The commander of the expedition is to be Colonel Riemann I. The expedition is to consist of the following units of the Semyonovsky Life Guards * Regiment, 9th Company, Captain Shvetsov, Sub-Lieutenants A.I. Bertov II and Makarov. Loth Company, Captain von Sievers I, Lieutenants Polivanov and von Voigt. Nth Company, 2nd Captain Natsamov II, Sub-Lieutenants Scharnhorst and Romanovsky. 1-2th Company, Captain Zykov and Lieutenant Shrumchenko. 14th Company, Captain von Skamrthi, Sub-Lieutenants von Krusenstern and von Minig. 15th Company, Captain Meyer, Sub-Lieutenants Felisafe and Nikinorov. 2 guns. 2 machine guns. The aim of the expedition, to find the leaders, to annihilate the armed revolutionary militia. General directions, to make no prisoners and to act mercilessly. Every house from which a shot has been fired to be destroyed by fire or by artillery. Signed, Commander of the Regiment, Aide-de-Camp, Colonel Mean. Adjutant of the Regiment, Lieutenant von Drummer. Asterisk. It seems incredible. A German commander of a Regi asterisk cited by V. Vladimirov, Punitive Expeditions, pages 7-9. 71. Meant of Imperial Lifeguards ordering a German colonel asterisk to make no prisoners and to act mercilessly asterisk in combating the Russian people, and giving for his aid German officers named von Sievers, von Voigt, Scharnhorst, von Skamruth, von Krusenstern, von Minig and Meyer-Ayet. Such was the structure of the Russian bureaucracy. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why the punitive expedition under Colonel Riemann surpassed in cruelty and mean bloodshed all the horrors of all the other expeditions. And perhaps this considerable admixture of German elements in the body of the Russian administration accounts for the deep contempt of the Russian chinovnik towards the Russian people. The governmental Germans is a name applied to the Russian bureaucracy by a political genius, Alexander Herzen, nearly half a century before the revolution. As Saxony has its own little Switzerland, he writes, asterisk so we have our own, far from little, Germany. Its center is in Petersburg, but the points of its periphery you find wherever there is the stiff collar of a uniform, the office, and the secretary of an administrator. The real Germans are only the colonel or the Levin, the majority consist of all sorts of Slavonic Orthodox Russians, with our traditional fat noses and Mongolican jaws, learned people, ignoramuses, commanders of squadrons, journalists, and chiefs of departments. Of all the governmental Germans, the Russian Germans are, naturally, the worst. The German in the governmental machinery is sometimes naive, sometimes stupid, he has a condescending attitude towards those whom he intends to humanize. The Russian German is narrow of mind and looks upon the people with the disgust of a rich relative. Both the Russian and the Germans feel themselves infinitely superior to the people, both have a deep contempt towards everything Russian, both are convinced that the only way to handle us is with the club. The German Ger. 72. Man does not always show this, though he hits unremittingly, the Russian German both hits and boasts. Asterisk the main reason, however, for the disdainful attitude of the Russian administrator towards the Russian people was the social structure of the bureaucracy. We have already mentioned that it was mainly composed of members of the nobility, for centuries the land-owning and governing class. In the early years of the 20th century, the average Russian administrator could say to himself that the fathers of the restless mob had been slaves to his father 50 years ago and that the fathers of many intellectuals had been humble artisans or traders trembling in the presence of the powerful landlord. This social demarcation bred a spirit of seclusion, of arrogance, and brutality. It is no exaggeration to say that the Rus *Karachian administrator looked upon the country as his private estate. The people were there to be governed and to pay, the army, to offer positions for his sons and the sons of his kin, the economic life, to offer new opportunities for governmental experiments, for positions, and, mainly, for revenue. Of course, everybody had to obey and to be cheerfully devoted to his rulers. In the methods of the Russian administration, there was something of the spirit of a foreign military power governing an invaded country. An invader is not supposed to know the occupied country. His is not the task of adapting himself to local conditions. The welfare of the population concerns him very little. His orders he receives from a center far remote. His chief endeavor is to please those who have sent him to the enemy country and to have a good record. If my superior orders, I shall be even a midwife, In this proverbial sentence there is the entire philosophy of the Russian chinovnik. He knows nothing about the needs of living human beings. He knows everything about the whims of his superiors. He cares little about the results of his activities. He cares highly about the formal side of his duties. There is a spirit, dead and deadening all it comes in contact with / writes a conservative Russian writer, Menshikov. This spirit takes hold of you when you are not the master of your work, but a hireling, when you are under no proper control, when you have no responsibility, when you are never in a hurry and never interested in the work you do, in a word, when you are a chinovnik, one of our Russian chinovniks. The paper spirit that makes our bureaucrats walk in their sleep is like nitrogen, it makes breathing impossible. It was a very elaborate, highly centralized machinery, the Russian bureaucracy, but unlike other machinery, it was not a means to an end, but the most important end to those engaged in its work. Prince Sergius Urasov, a high Russian administrator, was appointed in 1903 governor of Bessarabia. In his Memoirs of a Governor he writes, "I knew at that time as much about Bessarabia as I knew about New Zealand, if not less. Chisinau was known to me only by name, and principally because for a long time the papers published particulars of the famous Jewish pogrom, April 7–9, 1903. I was much more concerned with the external side of my new position, how to arrive, how to receive the visitors coming to my reception, how to become acquainted with my set of officials, whom to visit. These and similar questions of etiquette and representation worried me much more than the difficulties of governing a province hitherto unfamiliar to me." The same Prince Urasov tells a fact about his predecessor. Governor Rabin. Rabin had ordered the troops to go to the scene of the pogrom, but had failed to give orders as to the actual measures to be taken in *Mo Menshikov, Letters to My Neighbors, February, 1905, p. 57. T. Prince St. Urasov, Memoirs of a Governor, pages 1–2. K. / 74 Social forces handling the riots, leaving the responsibility entirely to the commander of the division. This was contrary to law and one of the causes of Rabin's removal. His negligence was severely criticized in the press and in society. After having received formal notice of his removal, he called in his assistant and asked in great irritation, "For God's sake, can't you at last show me these rules about troops called to assist the civil authorities that are dinned into my ears?" Rabin was supposed to know the rules both as a governor and as former colonel and commander of an army division. The same Rabin remarked to Prince Urasov, "I am very sorry to be leaving the province now, just as I am beginning to be acquainted with it, this after having been governor of Bessarabia for 4 years." It was part of the system that the administrator should be detached from the population. It was the same system that managed to station soldiers not in their native places, in order that there should be no connection between the army and the local population. It was the same system that frequently removed civil officials from one place to another. The patterns of papers and the rules and regulations being similar for all provinces of Russia, there was no difficulty connected with such removals. The advantage was that the official was prevented from getting into the bad habit of thinking himself a part of the local community. The machinery of the administration was, theoretically, highly centralized. In practice, the area of the country being very large and local control of the communities over officials being absent, centralization turned into its very opposite. Every governor was a sovereign by himself. Every official acted according to his own whims. "I am your God and your Tsar," was the answer of the administrator to complaining people. The law was enforced only when it was profitable for the administrator. This *ibid, p. 33. 75. System meant practical anarchy, disorder, chaos in public affairs. It was the worst kind of decentralization, it was decay. In one point, however, the Russian official was very alert, very efficient, very prompt, in quelling the rebel-lious spirit. Practically, the entire governmental apparatus was adjusted to this function. Towards the end of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th century, all governmental activities became of minor importance as compared with the task of searching for revolutionists and unearthing secret meetings or secret organizations. Every measure of the government had this end in view, every official made it his principal thought. You might have been ignorant, clumsy, negligent, even criminal in your administrative activities. Nobody would take notice of it if you only were an ardent prosecutor of the uplifters. After a while it became profitable to be a prosecutor of revolutionary ideas. It gave the official a standard, a name, recognition. And Russian administrators surpassed each other in discovering and suppressing disorders. At the beginning of the 20th century, the Russian citizen was enveloped in a thick net of rules and regulations that made life intolerable. The press could not print a word that had not passed the red pencil of the government's censor. The censor not only rejected all news concerning political movements in Russia or all articles criticizing the measures of the administration, he rejected everything that he, personally, did not like. He suppressed stories, fiction, which could be interpreted as praising liberty or scorning oppression. He killed popular articles on history, literature, geography, or even natural history, where he thought he scented a free spirit. He struck out whole passages, lines, or single words in articles he permitted to be printed, or he added passages of his own. He often rejected book reviews not in agreement with his taste, or theater reviews unfavorable to an 76 actress he happened to know. He suppressed news that might be unpleasant to local celebrities, rich people known in the community. He made the life of writers and editors and publishers intolerable. The press groaned under the vicious and petty whims of irresponsible, uncultivated, official guardians. In 1899 the radical monthly Russkoye Bogaystvoy, one of the leading magazines of the country, was suspended for a term of 3 months for having cited, word by word, an official document, an order of the Governor-General of Finland. Moreover, the issue, where the document was cited, had passed the hand of the censor before it was published, and the censor had taken no offense. Intensified vigilance reigned in the greater part of the country. This was a state similar to martial law. Under the intensified vigilance rule, search of private residences, the arrest and search of individuals could be undertaken by the police without warrant. The regular police was reinforced by 2 sorts of special political police, the gendarmerie and the so-called vigilance departments, secret offices having at their command hosts of detectives and agents provocateurs. The passport was the unavoidable companion of the citizen. You could not move a step without a passport. You had to register every time you changed your place. If you took a trip to the country, you had to register in the inn where you stopped. If you traveled, you had to register in every hotel. The registration stamps on your passports showed all your movements, and if asked by the police, you had to give an account of all you had done in the various places. If your passport had lapsed and you were careless enough not to renew it, the police could send you under guard to your native town where your passport was issued. This travel under guard, from town to town, from police station to police station, from prison to prison, sometimes lasting weeks and months, became a kind of natural duty of the Russian citizen. 77. Whose sole crime was that his passport was not in full order. The passport is the soul of a man, the proverb ran. As you cannot live without a soul, you cannot live without a passport. Political reliability was another feature of autocratic Russia. Records were kept of each citizen, made up of information delivered by the Secret Service. The records related to the political views of the persons. A man or a woman reported to be of liberal or radical aspirations, was noted ** unreliable. Any citizen wishing to perform public or semi-public work or to enjoy the services of a teaching institution, had to provide himself with a certificate of political reliability from the governor of his province. Certificates of this kind were requested from students entering college, from college graduates passing their state board examination, from physicians, lawyers, dentists, teachers opening an office or a school or taking a position, from publishers and editors of papers, from booksellers and librarians, from agriculturists, veterinarians, nurses and other professional folk employed by the Zemstvos or by the city administrations, from persons engaged in the public service or in the civil service, etc. A person refused a certificate could not be active in any of these and many other occupations. Nothing was more annoying to intellectual Russia than this arbitrary system of certificates. A person refused a certificate could not even complain, the vigilance departments being secret offices with secret information and their decisions being final. The only habeas corpus of the Russian citizen was the institution of bribery. One must not imagine that bribery was merely obnoxious. It gave relief. It slackened the grip of petty and stupid regulations. It was perhaps the most human institution among the barbed wire entanglements of the Russian order. The helpless, cornered citizen was willing and eager to pay and be left alone. It goes without saying that the Russian administrators purposely increased the number of restricting rules in order to be able to make exemptions and get paid. As matters stood, there was actually not one Russian official inaccessible to bribery. Everything depended upon the size of the sum or the nature of the bribe, for there were many sorts. The writer of these lines knew a police officer whose salary was 300 rubles a year. Yet this officer lived in a beautiful house with luxurious furniture, kept a private teacher for his children, rode through the streets of the town in an elegant carriage drawn by 2 expensive horses, and had a saddle horse besides. In short, he led the life of a very wealthy man. This was no secret to his superiors. On the contrary, when the superior, the county officer, visited the town, our officer would give him a splendid reception with exquisite dishes and champagne. In fact, the salary of many officers was so small that they simply could not live on it if they had no illicit income. It was a tacit assumption that the main source of income was not the salary but the side issues, and one spoke of them frankly. The paper mill and the sawmill the writer of these lines was connected with had among its regular items of expense monthly payments to the district and county police. So did all other industrial concerns of the county and all businessmen. Prince Urasov tried to make an estimate of the sums received yearly by the Bessarabian police in regular payments. The total, he writes, amounted to over 1,000,000 rubles. In this sum were not included all sorts of bribes from real criminals and other irregular sources of official income. And yet Bessarabia is not an industrial province and its population is not very large. In defense of the Bessarabian police I must add, says Prince Urasov, that in the estimation of a keen expert who himself served in the office of the Petersburg chief of police, the police of the capital receive yearly about 6 millions of rubles in regular payments, i.e., in payments which are made not because of a viola 79 tion of the law, but merely because landlords, storekeepers, factory owners, restaurateurs, etc., exist. The tolls for actual violations of the law were not taken into account because no estimate can be reached. A special source of revenue were the Jews and the other oppressed nationalities whose rights were still more limited and their human dignity still more violated, and who could not draw breath without paying the masters of their destinies. It would make a very pathetic book were one to tell the story of the Jews, the Poles, the Lithuanians, the Ukrainians, the Finns, the Letts, etc., under the old regime. The theory of absolutism demanded that those nationalities should be Russianized, in accordance with the psychological inclination of the bureaucracy towards centralization and uniformity. Oppressive measures, however, barred many of the non-Russian nationalities from Russian schools and kept them from mixing with the Russians in various walks of life. All this filled the nationals with an inflexible hatred of old Russia. An administration of this kind was neither willing nor able to understand social movements or political aspirations. To the Russian chinovnik, everything was disorder. A petition of peasants, a strike of workingmen, a meeting of intellectuals, a lecture, a discussion, all was disorder, created by malicious agitators to violate law and peace. College students dissatisfied with their curriculum held a meeting to discuss it. This was disorder. Shop girls decided to ask a raise in wages and elected 2 representatives to deal with the employer. This was disorder. Teachers organized evening classes for adults and talked to their pupils about the political order in various countries. This, of course, was disorder. Every activity, every social work was disorder. The rule was that anything that was not Prince St. Urasov, Memoirs of a Governor, p. 53. 80. Expressly permitted was forbidden, and everything that was forbidden had to be suppressed by armed force. The administration saw the growing dissatisfaction, it felt the surging unrest. Yet it imagined that this was only the work of evil-minded individuals who ought to be captured and put in prison. The number of evil-minded grew in alarming proportions, from thousands to hundreds of thousands, from little groups into tremendous organizations, and still the bureaucracy blamed the evil-minded agitators, the uplifters still it concentrated all its attention and all its wits on putting these dangerous individuals into prison. To the historian it seems like a manifestation of total blindness that the powerful minister which should in 1899 have recommended the curbing of the Zemstvo and the strengthening of the administrative power. No further expansion of the activities of the Zemstvo should be tolerated, he urges. A clear line of demarcation must here be drawn which under no circumstances should it be permitted to overstep. Simultaneously, every effort should be made to organize the administration of the government on an adequate and efficient basis, remembering that he who is the master of the land ought to be also the master of the administration. Nowhere perhaps is the blindness of a Russian administrator exhibited in a more startling fashion than in the following document written by Prince Sviatopolk-Mirsky. Prince Sviatopolk-Mirsky, it must be remembered, was a very human, honest, well-meaning administrator. In his capacity as the chief of the Russian gendarmerie he, in 1901, investigated the causes of unrest among the workingmen of Petersburg. In his report he states that the causes of the success of the revolutionary propaganda among the industrial workingmen lay partly in the very conditions of their life. Chief among those conditions, he says, is the fact that the *SJWIT, bureaucracy, and Zemstvo, p. 212. 8. Workingmen are not secured in case of old age or inability to work on account of sickness. He further states that a new type of workingman has become common during the last few years. Our good-natured Russian fellow has turned into a peculiar type of half-ignorant intellectual, who deems it his duty to defy religion and family bonds, to scorn the law, to disobey officials and mock at the authorities. Workingmen of this type, he admits, have the greatest influence over their comrades. The workingmen of Petersburg, the report relates further, have a remarkable thirst for knowledge, they crowd schools for adults, they devour every bit of printed matter available in the popular libraries. This eagerness for reading and learning, he says, accounts for the spread of secret revolutionary literature. Prince Sviatopolk-Mirsky's report shows that he had observed the facts correctly, a new type of workingman, a new spirit, a dissatisfaction due to bad conditions. What means could be recommended to remedy the evil? Prince Sviatopolk-Mirsky recommended that the schools for adults should be put under control and that a special patriotic paper should be published for the workingmen containing labor news of an innocent neutral character. This bit of administrative ingenuity was only equaled by the measure forbidding the newspapers in times of famine to mention the words famine, scurvy or starvation. N. Symbyrovsky, The Truth About Gapon, pages 26 to 28. Part 2. The Great Drama, 1905-06. Chapter 8. How does a revolution begin? The author of this book has been closely related with Russian political life ever since 1900, he remembers the time when nothing stirred in the great empire, he witnessed the growth of political movements, the deepening of dissatisfaction among the masses, the stiffening of resistance. He was in the midst of the great wave that swept the country in 1905 and 1906, yet, the how of the starting points of the revolution remains a mystery to him. In what subtle ways did the spirit of rebellion creep at the same moment into the minds of so many individuals who formed that abstract aggregation called a social group only in the eyes of the sociologist, while in their own eyes each and every one was a microcosm and the center of the universe? What was the power that transformed the mere discontent of millions into revolutionary determination, and revolutionary determination into revolutionary action? We have surveyed the social forces of Russia before the revolution, we have seen the causes that tended towards social and political upheavals. Yet the moving forces remain hidden, and neither the historian nor the contemporary observer can say with assurance that under the same political and social conditions the country might not have remained quiet for another decade or more. This simultaneous spreading of revolutionary ideas, this miraculous change in the minds and in the attitude of individuals, this growing willingness of many to sacrifice their lives for what had suddenly become their highest ideal, this response of large masses to the call of a few leading organizations, is to the observer the most beautiful yet also the most inexplicable public phenomenon ever beheld. We shall have glimpses of this how in the third and fourth parts of this work, where individual revolutionists will pass before our eyes. In this part we will only try to give an account of the most significant events of the stormy years 1905 and 1906, the years of the Great Revolution. Prior to 1905, beginning with 1898 to 99, there were numerous and picturesque movements that created a great sensation, shaking the Russian citizen from his apathetic drowsiness, and causing the government to tighten its grip over the country. All these movements, however, seemed to be rather of a sporadic character, and only the ardent believers in the revolution, who unconsciously projected their burning desires into reality, considered them harbingers of a very near storm. The winter of 1898 to 99 was all astir with the general strike of college students. The rumor of a dark prison tragedy culminating in suicide on the part of a political prisoner, had spread in intellectual circles. The fact was not more outrageous than numerous other facts passed over in silence. Yet this tragedy set the universities aflame. Meetings were held in the classrooms, revolutionary resolutions were passed, the students of Petersburg refused to attend the lectures. In a short time the movement spread over many other universities. The students demanded political reforms, including academic freedom and autonomy. The authorities shut the universities for an indefinite time and sent the students home to their parents. Several thousand young men returned to the country relating the story of the outrage. In the winter of 1900-01 the movement started again. The students called meetings, protested vigorously against academic and political measures of the government, protesting simultaneously against unpopular teachers. The writer of these lines was then a student. 87. In the University of Kiev. As he recollects it now, there was no more reason for excitement that year than at any other time. Yet the students were restless. Numerous secret organizations, province brotherhoods conducted the movement. In a measure, the student movement was a political manifestation along the lines of the least resistance, it being the practice of the administration to expel only the revolutionary students from the university and to put the leaders for a few months into prison, while participation in revolutionary labor movement rendered one liable to years of imprisonment and exile in Siberia. In the winter of 1900-01, however, the government decided to punish the students severely. For an innocent political meeting in the University of Kiev, where no acts of violence were committed, over 400 young men, were tried by a special commission and over 200 were sentenced to serve 1 year in the army. We were not expelled from the university, we were only sent for a year to the barracks for correction. Among the new recruits there were many who had been exempted from military service, many who were weak, consumptive, afflicted with heart disease, one of my friends even a cripple on crutches. Yet all were sent to the army. The measure was by no means clever. It irritated the most loyal citizens and sent tears into many a kind-hearted woman's eye. The 200-odd boys, dressed half in students' uniforms and half in military attire, dispatched over the country in all directions to the regiments to which they had been assigned, were an unusual sight indeed. We were received at many stations with cheers and compassion. The army itself was amazed to see this peculiar set of recruits. The more sensible officers and soldiers were dissatisfied to see the army, the pride of the nation, turned into a place of correction. Yet, in the main, it was perhaps an advantage for the army to come in contact with so many revolutionary youths. It stirred the imagination and aroused questions. 88. Directly connected with the student movement was a street demonstration in Petersburg in the spring of 191 and the assassination of the Minister of Public Instruction, Bogolpov, by a student. After 1900, the movement in the universities became a permanent feature of Russian political life, time and, again cooperating with the labor movement and resulting in street demonstrations. The labor movement was stronger in the western portions of the empire, among the Jews, the Poles, the Lets, but social democratic and social revolutionary organizations existed practically in all industrial centers. The revolutionary organizations were coming in ever closer contact with the working population, spreading revolutionary literature, organizing industrial strikes as a means of bettering the conditions of labor, calling secret meetings and, on rare occasions, organizing street demonstrations. It must be remembered that under the reign of bureaucracy, all peaceful social activities necessarily became of revolutionary significance. A strike for higher wages is in itself a peaceful undertaking, the strikers, however, being persecuted as criminals and rioters and the leaders being punished with imprisonment. Every strike invariably turned into a protest against the bureaucratic order. A lecture on the merits of a constitutional order or a meeting discussing the necessity of labor legislation contains hardly any elements of rebellion, but a meeting or a lecture of this kind held in a secret place, in the fields or in the woods, with revolutionary watchmen standing guard, with audience and lecturer assembling by stealth under all possible precautions, with police and gendarmerie searching the fields or the woods to break up the meeting with bayonets and whips, becomes a daring revolutionary act. Still more daring was a street demonstration under the red flag. Cossacks and mounted police were ready to tread the demonstrators under the feet of their horses, saber and gun and whip worked mercilessly. 89. And hardly any demonstration passed without leaving a number of wounded. These measures on the side of the government, undertaken with blind obstinacy and carried out with ever-growing ferocity, were by no means able to quell the movement. They only bred the spirit of hatred and gave birth to a renewal of terroristic acts, especially by members of the Social Revolutionary Party. In the spring of 1902, the Minister of the Interior, Sepyugin, was assassinated by a member of this party, a Kiev student, who had served his term of correction in the army. The student was sentenced to death and executed. The same spring, Governor von Wall ordered the participants in a May demonstration in Vilna to be flogged. One of the workingmen afterwards made an attempt on his life and was hanged. In the spring of 1902, the peasants were heard from. In the provinces of Poltava and Kharkov 69 estates of large landowners were looted, set on fire and partly destroyed by revolting peasants. The movement was not organized at all. It started with elemental force, spread like wildfire from village to village and in a few days turned thousands of humble villagers into furious rebels. The procedure was nearly everywhere alike. The peasants came to the landlords, complained that times were hard, and asked to be given grain and fodder free of charge. The landlords not being inclined to part with their property, the peasants, sometimes several hundred in number, practically entire communities, assembled, opened the granaries and took all they could get hold of. From the houses of the landlords pieces of furniture, sewing machines, women's dresses and kitchen utensils were taken by the peasants. Everything else they destroyed and burned. The hordes of rebels acted with full assurance, so it is written in the booklets, many of them said. Many peasants spoke of a new 90. Law permitting them to divide the land among the people. Such is the will of His Majesty the Tsar / was an opinion frequently uttered. When detachments of cavalry and infantry appeared on the scene of the rebellion, the peasants did not believe the soldiers would fire. "We are no Chinese," they said, "we are Orthodox Russian people." Yet the soldiers did fire, 2 peasants were killed, many were wounded, and numbers of rebels were punished with rods in the streets of the villages. 1,098 mujiks were arrested, and an indemnity of 800,000 rubles was imposed on the rebellious communities. It is worthwhile quoting one of the witnesses at the trial of the rebels. The witness, a village reeve, who had not participated in the rebellion, stated, "The share of land held by a peasant in my village is not more than 2 desatin. Last year the crops were bad and towards spring there was a shortage of bread. We had very little food for our families and no fodder for the cattle. The rent is going up from year to year. 5 years ago we used to pay for a desatin 6 to 8 rubles, today we pay 12 to 19 rubles for a desatin of the same quality. As to our own land, it is mostly sandy and infertile." It was sheer necessity, the elementary hunger of the unreasoning savage, that threw the peasants upon the rich estates. Here they saw foodstuffs in abundance. Here they could appease their hunger. The allusion to the will of the Tsar and the *new law was only a justification of this primitive impulse. Back in the minds of the rebels there may have lingered the old peasant belief, the earth is God's and the people's. It must be noted that the extremist revolutionary party working among the peasants, the party of the socialist revolutionists, did urge the peasants to attack estates, rob and burn. This they did of their own accord. The government saw that something must be done. It 91. Organized a special commission to investigate the needs of the agricultural industry with branches in every county. Contrary to its custom, it allowed representatives of the Zemstvo and other persons known in the communities, to join THFE commissions along with the governmental officials. These commissions gave the liberals and radicals of the Zemstvo an opportunity to express their views in public. The majority of the commissions, though strictly controlled by local authorities, recommended progressive measures, adherence to the law on the part of the administration, decrease in taxes, expansion of the peasants' land holdings through stated, etc. Some commissions were almost revolutionary in their assertions and sharp in their accusations against the government. The proceedings of the commissions occupied for a time the center of public attention. The commissions were legal bodies. Their members were no uplifters. Yet they revealed with convincing clearness the crisis in Russian life. They strengthened the constitutional aspirations of the intellectuals and gave a new stimulus to the Zemstvo opposition. It was due to this commission that a secret convention of Zemstvo representatives was held in 1902, its aim being to outline a uniform policy for all the Zemstvo members participating in the commissions. Great as was the political influence of the proceedings of the commission branches over the country, its role in relieving the agrarian crisis was next to naught. The government did not like the measures urged by the commission. On March 12, 1903, it abandoned the mutual responsibility of the village communities for the redemption payments. This was a shadow of a reform, and gave little comfort to the peasants. The following May, as if to balance the concession, the government established in the villages a mounted constabulary with unlimited power to safeguard decency, peace, and order. The 92. Constabulary was more than a shadow, it greatly discomfited the peasants. Rural Russia was hardly satisfied. As early as April 1, 91, a press correspondent writes from the province of Voronezh, "The air is charged with evil bodings, every night the horizon is illuminated with distant fires, a bloody fog is creeping over the earth, it is as if a storm were impending, it is so hard to breathe and to live. The mujik is sullenly silent, and when he begins to talk, he makes you shiver." In 1903-04 his mood was still less cheerful. The year 1902 witnessed peasant revolts in the provinces of Cherson, Yekaterinoslav, Bessarabia, Chernigov, Saratov, Perm, Volyn. The reverberation of these revolts was felt far and near. Simultaneously, the labor movement was growing in scope. Revolutionary ideas were finding their way into practically every factory. Demonstrations of workingmen became more frequent in the summer of 1903. A wave of political strikes, accompanied by large mass meetings, rolled suddenly over southwestern Russia, calling tens of thousands of workingmen from their factories and shops. The strike, joined in by many railroad employees and streetcar conductors, was unexpected and unprepared. It was one of those spontaneous outbursts that nobody could foresee and nobody was able to direct. It died out as suddenly as it sprang up. It only indicated that a process of great momentum was going on in the depths of the masses. The revolutionary underground press was now working strenuously, feverishly, criticizing, commenting, spreading revolutionary news. Life was becoming colorful, exciting, absorbing, yet the legal * public press, half strangled by the censor, could not mention any of the most thrilling political events, nor could it comment on the most vital timely topics. It, therefore, was a convenience for the public to learn the truth from under. 93. Ground publications. Revolutionary literature began to find its way among all classes of Russian intellectuals as well as into the heart of the masses. The police and the gendarmerie had their hands full, searching private residences, arresting presses, confiscating loads of literature. In spite of all this, the press grew incessantly. The most widely known publications of this time were the Emancipation, organ of the Zemstvo group of a similar name, the Spark, organ of the Social Democrats, and the Revolutionary Russia, organ of the Social Revolutionists. Proclamations were issued on every occasion, numbering hundreds of thousands of copies yearly. The government had one ingenious method of averting public attention from the most vital problems, a pogrom. In April 1903, it staged the pogrom in Chisinau, Bessarabia, where scores of Jews were killed and mutilated by the mob and entire streets were looted. The pogrom was unprecedented in cruelty and bloodshed. It aroused a storm of indignation abroad, but in Russia itself hardly any comment was permitted. The progressive Russian, however, easily recognized the mysterious hand behind the mob. We all knew that police officers were everywhere connected with the underworld, with criminals, ex-convicts and other representatives of the slums. We knew that one hint from the police was sufficient to let loose all these dark forces. We had heard about proclamations spread in the saloons and cheap restaurants of Chisinau summoning people * to take the law in their own hands. We were fully aware, on the other hand, that where the government really wished to stop riots or mob robberies, it succeeded in a few moments. In Chisinau, the pogrom lasted for 3 days, and nothing was done by the civil or military authorities to stop murder. Putting these facts together, it was easy to draw conclusions. Autocratic Russia hardly gained in prestige by the Chisinau slaughter. Chapter 9. Under the shadow of war. Early in 1904 the Russo-Japanese War began. The war was unpopular. Nobody believed Russia had vital interests to defend in the Far East. The mystery covering all the actions of the Russian administrators in Manchuria, and the fact that the press was never permitted to criticize those actions, only added to the mistrust. In the first days of the war, small patriotic street demonstrations were arranged, which aroused no enthusiasm. Soon the consequences of the war began to be felt, business underwent a crisis, credit fell off, taxes became heavier. The toll of human lives was keenly felt in agriculture. Later the defeats began, shameful, humiliating defeats. The attack on the Russian fleet in Port Arthur, the Battle of Yalu, the Liaoyang Battle, the Mukden Battle, the fall of Port Arthur, the destruction of the battle fleet near Tsushima, all this made a tremendous impression on the Russian people. Here were no theories, here were facts. Russia had a population of 30 millions, her budget amounted to 2 billions of rubles, she had at her disposal 1,600 battalions and 5,300 field pieces. Japan had a population of 45 millions and a budget of less than 60 millions of rubles, and her army was smaller. At the beginning of the war official Russia was certain of victory. We shall cover them with our caps. proudly declared the patriotic press. Even the liberal opposition believed in an ultimate victory of Russian arms. After all, Japan was only a little mops trying to bite the leg of a huge Saint Bernard dog, wrote the Courier of Europe in the spring of 1904. Many. 94. Under the shadow of war, 95 other liberal publications were of the same opinion. The revolutionists alone predicted defeat, but their predictions were based merely on general assumptions of Russian administrative corruption. The events surpassed all expectations. The Russian army, the iron hand of the great empire, the pride of autocratic Russia, turned out to be as brittle as clay. The commanders had no knowledge of the country, no maps, no plans laid out, no courage or foresight. The soldiers were ill-fed, ill-treated, and ill-kept in far, inhospitable Manchuria. Criminal negligence was equaled only by criminal ignorance. Stories, one wilder than the other, were told in Russia, characterizing the helplessness, inefficiency, and cruelty of the men higher up, and every story proved to be true. On September 19, 1904, General Kuropatkin, the commander-in-chief, issued an order to the army. 7 months ago, the order says, the enemy treacherously attacked us without a formal war declaration. Many heroic deeds have since been performed by the Russian armies on land and sea, which the fatherland may be justly proud of. Still the enemy is not yet prostrate in the dust before our feet. On the contrary, he cherishes thoughts of a complete victory over us. Excess in numbers and favorable location have hitherto given him a free hand in choosing the time and place for attacks. Now, however, the long-looked-for moment has arrived when we can advance and launch an attack on our foe. The time has arrived when we will compel the Japanese to obey our will. The forces of our Manchurian armies are strong enough for a bold offensive. A few days later General Kuropatkin took the offensive and suffered a dreadful defeat, losing 50,000 men and 43 cannon. All this was a revelation for Russia. Not even the revolutionists had believed the decay of the old regime. M. Pavlovic, Our Foreign Relations and the Russo-Japanese War. In the series Social Movements in Russia, Volume 2, p. 36. 96. Would become so apparent. Had the war been conducted on Russian territory, the defeats might have aroused hatred towards the enemy and, perhaps, despair. As it was, thinking Russia experienced only a malicious gladness at the sight of the blunders of the hated administration. The war was a practical method of political instruction, a very expensive object lesson as to the inherent meanness of irresponsible bureaucracy. Thinking Russia realized now that a modern army was part and parcel of the people, that where social forces were hampered in their development, armed forces could hardly be effective. The formidable Russian chinovnik, the rigid disciplinarian, the strict pedant, the horror of his subordinates, suddenly lost his prestige. He could not amount to much if he was unable to preserve the honor of the army. A paper like Novoye Vremya, usually a mouthpiece of the administration, wrote in December, 1904, in heaven's name, do not imagine that we mean to suggest that there is any lack of administrators, any lack of rigor. We have enough administrators, and too much rigor. All this, however, is no security, it is only a fiction of security. In Europe things are different. There, the bureaucracy itself is vigilantly guarded by the thousand eyes of the public Argus. Where the nation controls the affairs of the state, serious abuses are unthinkable, inactivity or idle, useless activity impossible. In Russia, on the contrary, the pernicious custom prevails of washing our linen at home. This sluttishness is the very heart of our tragedy. Every one of our departments is a home by itself, airtight and admitting nobody. For generations and generations the dirty linen has accumulated in those homes, stuffing every corner and thwarting the finest machinery. Every department is a kind of Port Arthur, inaccessible to the public. What has the public known about our battle fleet? Nothing. Every effort to substitute a certain amount of knowledge for ignorance has suffered a lamentable fate. Under the shadow Of War 97. The Novoye Vremya, in spite of its servility, was very sensitive to the prevailing trends of mind in TK public. Yet, in the first months of the war, the public was silent. It seemed to be in a pensive mood. It had to digest the events. It observed, it listened, it devoured the newspapers, it discussed the facts in private circles, but it did not stir. Rural Russia became also an ardent reader of the press. Village and town alike were absorbed in the great drama. The grip of the administration was tighter than ever. Von Plehve was now Minister of the Interior and dictator. He put his heavy hand on the Zemstvos, filled the prisons with new hosts of political suspects, curbed the press with unparalleled fierceness, spread a net of agents provocateurs among the revolutionists and liberal society, increased the burdens of restrictions for the Finns, the Poles, the Jews. Russia was going through the severest reaction she had experienced since the reign of Alexander III. Plehve's idea was to nip every movement in its bud, to keep dead silence everywhere. And he succeeded. The Russia of early 1904 seemed to be much more restrained than the Russia of 2 years before. In the midst of this silence a tremendous event occurred. On July 15, 1904, Sazonov, the socialist revolutionist, threw a bomb under the wheels of von Plehve's carriage. The dictator was dead. The impression created by this single act was ****. Attempts on the lives of high officials were at that time by no means unusual. Early in June, 1904, Bobrikov, the Governor-General of Finland, was assassinated by a revolutionist. Many other terroristic acts were committed. None, however, could equal in impressiveness the death of the sternest and most significant of Russian administrators. Plehve, the genius of political espionage, the shrewdest suppressor of revolutionary movements, dead from the hand of a revolutionary Ven. V. 98. Deta. It was more of a blow to autocracy than the loss of an army in the Manchurian fields. For the first time in many decades the government lost its poise. It decided to make concessions. Prince Sviatopolk-Mirsky was appointed Plehve's successor. The new minister declared that it was his intention to trust social organizations and establish cordial relations between the government and the public. Prince Sviatopolk-Mirsky was a liberal administrator. He sincerely hoped to improve relations between Russia and her ruling forces. He was well-meaning, no doubt, but he had no intention of granting serious reforms. He wished to change the tone of official Russia while leaving the institutions intact. And he underestimated the public frame of mind. Sviatopolk-Mirsky's declaration opened the sluices of public opinion. The press was the first to raise the question of a lawful order and real reforms. The censorship existed as ever, but it was understood that moderate views expressed in a moderate language would be tolerated. The press made extensive use of this promise. The Zemstvos and other liberal organizations became more determined and more active. Prince Sviatopolk-Mirsky was not less severe than Plehve in handling revolutionary elements. It was, however, inconsistent with his policy to muzzle liberal organizations. The second half of 1904, known as Spring, was therefore marked by a strong liberal movement. A national convention of representatives of all the Zemstvos was called for November 6, 1904. The convention was forbidden by the government, but the organizers ignored the order. The convention assembled openly in Petersburg, numbering among its members the best-known social workers, professors, writers, lawyers, men of science. A set of resolutions was passed demanding a constitutional order in Russia, and urging the government immediately to call representatives of the people. Li. Under the shadow of War 99. The necessity of personal freedom, free speech, free press, etc., was especially accentuated. The November Convention was one of the most remarkable turning points in the history of New Russia. It expressed, openly and fearlessly, in the face of the old administration and all its tremendous forces, the common desire of thinking Russia. It acted in violation of the government's measures as if challenging the government to try and interfere with the representatives of public opinion. This the government did not dare to do. Not one of the convention members was arrested. Not one raid on the convention hall was undertaken. The example of the Zemstvos only encouraged other liberal organizations to follow. The era of banquets began. Physicians, lawyers, engineers, writers, organized public gatherings under the disguise of private banquets, speeches were given, resolutions passed, questions of civil order and constitutional law discussed. The press commented on the resolutions. Several new papers sprang up, using a language hitherto unknown in * legal publications. Numbers of books on constitutional problems, formerly forbidden by the censor, were now published and read with real avidity. Sonorous voices, fresh, self-reliant, full of life, filled the * spring * air. The more radical parties were under ban, as before. Strikes were being suppressed, meetings of workingmen dispersed by the police, village agitators arrested. Plave's espionage machinery was in full swing. Yet, nothing could prevent revolutionary intellectuals from participating in the legal liberal banquets. True, the organizers of such banquets were sometimes afraid of the police and therefore unwilling to give their gatherings an outspoken revolutionary tinge. The revolutionists, however, insisted on being admitted to the places of free speech. And thus the P and the illegal Lu branches of New Russia met for the first time, trying to influence each other and to find a common language. Sometimes the * masses themselves, simple workingmen, members of revolutionary organizations, made their appearance at the banquets, giving them a picturesque air. The subjects under discussion were the methods of political campaigning. The radicals insisted on revolutionary methods, on the necessity of mass movements, barricades, violent insurrections, being certain that old Russia would not yield voluntarily. The moderate elements believed old Russia was on a road of reforms and had only to be urged by organized public opinion. The Zemstvo liberals could not imagine the administration opposing the clearly expressed wish of the people. The resolutions of the November Convention were discussed at the sessions of the local Zemstvos and municipal councils in November and December, 1904. Numerous petitions were adopted asking the Tsar to call representatives of the people. Some of the petitions were extremely moderate. The province Zemstvo of Kalyuga, for instance, expressed its hope that the best men, clothed with your Majesty's confidence and the confidence of the people, will gather around your great throne to defend it against the enemies of a firm order. Such utterances were looked upon by the revolutionary factions as aimed against the revolution, and were criticized in venomous terms. Many of the petitions, however, were expressive enough. Thus the City Council of Moscow, on November 30, 1904, decided to call the attention of the government to the urgent necessity of the following measures: protection against unlawful administrative prosecution, aboli of extraordinary vigilance measures, freedom of creed and conscience, freedom of speech and press, freedom of organization and assembly, guarantees of above measures by a freely elected representation of the people, normal cooperation of the under the shadow of warlord government with the social institutions exercising control over its actions. In the meantime, while the radicals and liberals were discussing ways and means of action, the government was getting tired of all the noise. It wanted to stop the talk once for all. On December 12, it issued a ukase, promising * responsibility of the authorities for unlawful actions, a greater participation of the Zemstvos and municipal councils in the care for local welfare, unity in the courts, state insurance of industrial workers, a decrease in the scope and burden of extraordinary measures, * removal of superfluous restrictions of the press so as to put it * within limits strictly defined by law, and removal of certain religious restrictions. The ukase seemingly aimed at quieting public unrest, but it contained no promise of reforms. It did not remove the extraordinary vigilance measures, it did not grant trial by jury for political cases, It did not promise freedom of speech or assemblage, and it contained no hint as to popular representation. The ukase was the utmost one could expect from the government, and that was nothing. On the same day, December 12, the government issued a statement declaring that all disturbances of peace and order and all gatherings of an anti-governmental character must and will be stopped by all legal means in command of the authorities. The Zemstvos and municipal institutions were advised to keep within lawful limits. This was the end of the spring. The romance of cordial relations withered away. The semi-official Moscow Courier hailed the end of the notorious spring. It gave expression to the hope that after spring a very hot summer and a tempestuous autumn would follow, and then winter would come, our genuine healthful Russian winter, with its smooth comfortable sledge road over which lightly and peacefully will glide our home. 102. Made historic vehicle, which is perhaps somewhat clumsy, but so well suited to our national tastes and habits *. It is high time, the paper adds, that we have a rest after a 40 years fatiguing drive over bad political roads. Chapter X, January 9. On March 2, 1904, the gathering of industrial workingmen of the city of Petersburg opened. It was a legal organization, similar to the Zubetov organization in Moscow. Its aim was to unite the workingmen on the basis of mutual aid and to form a counterbalance against revolutionary ideas. The program of the gathering was, sober and reasonable pastimes, aimed at physical, intellectual, and moral improvement, strengthening of Russian national ideas among its members, development of sensible views as to the rights and duties of the workmen, improvement of labor conditions and mutual aid. The gathering was opened by special permission of the administration. The leaders of the organization were in constant touch with the highest police officials of Petersburg. The rank and file of the gathering, however, knew nothing of these secret connections. The gathering flourished. Workingmen, eager for any kind of organization, flocked into it and made the opening of new branches necessary. The branch halls became attractive social centers, with lectures, discussions, tea parties. On Sundays the halls were crowded till late in the night. The workingmen were cautioned not to discuss any political questions. They were free, however, to speak of their economic conditions, of wages, labor hours, trade diseases, and means of improving their lives. The leader of the gathering and its connecting link with the administration was the priest, George Gapon. It seems that Gapon had no political plans when he founded the organization. He was opposed to the revolutionary parties and the revolutionary labor movement. He hoped to improve labor conditions through peaceful and loyal activities of the workingmen. Perhaps he saw nothing obnoxious, from his point of view, in communicating with the secret police. At any rate, he was ardently devoted to the organization and made every effort to raise the cultural and intellectual level of its members. The revolutionary agitators and the radical intellectuals shunned the gathering as a tool in the hands of the administration. Radical lecturers refused to appear before its audiences. Gapon himself selected a few score of the more advanced members with whom, privately and almost secretly, he discussed political and economic problems, read books on trade unionism, the history of the labor movement in Russia, the merits of a constitutional government and the electoral systems in various countries. The spring era seems to have had a great influence both on Gapon and on the gathering. Radical papers were now read in the branches. Radical lectures and speeches became not infrequent. Gapon himself expressed among his closer circle more sympathy for the revolutionary movement. The socialist organizations of Petersburg had to change their view of the gathering, though they still mistrusted the leader. The gathering grew. In December, 1904, it had 11 branches with a membership of nearly 8,000. Late in December, 4 members of the gathering, employees of the Putilov plant, were discharged for belonging to the organization. A meeting of all the branches was held, which adopted a schedule of demands to be presented to the administration of the plant. It elected a committee to visit the manager, the factory inspector, and the chief of police, and to put before them the claims of the workmen. The demands were not granted, and on January 3, 1905, the employees of the Putilov plant, several thousand in number, went on strike. 105. At that time the government was still benevolent to the gathering. Nobody could foresee what was coming, not even Gapon. Meetings were held every day in the halls of the gathering, where the strike was discussed, a privilege hitherto never enjoyed by Russian strikers. In a few days the strike movement spread like wildfire. On January 6, the number of strikers amounted to 140,000. Practically all industrial life in Petersburg stopped. This was a new, tremendous movement unparalleled in the history of the previous years and unexpected by friend and foe. The workingmen themselves were surprised to see the gigantic number of strikers. The enthusiasm rose to a high pitch. The public atmosphere became heated with deep emotion. Intellectual Petersburg was partly overjoyed, partly awed by the new rising force. The strike was not merely economic. The strikers listened with deep interest to political speeches. They had no political education, indeed, yet political problems were in the air. Political agitation had been conducted by the newspapers ever since the beginning of spring, and in various ways those vital questions had reached the masses. The branches of the gathering now presented a strange aspect. Day and night they were thronged with thousands of strikers. Day and night Gapon and his friends, sometimes persons from the rank and file, addressed the workingmen. The employers were firm in their decision to make no concession. The unrest of the strikers grew. In this atmosphere was born and bred the idea of going to the Tsar to present to him personally the workmen's petition. The idea was loyal. It was based on the assumption that the Tsar was the father of his people, the protector of the poor and the wronged. At the same time it was a revolutionary undertaking, it was a protest against law. IO6. Lessness, it was a meddling in governmental affairs on the part of a class supposed to be obedient and eternally silent. The workingmen of Petersburg took up the idea. It appealed to their imagination, it thrilled their hearts. It was such a simple idea. They were no revolutionists, of happy face, course. They were loyal subjects anxious to present their grievances to the source of all justice. Yet the atmosphere became more and more revolutionary. New thousands joined the strike. New thousands poured into the halls of the gathering. The spirit of the masses became more determined. Rumors were abroad that the administration would not permit the procession of the workingmen, that it would use military force. There was nothing unusual in such an action, yet the workingmen did not shrink. They only became gloomier, they clung more faithfully to Gapon and his orders. Gapon was now the idol. Swept by the wave of public emotion, he abandoned his restraint. With flowing hair and blazing eyes, in his long black priest's robe, a symbol of unrest and enthusiasm, he appeared in the halls of the gathering, reading and rereading before the throngs the text of the petition, explaining every point, asking repeatedly, "Am I right? Do you agree?" And listening to the moved replies of thousands, "Yes, yes, Father." Beginning January 7, Gapon warned the masses that there might be obstacles in their way, that the police might attempt to interfere. "What are you going to do then?" he asked, and the throngs replied in religious ecstasy, "Then we will die. We will all die. Lead us, Father, bless us, Father, for the glorious sacrifice." Later Gapon began to warn the masses that the Tsar himself might not be willing to receive them. The masses could not believe it. The masses had unlimited faith in their Tsar. It would be the greatest crime, they thought, if G. Gapon on January 9. 107. He was not willing to listen to the oppressed. And when Gapon finished his incendiary speeches with the warning call, "If he won't accept us, then we have no Tsar," the masses echoed near and far, "Then we have no Tsar." The text of the petition, as drafted by Gapon, corrected with the growth of the movement, and adopted by the meetings in and around the gathering halls, reads as follows. "Sire, we, the workingmen of the city of St. Petersburg, our wives, children, and old, helpless parents, have come to you, sire, to ask for truth and protection. We have grown to be paupers, we are oppressed, we are overburdened with work, we are abused, we are not recognized as human beings, we are treated like slaves, compelled to suffer silently their bitter lot. Suffer we did, but we are driven further and further into the abyss of poverty, lawlessness, and ignorance, we are strangled by despotism and arbitrariness, we cannot breathe. We are at the end of our strength. Sire, our patience has reached its limit. We are approaching the horrifying situation where death is better than the continuation of our intolerable pains. Sire, we are here, more than 300,000, happy face, in number, but we only appear to be human beings. In truth we have not one human right, not even the right of speaking, thinking, assembling, discussing our needs, undertaking measures to improve our conditions. Every one of us who dares to raise his voice in defense of the interests of the working class is thrown into prison, sent into exile. A good heart, a responsive soul is punished as a crime. To have sympathy with the dejected, the oppressed, the tortured is considered a penal act. Sire, is this in accord with the laws of God in whose name you reign? Can one live under such laws? Is not death better, death for all of us, the workingmen of all Rus? IO8SIA? Is LT not better to leave the world to the capitalists and the bureaucracy that they may live and enjoy it? That is what confronts us, sire. And that is what has brought us to the walls of your palace. Here we are seeking for the last resort. Do not refuse your people the needed help, free them from the grave of lawlessness, poverty, and ignorance, give them a means of taking their fate into their own hands, throw off their shoulders the intolerable burden of the bureaucracy. It is necessary that the people take care of themselves, because they alone know their real wants. So do not refuse them. Sire, accept them, order now, immediately, that representatives of all the Russian land, of all classes and groups, convene. Let every one be equal and free in the right of election. Order to this end that election for the Constituent Assembly be based on general, equal, direct, and secret suffrage. This is our main request, in it and upon it everything is founded, this is the only ointment for our painful wounds and in the absence of this our blood will continue to flow constantly, carrying us swiftly towards death. But this measure alone cannot remedy all our wounds. Many others are necessary, and we tell them to you, sire, directly and openly, as to our father. We need, measures to counteract the ignorance and legal oppression of the Russian people. 1. Personal freedom and inviolability, freedom of speech and the press, freedom of assemblage, freedom in religious affairs. 2. General and compulsory public education at the expense of the state. 3. Responsibility of the ministers to the people, and guarantees of lawfulness in administration. With indignation. A funeral march was organized the next day. Red and black flags were carried in front of the coffins, behind, a procession of more than 30,000 citizens followed. The authorities did not try to interfere with the demonstration. In a similar way the movement proceeded in all the other cities of the border provinces. The political character of the movement was more pronounced here, partly because the general level of education was higher than in the central Russian provinces, partly because the population was under a severer pressure of administrative lawlessness. There were little towns in Lithuania where 2-8. For a day or two, before the arrival of troops, the old administration was discharged by revolutionary crowds and new officials were appointed by the revolutionary committees. At the bottom of the entire upheaval, however, lay the economic interests of the labor masses. It was a strike for economic improvements that started the snowball of January 9 rolling. It was a deep dissatisfaction with labor conditions that called the masses into the streets of Riga, Warsaw, Baku. And this economic undercurrent was especially evident when the movement reached the central Russian provinces. Here, the socialist organization had less influence, the labor movement was of a more elementary character, and what the strikers demanded was, first of all, higher pay and shorter hours of labor, though they seldom forgot to add also political demands. The strike movement assumed after January 9 the character of an epidemic. There was no trade, no occupation, no industrial center in which large strikes did not take place. A conservative observer thus describes the situation: strikes are rolling over Russia as feathergrass over the steppe, outrunning each other, from Petersburg to Baku, from Warsaw to the heart of Siberia. Everybody is engaged in a strike: workingmen, students, railway conductors, professors, cigarette makers, pharmacists, lawyers, barbers, shop clerks, telegraphists, schoolboys. The tremendous and the awe-inspiring is mingled with the strange and comical. The atmosphere is overcharged with a kind of irritating electricity. Here and there lightning flashes up and disappears. Timid people cross themselves asking, "What is going to happen? What is going to happen?" The aim of the union is the protection of the material, legal, cultural and professional interests of the railroad employees, which can be achieved only when life is dominated by a demo. 124. Cratic idea. It is, therefore, the primary and most urgent task of the Union to demand the creation of conditions making the unhampered development of democratic ideas possible. As a logical means to this, the Union demands that representatives of the people be immediately called on the principle of universal, equal, direct, and secret suffrage, without discrimination as to sex, nationality or creed. The Central Union was a great revolutionary factor in 1905. It followed the tactics of ignoring legal restrictions of press, speech, and assemblage. It openly called meetings, conventions, and conferences, it published resolutions in the newspapers, it conducted a vigorous campaign for a constituent assembly, and such was the confusion of the government, that it did not interfere. The Central Union was not socialistic in its program, although it included many socialist members, yet its character was far more radical than the Zemstvos and the municipal councils. In fact, the Central Union held the balance between the extreme revolutionists, the Social Democrats and Social Revolutionists, and the liberal Zemstvos. Chapter 12 continued. The wealthy industrial classes were by no means radical. They had lived in harmony with the old administration, which tried to make them concessions and to satisfy their wants. However, they were not vitally connected with absolutism, and they were vitally interested in political reforms opening brighter prospects for industrial progress. January 9 and the following months of political unrest stimulated the representatives of industry and commerce to join the movement. On January 31, 1905, the Petersburg Manufacturers Association adopted the text of a memorandum to be presented to the Minister of Finance. The memorandum reads in part, "The industrial prosperity of the end of the last decade was soon superseded by a crisis and a state of depression which made it quite manifest that industry cannot flourish where the masses suffer privation, that a healthy growth of industry depends first of all and above all upon the purchasing power of the people. The metal industry, stimulated by government orders and the influx of foreign capital, soon came to the conclusion that its future and even its present depends upon the consumption of iron by the people. Such consumption presupposes the growth of popular welfare, the spreading of education, the development of trades, the radical reconstruction of the life of the rural population, which is now downtrodden, economically ruined and poor." The Moscow Manufacturers Association stated, "Industry is intimately connected with a stable legal order, with guaranteed personal freedom and freedom of personal initiative, with freedom of knowledge and scientific." 125. 126. Truths with public education of the masses supplying industry with labor which is the less productive, the more ignorant it is. The backwardness of Russia, due to our precarious political order, has shattered her position in the world market and turned her into a secondary factor. There is no doubt that our industry and the situation of our labor classes have been injuriously influenced by our disordered financial system, which can be regulated only through the participation of social elements in the discussion of the budget. The Ural manufacturers stated in their petition, Russia lacks both civic freedom and a firmly established legal order, and this is the cause of the disturbances in our industrial system. Backwardness of legislation is most keenly felt by agile and sensitive industry. Thus, the reform of our stock legislation has been pending for more than 30 years, the revision of the passport system has required 45 years and still is not completed in its main part. The new note regulations were a result of 12 commissions covering 55 years. The land regulations on the Ural took half a century. The sugar manufacturers of Kiev declared at their convention, the sugar industry is directly interested in the welfare of the great masses which are the main consumers of its products. The absence of freedom of speech and press, of freedom of meetings and unions, which are the inalienable rights of every citizen in every modern country, not only have a depressing effect on our private life, but, spreading apathy and limiting the intellectual horizon of our industrial life, they also hamper the full development of the productive forces of our country. Putting together all the views of the various industrial and trade organizations as expressed in their numerous petitions and resolutions, we can thus summarize the reasons for their reform demands. They needed a greater internal market for their products, they needed more educated labor, they needed freedom. 127. Of personal initiative, they needed industrial legislation complying with the rapid economic development, they needed a stable legal order not dependent upon the whims of administrators, they needed a stable budget and a sound financial system, they were tired of temporizing with the government, which gave them orders and concessions as a personal favor, and finally they were against the bureaucracy, as people engaged in modern pursuits and hating the political oppression of their own class as well as that of others. There was, however, one more reason, perhaps more powerful than the others, for the liberal tendencies of the manufacturers. This was their desire to appease the striking masses of labor. Here, for the first time in many years, they came into a direct collision with the administration. The government was inclined to make the workingmen economic concessions, this the manufacturers opposed, demanding, however, that labor be given political concessions. The government tried to convince the manufacturers that the causes of unrest lay primarily in the labor conditions of the working population. The manufacturers replied that no real betterment of labor conditions was possible unless political freedom were granted. This conflict between industry and the administration lasted during the whole of 1905 and added greatly to the general unrest. As early as January 24, 1905, the Minister of Finance, at a conference with 400 Petersburg manufacturers, insisted on the urgency of improvements in labor conditions. In preparing for this conference, the manufacturers had had a number of preliminary meetings, where they decided that general demands of the workingmen should not be discussed as they could be decided only by legislation. As to particular local demands in each factory, the manufacturers 128 had come to a conclusion that as a general rule, it was undesirable to have any binding agreements with labor, although, in view of the unrest, negotiations were a necessity. At the conference, where these resolutions were made known, the minister, in a vigorous speech, criticized the attitude of the employees. The issuance of new labor laws, he said, cannot do away with the necessity of measures less decisive and less general, but more prompt and more easily realized. The minister urged the manufacturers to comply with the wishes and hopes of the government, the press, and public opinion. The manufacturers gave no definite promise. The government appointed a commission on labor conditions which was to lay out a plan of concessions to labor at the expense of the manufacturers. This excited the opposition of capital. Industry cannot work at a loss, the Petersburg Manufacturers Association declared in a memorandum, neither can it be actuated by motives of charity. Industry is working under a hard strain and is giving as much as it can. The appeal to the manufacturers to satisfy labor demands gives ground to the assumption that the economic conditions of the workingmen are looked upon as one of the main factors in creating the recent disturbances. This opinion, however, is erroneous. Not even a full satisfaction of all labor demands would be able to restore peace and order, the labor movement having its source not in the consciousness of economic difficulties, but in the influence of the environment. The attitude of the Petersburg manufacturers is more clearly expressed in another memorandum. No concessions to labor in particular points, nor a general revision of the labor laws, the memorandum reads, can appease the restless laborers. The real and only effective means of quieting the labor movement in the future, or at least of diminishing its present acuteness, is through reforms of a general political character. 129. What are the manufacturers alone in a position to do for the improvement of labor conditions? The iron manufacturers asked in a memorandum. At the best, they could give up their legitimate incomes from capital and turn them over to labor to improve its conditions, i.e., they could turn industry into charity. The iron manufacturers see another way out of the difficulty, namely fundamental reforms, as urged by the Zemstvo representatives, by the municipal councils and various other groups and classes. The same attitude was held by the manufacturers all over the country. In many instances capital was disquieted not only on account of the economic concessions demanded, but because the revolts were a menace to the very existence of their enterprises. A greater menace than the labor movement is for the sugar industry the approaching storm of peasant revolts, the sugar manufacturers declared. Armed forces may be able to protect manufacturers in the cities against the increasing labor movement, detachments of soldiers may guard the urban industrial concerns against the violence of a riotous mob. But what could be strong enough to protect our factories and estates, scattered over the immense stretches of our country? The government, however, saw in economic concessions an effective means to restore order. Minister of Finance Kokovtsev planned the establishment of a 10-hour workday and many other reforms of a non-political character. At a meeting of a commission on labor legislation under his presidency, Kokovtsev, on March 16, 1905, addressed 130 representatives of manufacturers' associations. The government has been accused, he said, of granting concessions to labor without the necessary caution and of having as its sole aim the restoration of order, even if this had to be accomplished at the expense of the employees. It is intimated, further, that the present movement was provoked by political propaganda only. I-30. The truth is that if the political propaganda was able to exert such an influence over the workingmen, this was due to the conditions of their life, which are sometimes extremely hard and miserable. As organic diseases develop in the spots of least resistance, so political diseases find the most favorable medium among the exploited, the needy and the poor. To this speech the chairman of the Petersburg Chamber of Commerce replied that the only reforms which would pacify the labor movement were political reforms, as demanded by all classes and groups of the population. As months passed and the general unrest became of a larger scope and of a more menacing character, the manufacturers became bolder in their attack on the administration, which was now compelled to turn its attention to political reforms. We cannot live any longer under such conditions. The Nizhny Novgorod Chamber of Commerce declared in October, 1905. We need order as we need air to breathe. For the same reasons, the nobility, the large landlords, connected as they were with the old regime, began to urge the government to grant reforms. Fundamentally, the noble landlords, as represented by the provincial councils of the nobility, were strongly in favor of autocracy. Their reform demands did not go further than the establishment of a consulting national body to be elected by the people. Such a body, declared a convention of the chairmen of the provincial nobility councils, would give the Tsar an opportunity to know the wishes of the people and to act in accordance with them. It was the old Slavophilic idea put into practice, that of abandoning the bureaucratic partition between the absolute monarch and his people, by creating an advisory board from the people themselves. With the development of the revolutionary movement and the growth of peasant revolts making life on the landlords' estates utterly intolerable, the landlords became more impatient. Many, 131, of them began to criticize the inefficiency of the administration and to demand thoroughgoing reforms. Let us now pause for a moment and cast a glance over Russia as she appeared towards the autumn of 1905. A tremendous social and political unrest, an incessant shaking of all the foundations of life. Strikes of workingmen spreading, surging up, disappearing and spreading again, strikes of a political character culminating in demands for an 8-hour workday and higher wages, strikes of an economic character ending with the demand for a constituent assembly on the basis of general, equal, direct, and secret suffrage, strikes of peasant workers in the rural districts ending with attacks on the property of landlords, strikes of railroads tying up for a while the traffic in portions of the country. Street demonstrations in the cities, accompanied by rifle fire of the police and the soldiers, revolts in the village, with burning corn stacks and noble mansions illuminating the horizon at night, with thousands of peasants killed, wounded, or imprisoned. Endless meetings of workingmen, of intellectuals, of manufacturers, of landowners, of peasants, clamoring, criticizing, condemning, demanding. Endless encounters with the police and the military forces in village and town, resulting sometimes in the construction of barricades, in organized armed resistance. Defeats on the battlefields and then a shameful peace with the loss of Russian territory. Shaken finances, shaken credit, shaken confidence in the administration. The army still remained loyal, but on June 14, the battleship Potyomkin, cruising on the Black Sea, hoisted a red flag. The crew captured the officers and hastened to the support of Odessa's strikers then in sharp conflict with the administration. The Potyomkin, joined by a battle cruiser, soon surrendered to the superior force of the loyal navy, but the rebellion was of great significance. It showed that the army, demoralized by the Russo-Japanese war /132, and influenced by the revolutionists, was not perfectly safe. The demands, economic and political, varied in radicalism. There were, however, two central points supported by the majority of the organized groups and factions and, evidently, by the majority of the people themselves. One demand was political: civic freedom, total abolition of absolutism, establishment of a constitutional government responsible to a parliament elected by the people on the basis of universal suffrage. Another demand was economic: confiscation of the large landed estates, creation of a land fund to supply the needy peasants with land for a moderate rent. As to the mode of confiscation, the socialist parties demanded that the land be taken away from the owners without compensation, while the moderate groups insisted that the landowners should be remunerated from the state treasury for the loss of their land. Late in the summer of 1905 the Peasant Union was organized, a loose representation of certain groups of revolutionary peasants in various provinces. The Union also demanded the confiscation of the landed estates. It made, however, no general statement as to the mode of expropriation, admitting that under certain circumstances the owners might be paid for their land. Confronted with all these enormous movements, rebellions, and insurrections, the government yielded, but always too late. On April 17 it abandoned some of the religious restrictions. On August 6 it published the methods of election to the representative body, to be called the Imperial Duma, an institution vested with the right to discuss bills but not to vote them. On August 27 it granted autonomy to the universities. All these reforms were of great importance, yet they satisfied nobody. The main feature of Russian public 133 life, absolutism, still remained untouched. The right to pass laws at liberty remained in the hands of the administration. Freedom of speech, press, assemblage, etc., was not granted, although the masses forcibly and in disobedience to the law, sometimes imperiling their very lives, introduced in Russia the practice of free speech and free press. This led to innumerable attacks on the part of the administration. Thus, 3 weeks after the publication of the quasi-constitution, a peaceful meeting in Tiflis, in the city hall, was fired upon by a squad of soldiers, and over 100 persons were killed and wounded. Chapter 13, October 17. Early in September the universities opened under the autonomous order. The students decided to stop their strike of the previous winter and spring, to keep the universities open and to place the auditoriums at the disposal of the people. Soon the universities became headquarters of the revolution. Tremendous meetings of students, of professional folk, of workingmen, were held by day and night. Revolutionary committees almost abandoned their secrecy, having offices and sessions within the walls of the universities. And such was the paradox of Russian life at that time, that the administration did not interfere. Meetings in towns were forbidden, dispersed by military force. Meetings on the university grounds were undisturbed. No wonder everybody flocked to the universities and to the other high educational institutions. There was now a constant current of ideas, feelings, and plans between the universities and the workshops, the railroad stations, the printing presses. Here, in the abodes of learning, slogans were formulated, tactics were decided upon, plans were elaborated. The floods of revolutionary energy were rising higher and higher. The air was charged with storm. Soon the general October strike began. Nobody had organized it. Nobody had planned it. Nobody could have foreseen it. It came spontaneously. It spread with elemental force, and soon the entire country was in the grip of this enormous movement. It started with a strike of typographical employees in Moscow. By September 24, there were on strike 50. The Second Act. 135. Presses with 5,900 workingmen. The strikers gathered in the streets, the police dispersed them, shooting and killing. On October 2 their Petersburg comrades of the same trade went on a sympathetic strike. On October 7, the railroads of the Moscow net began to stop work one after the other. Spasms of the heart began, as the Moissaye Vremya expressed it. The strike spread on October 7 over the Moscow-Kazan line, on October 8 over the Moscow-Yaroslav, Moscow-Nizhny Novgorod and Moscow-Kursk lines, on October 9 over the Moscow-Kiev-Voronezh and the Moscow-Brest lines. Simultaneously various trades and professions went on strike. On October 10, the Nicholas line, connecting Petersburg with Moscow, stopped. In a few days the railroad strike spread from the center to the periphery of the enormous country, and soon all of the 40,000 kilometers of Russian railroads, employing over 750,000 men, were at a standstill. The post office joined. Many telegraph lines joined. The tendency towards a general strike grew. Most Russian factories, plants, and shops stopped work. Office clerks, Zemstvo employees, bank clerks, city clerks, went on strike. Most of the stores, piers, warehouses were closed. Communication between provinces and cities ceased. Prices of food jumped up. Innumerable meetings were held, the general slogan being a constituent assembly. In many cities the crowds attacked gunsmiths' shops, seizing their arms. In a few cities barricades were constructed, streetcars were overturned, telegraph poles cut, paving stones gathered and used as a protection against military attacks. The excitement reached its climax. The strike was an onslaught unknown not only in Russia but in the history of the world. The strike was readily supported by all progressive classes, groups, and factions. The municipal councils demanded that the administration do something. Many city councils had joint meetings with the political organizations, including the Revolutionary Socialist Com. 136. Middies. In a few cities committees of public safety were formed. The central government was panic-stricken. The army was not entirely reliable. Soldiers and officers began to be seen at revolutionary meetings. Besides, the railroad strike set insurmountable obstacles to military operations. The post office strike added to the demoralization of the authorities. The strike seemed to be unconquerable. The government was utterly alone. Trains between Petersburg and Tsarskoye Selo, the residence of the Tsar, did not run. The Minister of Justice, after leaving Tsarskoye Selo on October 14, could not reach Petersburg by train and was compelled to hire horses. The ministers were hampered in their communication with the Tsar. The situation looked hopeless. The government yielded. On October 17 the following manifesto was issued. By the grace of God, we, Nicholas II, Emperor and Absolute Monarch of all Russia, Tsar of Poland, Grand Duke of Finland, etc., etc., etc. Disturbances and unrest in the capitals and in many places of our empire fill our heart with a great and painful grief. The welfare of the Russian monarch is indissolubly connected with the welfare of the people, and their grief is his grief. The present disturbances may cause a deep disorder in the people and be a menace to the integrity and unity of our empire. The great oath of imperial service enjoins us to endeavor with all our might to bring about the cessation of disturbances perilous to the state. Having ordered the proper authorities to take measures against the direct manifestations of disorder, riots and violent acts and to protect peaceful people eager to do their duty, we, in order to carry through the general measures outlined by us for pacifying the national life, have found it necessary to unify the activities of the higher government. 137. We make it the duty of the government to execute our firm will, 1. To grant the people the unshakable foundations of civic freedom on the basis of real personal inviolability, freedom of conscience, of speech, of assemblage, and of unions. 2. To admit now to participation in the Imperial Duma carried without stopping the pending elections and in so far as it is feasible in the short time remaining before the convening of the Duma, all the classes of the population, leaving the further development of the principle of universal suffrage to the new legislative order. 3. To establish it as an unshakable rule that no law can become binding without the consent of the Imperial Duma, and that the representatives of the people must be guaranteed a real participation in the control over the lawfulness of the authorities appointed by us. We call on all faithful sons of Russia to remember their duty to their fatherland, to aid in putting an end to the unprecedented disturbances and to exert with us all their power to restore quiet and peace in our native land. Simultaneously with the manifesto, the memorandum of Count Witt, who was destined to be first president of the unified cabinet, was made public. Count Witt wrote to the Tsar, the general unrest among the various classes of Russian society must not be considered as a result of partial imperfection in our political and social order, nor as a result of organized activities of the extreme parties. Its roots lie undoubtedly deeper, in the disturbed balance between the ideal aspirations of thinking Russian society and the external forms of its life. Russia has outlived the existing order. She strives towards a lawful order on the basis of civic freedom. The Act of October 17 marked a new era in the history of Russia. On that day Russia, legally, ceased to be carried. 138. An absolute monarchy. No law can become binding without the consent of the Duma elected by the people, declared the head of the nation. Occurrences after October 17 might have been more outrageous than before. They were, however, overt illegal acts, or series of such acts. Herein lay the historical importance of the October strike and its fruit, the manifesto. The news of the granted constitutional order acted upon the people like a fresh breeze. Masses gathered in the streets in riotous joy, friends and strangers shook hands, kissed each other, wept with tears of happiness. Citizens, comrades wore red flowers in their lapels, red flags waved over their heads. Passing soldiers were greeted with cheers, officers saluted the red flag, policemen looked good-naturedly upon the crowds mumbling, nothing doing, it's freedom. But dark shadows were lurking behind the joy, and the air was full of evil bodings. In Petersburg, the news of the manifesto became known in the evening of October 17. The same evening Colonel Riemann, of the Imperial Bodyguards Regiment, cannonaded the Technological Institute where meetings were held. On October 18th, in the morning, Cornet Frolov attacked a crowd in front of the institute. On October 18, at noon, Colonel Mean fired on a crowd in the Gorokhovaya street. On October 18th, in the evening, Cossacks fired a volley on the workingmen of the Putilov plant. Such was the beginning of the new order. The author of this work was in the closest touch with events in Kiev. It was a beautiful autumn day when the manifesto reached the city. A blue sky was spread overhead and the yellow leaves of the numerous parks tinged the picturesque town, the beauty of the south, with gold. Floods of people rushed to the city hall through the broad sunlit streets. Russians and Jews, Poles and Ukrainians formed one happy brotherly gathering. The 139 Alexandrovskia place was alive with thousands of eyes, bright, shining, smiling in childlike ecstasy. Currents of unutterable gladness swept the great crowd. There was no riotous mood, a holy feeling, akin to religious awe, overwhelmed all those masses whose dreams seemed to have become real. Then someone whispered a word. It fell on people's souls like molten lead. The word spread. A disquieting rumor passed from one to another. Something was happening, something fatal, dreadful, unbelievable. No, it was impossible. It was the excited fantasy of an unbalanced crank. The people listened to the speakers. They were standing on the high balcony of the city hall, behind them the now conquered two-headed imperial eagle, in front of them the emancipated people drinking their first draught of liberty. A shriek interrupted the speech, a cry of anguish. Pogrom. In the adjoining streets the work of murder had begun. Robbers and assassins appeared on the edges of the square. The crowds fled in horror. For 3 days and 3 nights the most hideous pogrom ever witnessed in Russia raged. The soldiers supported the robbers. Strange to relate, we were prepared for this event. We knew that the police were agitating among the scum of the city, among ex-convicts, burglars, tramps, distributing among them incendiary literature, money and arms. We knew that rumors were being spread, that the Tsar would permit looting the Reds * and the Jews for 3 days. We only did not know that the machinery would be so quickly set in motion. We soon learned that the same occurrences were repeated, with local variations, all over Russia in the first 3 days after the publication of the manifesto. There was a new term that we then learned, the Black Hundred, in its feverish search for popular sup. I-40. Port, the government, isolated and compromised, had decided to create a semblance of such support in the organization of hired patriots recruited from the criminal and semi-criminal classes. These organizations were given every privilege. Their members received renown, positions and other favors from the administration. Their meetings were frequented by high officials. Their actions, even the most unlawful, remained unpunished. They were actually exempt from any jurisdiction. Should a member of the Black Hundred be arrested by mistake, the arresting officer was subject to reprimand. In the years that followed, the Tsar himself was a member of the Black Hundred, and he and the little heir of the throne wore the emblem of this organization. Officially, the Black Hundreds were known as the Association of the Russian People and the Association to Combat the Revolution. Their membership was ridiculously small in comparison with the role they played in the destinies of Russia. It was only through the support of the government that they could be a menace to the people. Yet, they gave the government an opportunity to assert that it was upheld by the people. At a command from the men higher up, the Black Hundred committees organized patriotic demonstrations, petitions, patriotic church services, and, in case of urgent necessity, pogroms. It was due to this organization that the government was able to supplement the October Manifesto by a series of massacres on a very large scale. The slogan was, "Strike the intellectuals and the Jews," the intellectuals, because they were the leaders of the revolutions, the Jews, because they were largely represented in all the revolutionary organizations and because the practice of Jewish pogroms was an established one in Russia. The number of places where pogroms took place in the first 2 or 3 weeks after the manifesto was over 100, the number of persons killed in those pogroms, 3,500. 141. 4,000, the number of wounded, over 10,000 *. The massacre of Tomsk must be especially mentioned. In this city 150 were killed, 50 wounded, and 1,000 burned. There was a meeting of citizens in Tomsk celebrating the manifesto. Throngs of people returning from the meeting were encountered by a procession of the Black Hundred. The citizens were unarmed. They fled into the theater and one of the railroad buildings. The patriots surrounded both buildings and set them on fire. Those who tried to escape were killed. Soldiers appeared on the scene and began to fire through the windows of the burning theater. Not far away, the governor was standing on the balcony of his palace calmly observing the battlefield. In the nearby cathedral the priests continued their service. In this way old Russia showed that it was not dead, that it was going to struggle for its existence. Young Russia, however, was still confident. It began to act as if absolutism were really broken. The revolutionary organizations left their underground abodes and established themselves openly in the face of the administration. Political clubs began to organize. Labor unions sprang up almost every day. The press threw off the censorship. In many cities the revolutionary crowds opened the prisons and freed the confined revolutionists. The clamor for a political amnesty was so unanimous and so loud that the government was compelled to declare, on October 21, a partial amnesty. On November 3, the government, to pacify the peasants, abolished all the remaining redemption payments. On November 24, censorship was legally abandoned by an administrative decree. Russia was impetuously organizing. Part of the Zemstvo liberals, together with other intellectuals, formed a liberal political party under the name Constitutional. *V. Obninsky, Half a Year of Russian Revolution, p. 42 corroborated by E. Mayevsky in the collection on Social Movements, Volume 2, Book 1, p. 103. 42 The Great Drama. Democrats with a very radical program. Another part of the Zemstvo liberals, together with representatives of industry and trade, formed the Party of Octobrists with a more moderate liberal program. Many other parties sprang up which had only a short life. Each party had its organs. Newspapers and other publications spoke now in a language hitherto used only by the illegal press. It seemed that Russia had entered a new era and was making rapid progress on her way towards a happy future. Again and again, however, New Russia found itself in conflict with the power of the old regime, and as of old every step of freedom was accompanied by bloodshed and lawless oppression. The situation in Russia after the manifesto is very well characterized in a contemporary publication. And now we have been granted a constitution. We have been granted freedom of meetings, yet meetings are being surrounded by soldiers. We have been granted freedom of speech, yet the censorship remains unshaken. We have been granted freedom of knowledge, yet the universities are occupied by military force. We have been granted personal inviolability, yet the jails are full of prisoners. We have been granted a constitution, yet autocracy remains. We have been granted everything, and we have been granted nothing. October and November, 1905, were the crucial moment in the history of the revolution. Autocracy was shaken, but not yet broken. Russia was legally free, but freedom still had to be secured by the people. The government itself was not confident. The army showed signs of unrest. The outbreaks of mutinies among the bulletins of the Council of Labor Delegates, October 20, 1905. 143. Troops were partly due to the defeat in the Japanese War and the subsequent demoralization of the army, partly to the general unrest in the country. In Sebastopol the Marines organized a council of delegates and held revolutionary meetings, sometimes jointly with labor organizations. In Grodno, Voronezh, Kiev, Moscow, Kursk, Ekaterinodar, Warsaw, Riga, and other cities, the troops openly broke the military discipline, demanded improvements in barrack life and condemned the arrogance of their superiors. In Baranovichi they marched in the streets singing revolutionary songs. In Tiflis they freed from prison a number of revolutionists sentenced to death. In Kursk, Batum, and some other places they fought battles with the loyal units. The movement was partly political, partly due to a mere riotous spirit. It was promptly quelled, yet the government was not certain of the future. Who would ultimately win? Which side would prove the stronger? This great question faced the country immediately after the October strike. The government was gradually recovering from the panic. It had given promises, great and solemn promises, but it did not propose to consider them binding unless compelled to do so. At this juncture, unity of the revolutionary front was more urgent than at any moment before. The ice was broken. Autocracy was weakened. The time had come to hammer the shaken structure until it should fall to pieces. Unfortunately, a split in the ranks of the revolution manifested itself immediately after the half-victory of October. New Russia could offer no united front. Chapter 14. His Proletarian Majesty, the working man of all the Ruslas. This was the inscription on the first cartoon of the first magazine of political satire in Russia after the issuance of the manifesto. The working class of Russia seemed all-powerful. The working class of Russia had carried out the general October strike. The working class had brought the old order to its knees. The working class had not waited to get permission from the authorities, but speedily and resolutely, amid the noise and the din of the general strike, established its own representation, the Council of Workmen Deputies, a sort of revolutionary self-government of Petersburg labor. The council held its first meeting on October 13. On October 15 the number of its delegates was 226, representing 96 industrial concerns and 5 labor unions. A month later, the number of delegates was 562, representing 147 factories, 34 shops and 16 labor unions. The Social Democratic and Social Revolutionary parties had their special representatives in the council. The council was the leading body of the Petersburg workingmen, and, after the establishment of similar councils throughout the country, which followed the policies of their mother council in Petersburg, it became, in a way, the leading body of all Russian labor. The J Council ignored the existing government. It gave revolutionary orders to the workingmen of the country. It kept a watchful eye on political events. It was supposed to be the center of all revolutionary movements. On October 14 the council demanded that the city 144. His Proletarian Majesty, the working man of all the Russias. 145. Administration should provide the strikers with food, meeting halls, and money for armament. On October 15 it ordered all stores to join the strike, with the exception of food stores, which had to be kept open from 8 to 2 a.m. On October 17 it ordered the strikers, in view of their depressed economic condition, to abstain temporarily from paying rent or grocery bills. After the publication of the manifesto, the council demanded that the military forces should be removed from Petersburg, that a national guard should be established, that martial law should be abrogated and that a constitutional convention should be immediately called. Until then, it decided, the general strike should be continued. The fight for all these demands, the resolution reads, must be carried on. The Workmen's Council, therefore, deems it necessary that the strike should be continued until circumstances indicate the necessity of altering our tactics. This was decided on October 17, and on October 20 the Council, seeing that the strike was weakening, adopted a resolution reading thus, in view of the necessity for the working class to organize on the basis of its achieved victories and to arm for a final struggle for a constituent assembly on the basis of universal, equal, direct and secret suffrage which is to establish a democratic republic, the Council of Workmen Delegates orders that the political strike be stopped at noon, October 21. The Council is confident, however, that, should it be required by further developments, the workingmen will resume the strike as willingly and as devotedly as heretofore. In these two resolutions, of October 17 and October 20, all the precariousness of the council's situation is reflected. The council was supposed to continue the revolution. The idea of armed resistance was prevailing. The executive committee of the Workmen's Council even purchased revolvers and guns which it distributed among the workingmen. But, what could those arms? 146. Amount to against the machine guns and rifles of the regular army? Only extreme enthusiasts could hope to win battles in street fights against the government as long as the army remained loyal. The only effective weapon in the hand of the council was the general strike. This weapon, however, is of such a character that the oftener and the longer it is used the less sharp its edge is rendered. The council did not seem to realize this simple truth. It did not take into consideration that, without strike funds, without firm organizations, without the habit of discipline, the workingmen of Russia, fatigued by nearly a year of continual strikes, could not go on striking for longer periods. In this respect, as in many others, the council only appeared to be leading, being in reality swept by the current of political emotions. It overestimated the strength of the workingmen, while underestimating the obstacles. This led to bitter disappointments. On October 29, influenced by the actions of many workingmen who forcibly introduced the 8-hour workday in their factories, the council decreed, beginning October 31, all factories and shops must join the fight for an 8-hour workday, introducing it in all factories and shops in a revolutionary way. The argument of a few members that an 8-hour workday could not be established on short notice and could not be introduced in Petersburg alone when in the rest of the country labor hours were longer, was ignored by the council. Without debate, without careful consideration by the executive committee, the council adopted the 8-hour workday resolution par acclamation. Mr. Krustalev Nosar, the president of the council, relates the resolution could not be carried out. The employees united in opposition to it. The greatest factories of Petersburg declared a lockout, and closed. Labor meetings on factory premises were for history of the Council of Workmen Deputies, p. 103. 147. Bitten. Factory buildings were guarded by soldiers. Armies of workingmen were left to starvation. Many workingmen, in despair, decided to resume work on former conditions. The council then decided, on November 12, to repeal its decision. The government, headed by Count Witt, the resolution says, in its endeavor to break the vigor of the revolutionary proletariat, came to the support of capital, thus turning the question of an 8-hour workday in Petersburg into a national problem. The consequence has been, that the workingmen of Petersburg are unable now, apart from the workingmen of the entire country, to realize the decree of the council. The Council of Workmen Delegates, therefore, deems it necessary to stop temporarily the immediate and general establishment of an 8-hour workday by force. This was not the first nor the last of the council's defeats. On November 13 days after the official end of the October strike, it ordered a second general strike, to begin November 2 at noon. The strike was called in support of the Kronstadt rebellion and as an answer to the declaration of martial law in Poland after October 17. The resolution of the council breathes the spirit of the time. Here is its text. The government continues to stride over corpses. It puts on trial before a court-martial the brave Kronstadt soldiers of the army and navy who rose to the defense of their rights and of national freedom. It put the noose of martial law on the neck of oppressed Poland. The Council of Workmen Delegates calls on the revolutionary proletariat of Petersburg to manifest their brotherly solidarity with the revolutionary soldiers of Kronstadt and with the revolutionary proletarians of Poland through a general political strike, which has 148 the great drama proved to be a formidable power, and through general meetings of protest. Tomorrow, on November 2, at noon, the workingmen of Petersburg will stop work, their slogans being, 1. Down with court-martial. 2. Down with capital punishment. 3. Down with martial law in Poland and all over Russia. Simultaneously an appeal was issued to the Petersburg garrison to support the strikers. This second general strike was at the beginning a perfect and complete success. Working Petersburg, in a body, responded to the appeal of the council. But now the question arose as to how long the strike should be continued. On November 4 the strike already began to slacken. On November 5 it became clear that a large number of workingmen were ready to return to work. The council then revised its decision of the previous day and decreed that the strike should be stopped on November 7, noon. The second general strike proved to be a defeat in spite of the unanimous support of the revolutionary workingmen. The weapon of a general strike was crumbling away. In the meantime the government was recovering from the shock of October. After a short intermission, arrests, house searchings, attacks on peaceful meetings began with renewed zeal all over Russia. After a peasant convention, the executive committee of the Peasants' Union v.Air arrested. Many officials of the Post and Telegraph Clerks' Union were put into prison. Martial law was introduced in many regions. The Black Hundreds were doing their work of destruction. In Petersburg, the government was still afraid to touch the Workmen's Council. On the contrary, it dealt with it as if it were a legitimate institution. Count Witt parleyed with delegates of the council. Other ministers. OOH. 2. N. DO. O. O. 149. Often repealed their orders under pressure of the council. The Count-Cip's tone was that of the general staff of a victorious revolution. And yet, the chief of police of Petersburg truly reflected the attitude of the government when in a proclamation to the population he declared that he was tired of the council. The government became more courageous every day. On November 26 the president of the council, Krustalev-Nosar, was arrested. On November 27 the executive committee of the council decided to appeal to the people to refuse the government recruits and taxes. On December 2 the so-called financial manifesto urging people to pay no taxes, to refuse paper money and to withdraw deposits from the government's savings banks, was made public. 8 newspapers which reprinted the manifesto were immediately confiscated by order of the government. On the same day, December 2, new strike regulations were published by the government making it a crime to participate in a strike menacing the safety of the state or creating a public calamity. This was a direct challenge to labor. On December 3 the executive committee of the council assembled to discuss the question how to meet the challenge. Many speakers expressed themselves in favor of a new national strike. Information was quoted that the army was full of unrest, that the peasants were revolting, that the workingmen were firmly in favor of a general strike. No decision, however, was reached. The session of the executive committee was interrupted by the arrival of a detachment of soldiers. The committee, and later the members of the council, were imprisoned. The council had existed 50 days. The government was now returning to its old methods with more recklessness and infinitely deeper cruelty. The diamond suit that the manifesto touched a vital spot can be seen from the fact that the sums taken from the savings banks in December 1905, were 96 millions of rubles more than the average for the previous 4 years. This shows the extent of the council's influence with the masses. ISO the Great. Drama. October promises were in abeyance. The reactionary press was clamoring for action. How can we expect society to uphold the government? The Novoye Vremya asked. When the government does absolutely nothing, when the conviction is growing that its inactivity is a conscientious, carefully planned method. The government arrested the representatives of the peasants and the representatives of the workingmen. It encouraged the Black Hundred. On December the Tsar received delegations from 3 Black Hundred organizations, thus giving them his imperial sanction. Simultaneously the text of a circular sent to all local chiefs of police became known. In the circular the government ordered that all leaders, instigators, and heads of the political and agrarian anti-governmental movement, and all other persons figuring as delegates, should be identified and then arrested and imprisoned in local jails, to be treated later in accordance with advices from the Minister of the Interior. The reactionary Moskovskaya Vedomosti hailed the return of firm authority. The revolutionary forces were rapidly decreasing. This was due, primarily, to the fact that the army, notwithstanding numerous rebellions, remained faithful to the administration. It is possible and even probable that with an army recruited mainly from the ignorant peasants and stupefied by years of mute unreasoning obedience, the government in December, 1905, would have remained victorious under all circumstances. The victory, however, was made much easier by the dissensions and disagreements in the progressive ranks. The industrial world became disgusted with the revolution. The manifesto of October 17 satisfied all its desires. The continuous strikes and disturbances were undermining industry and commerce. In the summer months of 1905, the manufacturers demanded that the government should pacify the strikes by political reforms. 151. In November and December, 1905, they were ready to uphold the government in suppressing the labor movement by all means. They saw no end to the strikes, they saw no limit to the workingmen's demands. They had fought the movement for an 8-hour workday and in most of the cases succeeded. They were ready now to fight all revolutionary manifestations, which for them meant anarchy, destruction of property, loss of profits, and mob rule. In November, the Moscow Chamber of Commerce telegraphed to Count Witt, "Be firm, bring to a successful end the establishment of the Imperial Duma on the basis of the October Manifesto. Pay no heed to the demands of the extreme parties." Similar encouraging greetings were sent from many other merchants and manufacturers' associations. Alexander Guchkov, chairman of the Central Committee of the Octobrists' Party, declared the revolution was a return to moral savagery, a spirit of anarchy. A victory of the revolution or even a recurrence of the revolutionary crisis would destroy both our new political liberty and the remnants of our wealth and culture. The manufacturers and the financial world demanded peace, order, quiet. The fact that the political power remained in the hands of the old government was for them of no great importance. They preferred a firm government under Witt to a series of shocks under the Workmen's Council. The liberals, united in the Constitutional Democratic Party, were not less in favor of peace and order. The Constitutional Democratic Party comprised many members of the Zemstvo opposition, the secret group Emancipation, and a great number of the participants in the Intellectual Central Union. The Constitutional Democrats counted in their ranks men of high educational and cultural standing, of profound learning and of national reputation. They sincerely cherished the idea of freedom and actually hated the autocratic order. But they 152 were by no means interested in an 8-hour workday or in similar demands put forward by the working masses. On the contrary, insofar as they were connected with the well-to-do urban classes, they began to be annoyed by the constant disorder, the endless strikes impeding production and transportation. Insofar as they were connected with the land-owning nobility, they looked with apprehension on the rising tide of peasant revolts. They wanted political freedom and a monarchy on a constitutional basis, and the October Manifesto in their opinion was a material victory. The only sound tactics after the October strike, they thought, were organization, peace, poise. The declaration of more and more general strikes, the call to arms, the numerous rebellions among soldiers, they thought detrimental to the cause of the revolution. 2 strike committees was the characterization of the 2 fighting camps in November-December, given by the leading thinker of liberal Russia, Peter Struve, who had just returned from exile. *1 on the extreme left, the other on the extreme right, 2 enemies, twins, the revolutionary workingmen and the bureaucracy. Both strive to destroy each other, and both feed on each other. Both aim at dictatorship and make mutual agreement impossible. It is my deep conviction, Struve wrote, that once an actual and effective agreement as to program and tactics has been reached among the various classes and nationalities of Russia, the bureaucracy will be overthrown as by a single blow. The underlying idea was that the old regime was going to pieces not because of physical exhaustion, But because it had lost its moral prestige, because it was decaying from within, it had been deserted by its best men, and was psychologically depressed at the sight of the entire nation opposing it. The unanimity of the national condemnation was, according to the Constitutional Demo. 153. Kratz, the cause of the administration's defeat. If now the elections to the Imperial Duma were to result in a unanimously progressive representation, they said, the autocratic order would automatically cease to exist. If the guards of the bureaucracy are anxious to shoot, by all means let us confront them with the necessity of firing upon the Tauric palace, Peter Struve wrote in his magazine. The Polar Star, then everything will be clear. The people need order, for only in order will they fully realize the incompatibility between themselves and the governing bureaucracy. What would be the consequences if, in spite of a unanimous condemnation, the bureaucracy still remained in power? What would happen if, while the thinking people fully realized their incompatibility with the old regime, the guards of bureaucracy still controlled the machinery of government and were determined in their defiance? The constitutional Democrats did not answer these questions. They still believed in the human qualities of the Russian administrators. Let them become convinced, they thought, that the country is unequivocally against them, and they will step aside. There was another, perhaps less clear assumption on the side of the constitutional Democrats, namely that the revolution would compel the government to look for support among the moderate classes and call the liberal parties to power. In order that the reforms proclaimed in the October Manifesto should receive their adequate, i.e., their revolutionary, realization, the Polar Star wrote, it is necessary that the governmental power should pass into the hands of a new class, that the bureaucracy should surrender its positions. Into whose hands could the power have been transferred? Only into the hands of the Zemstvo representatives and the third element, who had been united in the emancipation. The constitutional Democrats were not afraid of the diamond suit Iskoyev in the Parstar, February 18, 1906. 154. Revolution as the Octobrists were. They were, perhaps, secretly pleased that a revolutionary menace existed. But they were Russian intellectuals inclined to substitute theory for facts. In the beginning was the word. Their belief in a word of the nation, not backed by actual force, made the constitutional Democrats very bitter critics of the revolution. Thus the progressive forces were split into warring factions. The Zemstvos, the stronghold of liberalism, were now lost to the revolution. The apathetic, backward gentry who had formerly allowed their progressive neighbors to take care of the Zemstvo affairs, were now shaken from their indolence by the peasant revolts. For them the revolution was not a struggle for ideas or principles of government, for them it meant ruin, destruction of their estates, devastation of their houses, if not personal injury and insult. The gentry flocked into the Zemstvos and in November and December, 1905, put an end to the progressive aspirations of the latter. Hosts of the third element, physicians, statisticians, agriculturists, editors of Zemstvo publications, were discharged as supporters of the revolution. Many branches of the Zemstvo activities were discontinued. The liberal spirit was expelled. The Zemstvos began to declare their support of the administration. The average city inhabitant of the middle class was simply tired of all these excitements and strikes. Just think of it. The Novoye Vremya wrote in November. Just consider the meaning of all these resolutions of printers, bakers, plumbers, druggists, conductors, clerks, domestic servants and even physicians. There will come a time when, called to your child choking with diphtheria, 1,000 physicians will only shrug their shoulders, not daring to lift a hand or to prescribe a medicine until the establishment of universal suffrage in Petersburg. There will come a time when millers will shut their mills until 155. Freedom of the press is established, and the wood merchants will refuse to sell wood until they are elected to Parliament. Some fine morning you will have no rolls for your coffee, no water for washing because somewhere a political platform has clashed with another. The servants will refuse to shine your boots because in some god-forsaken town a captain of police has thrown a boot at his servant. Try and discharge a drunken chimney sweeper, and the entire corporation of chimney sweepers from Lapland to Ararat will go on strike. These lines reflect the mood of the unrevolutionary middle class. Towards the beginning of December the labor movement was practically alone in the field. It was not free from mistakes, either. Its leaders were mainly intellectuals who had no perfect grasp of reality. The Council of Workmen delegates believed that it held the leadership, but it was rather a tool in the hands of the masses, expressing their moods and wishes. The other revolutionary organizations, the Social Democrats and Social Revolutionists, had no clearer outlook as to the future. Besides, they lacked the great authority of the council, though the influence of their ideas was extremely large. The Socialists, together with the Workmen's Council, overestimated the revolutionary power of the workingmen. There was a strong faction among the Socialists who even believed Russia could immediately introduce socialism. The adherents of this idea argued that all other classes of Russia were feeble, unorganized, that the only strong active class was the proletariat, and that in case of a victory over absolutism, the power must necessarily fall into the hands of labor, which, jointly with the revolutionary peasants, would not hesitate to declare the abolition of private property. These ideas were earnestly defended in a backward country with undeveloped industry, with no habits of organization, at I*N. Trotsky, Our Revolution, pages 245 to 75. Passim. 156. A time when the workingmen were getting out of breath and the revolutionary onslaughts were undertaken in sheer despair. The lack of foresight was natural. The leaders of the labor movement had seen a tide of strikes rising higher and higher for a whole year. They had seen a magnificent change in the spirit of the masses manifesting itself in ever new revolutionary actions. They had seen the government beside itself for a while. And they believed the great struggle could be continued in the same spirit. They called for an armed insurrection. They were going to conduct it alone. Their efforts were doomed to failure. The great national movement of 1905, culminating in the National October Strike, supported by all groups and political organizations for various reasons, was now at an end. The revolution was dead, though it still shook with violent convulsions. Chapter 15. The Third Act, Burning Moscow. The revolutionary workingmen decided to wage with autocracy a last decisive battle. The Petersburg Workmen's Committee, newly elected after the arrest of the Executive Committee on December 3, decided for a general strike. The Petersburg Union of Railway Employees joined. An appeal was issued to the nation. The Moscow Council of Workmen delegates upheld the decision. A conference of representatives of 29 railroad lines issued a call to strike. No special preparations were made. No central body to conduct the tremendous strike was in existence. No definite term for ending the strike was fixed. The bulletin of the Workmen's Council held the view that the strike must turn into an armed revolution. The Moscow Workmen's Council, it stated, declared a general political strike to begin on Wednesday, December 7. The aim is to transform it into an armed insurrection. The revolution had no arms. The government was armed to the teeth. The revolution had no resources. The government was making vast preparations to meet the attack. Yet the decision of the labor organizations was not entirely out of keeping with the situation, and the plan of a general insurrection was not utopian, as was proven by many developments of the December strike, especially in Moscow. In Moscow there reigned a state of armed rebellion for more than a week. The people themselves, and not merely those affiliated with revolutionary organizations, erected hundreds of barricades, behind which the armed revolutionary groups offered resistance. Many houses, 157, 158, were turned into armed revolutionary posts. From the roofs of buildings bombs were thrown on the troops, from the windows of houses volleys were fired on the soldiers. In a few places detachments of soldiers were surrounded and disarmed, in many places the soldiers' attacks were beaten off. The huge city was a battlefield for many days and nights. The troops resorted to artillery fire. Machine guns and cannon were continually fired along the streets. Houses giving protection to revolutionists were bombarded and set on fire. Whole city districts were shattered and destroyed by artillery shells. The number of citizens killed in the battles was 1,059, the number of soldiers 35. As to the wounded, their number could not be ascertained, many citizens hiding their wounded for fear of arrests. In many other cities and localities armed insurrections took place. In Nikolaev the city was for several days in the hands of an armed citizens' militia. In Novorossiysk the Workmen's Council was for a time the only organized power. In Pyatigorsk, a citizens' committee, encouraged by a neutral attitude of the local garrison, took possession of the governmental affairs. The police were discharged and disarmed, the troops willingly surrendered their arms to the people. An armed militia under the red flag protected peace and order. Similar developments took place in Georgievsk, Vladikavkaz, Kutaisi, Batum, Sochi, and many other Caucasian cities. In the Donets region, along the Ekaterinensky railroad lines, the workingmen formed armed camps, barricaded the stations to impede the transportation of troops, and in some places besieged the soldiers' barracks, compelling them to surrender. In Rostov-on-Don bloody fights between the revolutionists and the troops continued for several days. The revolutionists used dynamite and revolvers, the troops fired cannon and machine guns. The battles were especially severe in one of the suburbs inhabited by working men. Similar insurrections took place in Sormovo, Motovilisha and other towns. The Baltic province, where the Lettish working population in towns and on the farms was imbued with an unflinching revolutionary spirit, were turned into one great battlefield. Revolutionary insurrections in the cities were accompanied by revolutionary attacks on the landed estates and baronial castles of the local German aristocracy. The Letts proved to be a strongly organized and well-disciplined revolutionary army having numbers of skillful sharpshooters at its command. Numerous revolutionary upheavals took place along the Siberian railroad line. As to the other regions of the country, the general December strike took on less violent forms. It was, however, quite successful. Only in Petersburg was the strike comparatively weak. In all the other industrial centers the working population readily responded to the call and stopped work. An overwhelming majority of the railway lines also went on strike. In its scope, the December strike was perhaps not inferior to the October strike. In its outburst of revolutionary energy it was perhaps stronger. And yet, it was doomed to failure. It lacked the spontaneity and novelty of the October strike. It lacked the support of all other progressive groups. And it was faced by a government which had perfectly regained its self-assurance. The December strike was soon quelled everywhere by military force. At the same time the peasant revolts were still going on in their usual unorganized way. In many instances the peasants showed signs of political understanding and an inclination towards concerted action. In the majority of cases, however, their dissatisfaction expressed itself in violent attacks on the landlords, in burning and robbing. During the fall of 1905, in 19 provinces alone 2,000 landed estates were destroyed, their value amounting to 29 millions of rubles. The landlords, I60, flocked from their country homes into the cities, cursing the revolutionary movement, urging the administration to act. Then began the most atrocious chapter of the Russian Revolution, the period of vengeance. The country was veiled in a bloody mist. The population was terrorized. Hatred, cruelty, and thirst for revenge turned human beings into fiendish, uncanny beasts. The government had only one end in mind, to punish its foes. The country being full of revolutionists and radicals, who after October 17 had everywhere acted openly, the work of punishment was enormous. The government began a series of arrests. It imprisoned those who belonged to a revolutionary organization. It imprisoned those who had addressed meetings or led demonstrations in the *days of freedom. It imprisoned the strike committees and all those who attended conferences, conventions, or councils of workingmen, of peasants, of professionals, of railroad employees. It imprisoned writers, reporters, editors of newspapers, preachers, soldiers, officers. It imprisoned everyone whom it suspected of having given aid and comfort to its enemies. It filled all the prisons beyond their capacity. It sent tens of thousands to Siberia. It rented special houses to serve as prisons. It established courts-martial all over the country to try the most serious offenders, and the sentence was usually death, death, death. One should not be astonished at the sight of these horrors. They were a natural outcome of a year of revolution. The administration and the army officers hated the revolutionists as their personal enemies. For a whole year every administrator, high or low, lived in constant fear of a revolutionary bullet. Scores of generals, chiefs of police, gendarmerie officers, and other officials of rank were assassinated. Thousands of police officers were attacked and murdered in the streets. Those who were conspicuous in their support of the old regime were doomed to an almost certain death. And each death created a deeper fright among the friends and acquaintances, superiors, and subordinates of the officer executed by the revolution. There was another reason for the venomous hatred of the administrators. During October and November the power had slipped out of their hands. They, Russian chinovniks as they were, bred in the belief that a social movement of any kind was a punishable disturbance, had to witness revolutionary crowds moving freely in the streets, stopping traffic, closing shops, opening prisons, organizing meetings, carrying red flags, sometimes disarming policemen. They had witnessed all these obnoxious activities and had to keep quiet. This was quite intolerable. When the writer of these lines, who for a year had been hiding from the gendarmes under a false name and in disguise, brazenly walked in October, 1905, into the office of the gendarmerie officer in charge of his case, asking for his papers, the officer met him with a look full of unspeakable hatred, yet he quietly unlocked a safe and returned the demanded documents. The case was dismissed by the revolution. The officer was defeated, for a time. The system of detectives was disorganized. When, a few weeks later, the same officer was in charge of a new case against the same person, he did not forget the day of his humiliation. This spirit of personal vengeance characterized the punitive actions of the administration after the December rebellions. The court-martial was prejudiced against the defendants. The administrative courts did not care to distinguish between innocent and guilty. The system of imprisoning persons pending the investigation of the causes of their arrest again became prevalent. Between October, 1905, and April, 1906, the number of persons imprisoned or sent 162 to Siberia by order of the administration, in the majority of cases without any trial, amounted to 70,000. Nearly every morning a number of men, women, and young boys were hanged. The number of executed became a regular news item in the papers. More vicious even than the court-martial were the punitive expeditions. Those were army units sent under the command of a general or a colonel to punish the population of an entire district or a province or a city where the revolutionary outbursts or the peasant revolts had been strongest. We have quoted above the order given by /L Colonel Mean to Colonel Riemann heading a punitive expedition to act along the Moscow-Kazan railroad line. The spirit of the expedition is expressed in the command to make no prisoners and to act mercilessly. Colonel Riemann with his soldiers rode from station to station, killing the station masters without trial, opening fire on casual onlookers who happened to be on the station platform, entering houses and killing peaceful citizens. Colonel Riemann was supposed to unearth and punish the armed rebels and strike leaders. The latter, however, had time to escape, and the horrors of cruel death were inflicted on innocent persons. Here are a few scenes described by one who made a careful investigation of the expedition's bloody triumphs. Half a mile from the station Perovo, the soldier train met on the side tracks a large number of peasants who were unloading what remained of the contents of a freight car. They paid little attention to the approaching train. True, They had been warned by the Perovo inhabitants that Cossacks were expected, but they did not believe it. Of what use could the Cossacks be now? The goods were nearly all removed, nobody had interfered from the beginning. Why should they care now when? V. Obninsky, Half a Year of Russian Revolution, p. 132. Quoted in Social Movement, Volume 2, Part 2, p. 177. The Third Act 163. Nothing remained? The peasants had come from a distance of 100 versts. Their good humor was dispelled by volleys from the windows of the slowly approaching train. The horses and many men fell, blood-stained, on the snow. The shooting was furious, the soldiers sprang out of the cars and scattered over the tracks, firing upon the fleeing peasants. A group of peasants rushed to the left of them, through an open space, hoping to reach the nearby woods. Their hope was vain. The bullets were quicker, and many remained on the spot. Only a few reached the woods and escaped death. The number of the dead was 53 to 57. When the expedition reached the station, Orlovsky, the station master's assistant, was on the platform. When he saw everybody driven away from the platform and the soldiers take possession of the apparatus, the signal devices and the management of the station, believing that there was nothing he could do, he went home to tell his wife that he was safe. He stayed at home about a quarter of an hour and returned to the station. He did not guess that those 15 minutes were the last he would ever give to his wife. The next day his unfortunate widow received the mutilated, disfigured corpse of her husband. The body was disfigured to such a degree that had it not been for the clothes it could not have been recognized. The face had been stabbed all over by bayonets. The eye sockets were pierced through to the brain. The chin, the cheeks, and the nose were one bloody mask. It was when Orlovsky was approaching the station, after he had climbed the stairs, that Colonel Riemann ordered him to be shot. Several bullets penetrated his body. When he fell down, he was still alive. The rest was done by bayonets. The soldiers lifted him into a car, and it was not till the next morning that the station employees brought the body to the young widow. Having thus disposed of Orlovsky, Riemann in Coun. I-64 teared on the station another assistant of the headmaster, Larionov, who was on duty. Larionov was just returning from the side tracks whither he had directed the soldiers' train. Riemann noticed his uniform and asked, ****, are you Assistant Larionov? Yes. ***, come into my room. A few minutes later they came out of the room. In a loud voice the colonel gave the command. Follow me. A few steps further on there stood 4 soldiers. It was near the little ladder. Riemann shouted fiercely, ***, bayonet him. The first blow hit the backbone. Larionov fell to the ground in terrific agony, crying, begging for mercy. Other blows followed. When he was dead, Riemann, in order to be perfectly sure, fired a revolver into the dead body. Thus Larionov after his death was granted the mercy he begged for while alive, to be killed instantly in order to avoid the intolerable pain. It was the same Colonel Riemann who, searching one of the houses in the presence of an old woman and her 2 young sons, drew a revolver and said to the woman, "Step aside, Grandma." The woman refusing to do so, he pushed her aside with his left hand while with the right he fired a shot at her son, who fell dead to the ground. The boy was as innocent as any average Russian. He had nothing to do with the revolution except, perhaps, that he had expressed sympathy with the strikers. Colonel Riemann was no exception. The punitive expeditions, subject to no control and exempt even from the laws of the autocratic government, behaved in Russia far worse than foreign conquerors are wont to behave in invaded countries. To make no prisoners and to act mercilessly carried was the common practice. General Bauer, head of a punitive expedition in one of the Caucasian districts, announced in his proclamation to the population, every violation of or a failure to comply with the orders will be followed by destruction and annihilation of entire villages, without discrimination between the innocent and the guilty. If only a single rifle, dagger, or other weapon is not handed over, the proclamation continues, if only a single criminal is not surrendered, if one recruit fails to present himself in due time or one duty is not fulfilled, etc., troops will be sent into that village, not to punish or disarm the population, etc., but with the sole purpose of leveling the village with the ground. General Rennenkampf, head of a punitive expedition on the Siberian Railroad line, announced to the population, in case of any attempt on the life of those belonging to my suite, the gendarmes or the railroad guards, all the prisoners and all those previously sent to jail will be seized as hostages and put to death an hour after the attempt. These proclamations were not mere threats. The history of the winter and summer of 1906 and many following months is a chronicle of the promiscuous shooting and killing of men and women without any trace of legal procedure. After the arrival of a punitive expedition at its place of destination, the local secret police handed the head of the expedition a list of suspects. The suspects were immediately arrested, part of them being sent to the nearest prison, while the more dangerous characters were separated, taken out of town, and shot. In addition, heavy indemnities were imposed on the local population. In an interpellation to the government, presented in the Duma by the Social Democratic faction on May 2, 1908, the following facts are quoted. Between the mid-die of December, 1905, and the 1st of June, 1906, according to data that are far from complete, the punitive expeditions under Generals Orlov, Bezobrozov, Vershinin, Went, Solonina, and others in the Lettish districts of the Baltic provinces alone shot, hanged and otherwise killed, without trial and without any provocation, 1,170 peasants, farmers, and their journeymen, and burned over 300 peasants' estates, together with personal property estimated at 2 million of rubles, not counting damages caused by requisition, robberies, and other unlawful actions of the punitive expeditions and the administration. The number of those punished with whips and rods could not be ascertained, it exceeded, however, several times the number of killed. The punitive expeditions presented a picture of terrors infrequent even in wartime. The population of the district covered by the punitive expedition was entirely in the hands of the commanding officer and the soldiery. The soldiers were usually stationed in the houses of the peasants, who were obliged to accommodate them. This meant additional humiliation and injury to the population. The violation of women was a continual feature of the expeditions. Official documents record a long series of facts which make the darkest pages of the history of colonial wars look less atrocious. Every woman who was incautious enough to fall into the hands of the soldiers was subject to violation, neither age nor sickness being able to protect her. Cases are quoted where little girls and feeble old women, pregnant and paralytic women were outraged. Many details are of such a character that the psychic normality of those committing the acts are under question. The revolutionists, practically all those opposed to the old regime, were declared outlaws. A Russian jurist of moderate political views, V. A. Maklakov, could find no other name than murder for the executions of revolutionists by court-martial and punitive expeditions. I call those executions murder / he wrote, and this is not rhetoric. Let the common language call them executions, for the jurist they are murder. Execution differs from simple murder not by its arm but by its form. No motives of national or social necessity can turn murder into legal execution. Among the executed were often boys of 16 or 17, who, swept by the current, had committed revolutionary acts. Later, the number of expropriations, i.e., armed attacks on private citizens, offices, and banks, undertaken by private groups or individuals under the disguise of revolutionary factions, in reality pursuing the aim of robbery for private interests, increased enormously. The government treated all those expropriators as revolutionists and terrorists, which in the majority of the cases meant death. The Black Hundred was now free to act at will. The leaders of the Black Hundred criticized governors and judges, appealed to the Tsar for drastic measures against the revolutionists, and staged pogroms or attacks on undesirable individuals. As was revealed later, many of the proclamations spread by the Black Hundred were printed in the police department of the Ministry of the Interior under supervision of a specially assigned gendarmerie officer. Here are excerpts from one of them: "Can we tolerate it any more, that the revolutionists are in power in Petersburg and do not allow our Tsar to make public the liberties he has granted? Recently those outcasts of humanity, the Social Democrats and Socialist revolutionists, even succeeded in wounding our Tsar, the Little Father, whose hair has become grey from sorrow. Therefore, great Russian people, arise, wake up, form bands, arm yourselves with firearms, scythes, pitchforks, and rush to the defense of our Tsar, our fatherland and the Orthodox Church." The scythes and pitchforks were only a figure of speech. The Black Hundred organizations were provided by the administration with a sufficient number of revolvers to be able to attack successfully the red flag scoundrels and the intellectuals in general. The local administrators made it their duty to protect the Black Hundred. They were compelled to do so, on pain of being removed from their positions as politically unreliable characters. The cooperation of the local authorities and the local pogrom makers became a permanent feature of the years to come. When in Odessa a deputation complained to General Kolbars of the vicious actions of the Union of Russian People / the general frankly replied that he was going to aid the Union, and that he would see to it that new branches were opened. Were any member of the Union attacked, he added, he would flood Odessa with blood. The country groaned. The reign of terror drove the popular organizations back underground or destroyed them entirely. Meetings became less frequent, in many places disappearing entirely. The press was strangled. The labor unions were shattered. The unions of professionals were dead. The great hopes were broken. The fighting spirit decreased from day to day. Despair crept into the heart of many a brave fighter. From the Great Revolution nothing seemed to remain but scaffolds at dawn and prisons full of victims. Chapter 16. The fourth act, the Imperial Duma. Yet something immensely valuable remained after the great upheaval. There remained the legally recognized civic freedom and a legally recognized constitutional order embodied in the institution of the Imperial Duma. The civic freedom was only a claim. The government tried to erase the very memory of the October Manifesto. It went so far as to suppress newspapers for commenting on the manifesto. On the eve of the anniversary of October 17, a Russian administrator, the governor of Tiflis, made it known through placards that no meetings, manifestations, or processions on October 17 would be tolerated, that gatherings of all sorts would be dispersed by military force and that participants in such gatherings, not annihilated by the troops, would be arrested and tried by field court-martial. Personal inviolability and all the other liberal principles that had been declared in the manifesto, sounded like a mockery amid the din of shooting and the devastations of the punitive expeditions. Yet these principles had been declared. The government did not repeal them, did not dare to repeal them. The country felt the actions of the administration as unlawful. One could silence the dissatisfied, one could frighten political adversaries, but one could not make the citizen believe that the victorious government was right. Nor was it possible entirely to annihilate the achievements of the days of freedom. The press was laboring under a severe pressure, yet no power in the world could force the writers to return to the humble tone of 169. I-70. The pre-revolutionary period. Political organizations of a radical character were under ban, yet the masses of the population grew to know them and to affiliate themselves with one or the other in times of election. The calling of political meetings or conventions was forbidden, except for the loyal organizations, yet the old methods of underground activity were now psychologically impossible. The people had learned to appreciate open political campaigns, and seized every opportunity to appear legally in the open air of public life. Professional and labor unions were treated like so many nests of conspiracy and sedition, yet the impulse to unite was so intense and the advantages of organization so manifest that the return to the state of human dust was now utopian. The whole attitude of the country towards political liberty had changed. The people knew now that they had a right to be free, that they had won their right in fierce struggles. Even the peasants, ignorant and primitive as most of them had been, had changed considerably under the influence of the revolution. The average peasant began to think politically, to question, to draw conclusions. The peasants of 1906 were far more, happy-face, advanced politically than they had been at the beginning of their movements. Many of them were now capable of organization, of concerted action. Many had become readers of the press and adherents of radical political parties. The revolution was defeated, yet civic freedom lived in the minds and in the attitude of the people. The revolution was dead, yet the institution of the Duma survived as a political reality of great organizing power. The government was utterly unfit to cooperate with the political representation of the people. In fact, it was planning to ignore the Duma entirely or to curb it. Yet it had not the courage to abandon representation entirely. Legally, no law could become binding without the consent of the Imperial Duma, and the latter had a right to control the unlawful actions of the administration. This was the great inheritance of the great movement. The Duma had to stay. The first elections passed under a double pressure, from the government and the socialist parties. The government saw in the Duma a stronghold of the revolution. The socialist parties saw in it a compromise with the autocratic order. Firmly convinced that a new GRET upheaval was impending, the extreme parties considered participation in the Duma a surrender, a resignation of revolutionary ideas. They, therefore, conducted a strong agitation in favor of boycotting the Duma. It was, perhaps, due to this agitation that the government did not suppress the other progressive parties participating in the election campaign, as severely as it did later. The Constitutional Democrats and other progressive factions were strenuously opposed to the attitude of the extremists. The Constitutional Democrats saw in a unanimously progressive Duma the most effective weapon against the autocratic order. The policy of boycotting the Duma they thought suicidal for the revolution. They mobilized all their forces to conduct a vigorous campaign. The government, in its turn, mobilized the Black Hundred and other dark forces to help to elect candidates pledged to the existing order. The machinery of the administration was entirely at their disposal. The government still cherished a hope that the majority of the Duma, particularly the representatives of the backward peasants, would be loyal to the administration. The suffrage was by no means universal. The population was divided into groups according to property and occupation, nobility, peasants, wealthy inhabitants of the cities, poorer inhabitants of the cities, the latter group comprising all propertyless citizens who could afford to rent a flat. The factory workingmen formed a special group. Each group in each province elected a certain number of 172 province electors, who, in their totality, formed the provincial electoral body to elect from among themselves representatives to the Duma. The number of electors allotted to each group was arbitrarily fixed without any relation to the number of the voters in the group. Thus, the workingmen received very few electors, while to the landlords and the peasants were secured a very large number. The government hoped that the combined electorate of the landlords and the peasants would secure reactionary candidates in many parts of the country. The returns surprised the most optimistic expectations. The overwhelming majority of the Duma was outspokenly of the opposition. The party affiliations of the DEP***ties were, 178 constitutional Democrats, 116 semi-socialist representatives of the peasantry who in the Duma formed the labor faction, 63 autonomists, liberal representatives of the border provinces, a score or more of socialists, and only 28 supporters of the administration. Liberal Russia hailed the results of the election. The day fixed for the opening of the Duma, April 27, 1906, was welcomed as the greatest in Russian history. The country had spoken. The government would be compelled to yield to the voice of the nation. Yet, there was something pathetic in the situation of the Duma. A few days before April 27, the government published the new fundamental laws of the state, the Constitution of Russia, including the representative bodies of the Duma and the Imperial Council. This offered plain evidence that the government did not intend to cooperate with the Duma in the most vital problems. The grip of terror did not slacken even on the day of the opening of the Duma. The army of the revolution created the Duma and carried it to the front, leaving the representatives face to face with the enemy, while the main forces retreated and disappeared. The Duma existed, but without power to make its will effective. There was something symbolic about the very building assigned for the Duma. This was the old Tauric palace, for generations inhabited by favorites of the Tsars and Tsarinas, breathing the spirit of the Russian bureaucracy and full of its traditions. For many years before 1906 the palace had been deserted. The main hall had to be reconstructed. When the author of this work, then a press representative, visited the building on April 26, the carpenters were not yet ready, the benches were still unpolished, and the building was full of dust. Little comfort was provided for the representatives of the nation. Police vigilance, on the other hand, was more than abundant. On the day the Duma was to open its session, batteries of artillery passed in front of the Tauric palace. It may have been a mere accident, but it was significant. Street demonstrations were attempted in Petersburg to greet the opening of the Duma. I was among the people, listening, observing. There was gloom in the expression of the crowds. The Cossacks were on guard. The troops were mobilized. Every gathering in the streets was quickly dispersed. "Don't stop! Don't stop!" was the rigid warning of mounted policemen cutting with their horses into the crowds on the sidewalks. Nobody resisted. People took care that the historic day should not be marked by arrests or bloodshed. But there was a sadness and a grim smile of despair on their faces. The Russian parliament was opening under Cossack rule. The representatives were first given a formal reception by the Tsar in his palace, then they proceeded to the Duma building. On their way, political prisoners waved handkerchiefs from jail windows, and passers-by gathered in groups shouting, "Amnesty! Amnesty!" After they had entered the Tauric palace and elected Professor 174. Muramtsev Speaker, M. Petronkovich asked the floor for the first speech in the First Duma. He said, "The duty of honor, the duty of our conscience, demands that our first thought, our first free word should be devoted to those who have sacrificed their freedom to free our dear fatherland. All the prisons of our country are full, thousands of hands are being stretched to us in hope and supplication, and I think that the duty of our conscience compels us to use all the influence our position gives us to see that the freedom that Russia has won costs no more sacrifices. We ask for peace and harmony. I think, gentlemen, that, although we cannot at present take up this question, as we are going to touch upon it in our response to the Emperor's speech, we cannot refrain just now from expressing our deepest feelings, the cry of our heart, that free Russia demands the liberation of all prisoners." The audience rose to its feet and shouted almost in a chorus, "Amnesty, I amnesty." The government paid no heed. The government was far from sharing a program of peace and harmony. The first step of the Duma was to adopt the text of an address in response to the Emperor's speech. The address, adopted almost unanimously, was a clear and able expression of all the vital demands of the revolution, stated in moderate but firm and dignified language. The Duma protested against the infamy of executions without trial, pogroms, bombardments, imprisonment. The Duma declared that no peace was possible until the authorities stopped committing violence under the protection of the name of His Imperial Majesty, and the ministers became responsible to the Duma. The Duma demanded the abolition of martial law and other extraordinary measures, the abolition of the aristocratic Imperial Council, the establishment of religious freedom, freedom of speech and press, freedom of unions, assemblage and S.A. Muramtsev, Speaker of the First Duma. The Fourth Act. 175. Strikes and the right of petitions, the abolition of all restrictions and privileges as to class, nationality, religion or sex, and the abolition of capital punishment. As to the agrarian question, the Duma proposed that the peasants should be provided with additional land by the appropriation for this purpose of the land of the crown, the royal family and the churches and monasteries, and by the compulsory confiscation of private land. The address contained a list of other reforms concerning local self-government and the rights of the non-Russian nationalities within the empire, and ended with the following paragraph. There are demands made by the national conscience that cannot be refused, that cannot be delayed. Sire, the Duma expects from you political amnesty as the first token of mutual understanding and harmony between the Tsar and the people. The address enraged the administration. The Risi/Shinari press attacked it venomously as a conspiracy of uplifters. The committee appointed by the Duma to hand the address to the Tsar was not received. The open clash came on May 12 when Prime Minister Gormikin made his program speech in the Duma. The writer of these lines was fortunate enough to be in the Duma on this great day. Great it was because, for the first time in Russian history, the people and the autocracy met face to face, the people expressing their contempt for a system of lawlessness and oppression, the autocracy compelled to listen to their indignant voice. Briefly, the meaning of Gormikin's long speech was that the government was going to grant no reforms. The unanimous opinion of the Duma orators was that nothing short of a sincere realization of the October Manifesto would pacify the country. May 1, 2th showed that the government was far from wishing peace and harmony. It made clear that it would acquiesce in a Duma forming an integral part of Point 176. The bureaucratic machinery, but that it would never recognize a Duma acting as a powerful and independent branch of the government. The first bill introduced in the Duma by the government was an appropriation bill for the construction of a laundry in the hothouses of the Imperial University at Dorpat. The bureaucratic machinery was not going to change its course in the slightest degree. In the opinion of the administration, the Duma had to put its stamp on any measure worked out in the various ministries, not attempting to do legislative work by itself. The Duma could not accept this view. The Duma was not indeed extreme. The socialist parties had very little influence in the Tauric Palace, though a social democratic faction was formed by a score of socialist members. The leading party was the Constitutional Democrats, who preserved a calm and statesmanlike attitude in the most strange situations. The Duma desired to keep within lawful limits. Yet, it could not confine itself to putting its stamp on petty administrative bills while the country was suffering under an unheard of strain. The Duma proceeded to frame bills for the most urgent reforms. The new body proved to be very efficient. The Constitutional Party included a splendid collection of historians, writers, jurists, experts in public law and administrative problems. In a short time the Duma passed a number of bills of the most vital importance: agrarian reform, personal inviolability, religious freedom, equality of all citizens before the law, abolition of capital punishment, freedom of assemblage, of associations and strikes, reform of the courts, aid for the peasants suffering from bad crops, etc. All this it did in 72 days. Not one of the bills passed the Imperial Council. None received the approval of the administration. The situation became more strained day after day. The Fourth Act 177. The Duma voted several interpellations on the most strikingly lawless acts of the administration. They were either ignored or answered in an arrogant manner. Organized public opinion, the great weapon of the Constitutional Democrats, was as clear and pronounced as anyone could hope. Yet it had little effect with the Russian Germans, as Herzen called them. Arrests and executions did not stop. Political activities were under ban. Not even the speeches of the Duma representatives could be freely reproduced by the provincial press. Several house searchings occurred in the homes of the members of the Duma. The reactionary press soon demanded that the revolutionary meeting should be dissolved. On June a terrific pogrom took place in Bialystok, where more than 80 men, women, and children were killed, scores of women outraged and entire portions of the city devastated. The Duma sent a special committee to investigate the causes of the pogrom. The writer of these lines went to Białystok and was present at the hearings of the committee, which left no doubt that the pogrom had been staged by the administration. The committee reported that the soldiers of the garrison had been told in advance of the appointed day and that many officers had participated in the looting. Prince Urasov, a member of the Duma and a former assistant to the Minister of the Interior, rose in the House to make his startling revelations about the printing of pogrom proclamations in the offices of the police department. The government flatly denied the facts. The Novoye Vremya wrote that the Jewish revolutionists themselves were installing pogroms on their co-religionists in order to put blame on the administration. But the pogrom and the following revelations made a stupendous impression all over the country. It was evident that the pogrom was intended as an answer to the demands of the Duma. After this, when members of the cabinet appeared in 178, the Duma, the deputies, including the sedate constitutional democratic professors, greeted them with shouts. Pogrom makers! Murderers! Get out of here! The Duma was powerless to stop lawless acts. It could only appeal to the country, enlighten the people as to the dangers of autocratic rulers, and uphold before them an example of government for the people by the people. This it did in the most convincing way through the speeches of the deputies and a special communication to the peasants on the agrarian projects of the Duma Commission. And this made it short-lived. See, the days of the Duma were 72. It opened on April 27, it was dissolved on July 9. The dissolution came suddenly, without warning. The Tsar's manifesto declaring the closing of the Duma accused the representatives of plunging into realms outside their jurisdiction, of investigating the actions of local authorities appointed by the emperor, of finding imperfections in the fundamental laws which can be altered only by the monarch's will, and of the overtly lawless act of appealing to the people. The manifesto declared that because the peasants had lost hope of an amelioration of their conditions through the Duma, they had resorted to violence and disobedience to the authorities. Thus the government condemned the Duma for failing to do the very thing it was prevented from doing. The day of the dissolution was a Sunday. The representatives were absent from the Tauric Palace. When they returned on Monday morning they found the palace occupied by detachments of soldiers. Nobody was admitted into the building except the speaker and his secretaries. The shock was tremendous. The deputies, however, offered no resistance. They were even afraid to convene in Petersburg for their last session. They did not think of putting themselves under the protection of the people and continuing the struggle. This would have meant OUA. The Fourth Act. 179. Open rebellion against the authorities, which was not in keeping with the tone of the Constitutional Democratic Party. The deputies, however, went to Viborg, Finland, one where they were quite safe from the police, and adopted an appeal to the people to pay no taxes and give no recruits to the autocratic administration. Thus the adherents of organizing public opinion repeated the action of the Council of Workmen delegates whose policies they had so severely criticized. If carried out, the Viborg appeal would have meant more than a revolution with folded arms. Refusing to pay taxes or deliver recruits would necessarily have led to clashes with authorities, to disorder and mutinies. The Viborg appeal was an appeal to revolution, although the authors of the appeal did not think of heading a revolutionary movement themselves. They signed their call to the nation and adjourned. Thenceforward they were under police surveillance and later they were tried for sedition and put into jail. Chapter 17. The Fifth Act, Coup d'État. The country received the news of the dissolution of the Duma in comparative silence. The Viborg appeal found no response among the people, who hardly knew of its existence. After the Duma had been silenced, the administrative grip over the press tightened immensely. Only a few newspapers reproduced the appeal. The Duma itself did nothing to let the people know of its decision. The country was gloomy. Meetings were held in many cities and villages, but most of them were dispersed by armed force. In many instances the meetings were fired upon. In several cities the revolutionists offered armed resistance. In the city of Kremenchug, the Governor-General ordered a meeting on the Dnieper Islands shelled. There was, however, no broad mass movement, as many, including the government, had expected. In the rural communities, the dissolution of the Duma aroused great amazement. The people could not believe that the Tsar had dismissed their envoys. The ex-representatives had to repeat the news over and over again and to give elaborate explanations before the peasants were able really to grasp the situation. About 100 special messengers, authorized by various rural communities, came to Petersburg to ascertain whether the newspaper's report on the closing of the Duma was true. Thus, the act of July 9 was, perhaps, one of the most important political lessons for the peasant population, many of whom had still believed in the unity of the Tsar with his people. The more enlightened classes met the dissolution of the Duma with open indignation. The government was on its guard. A circular was sent. 180. VI8I to the local authorities ordering the arrest of any ex-members of the Duma who might try to conduct political propaganda. The vigilance of the police increased. The arrests became more frequent than before. Domiciliary visits assumed the character of an epidemic. Young and old, women and children, radicals and moderate citizens were sent to Siberia. Outrages within the prison walls, the torture of convicts, flogging and killing of prisoners became an everyday occurrence. The measures of the administration were now more formidable than the revolutionary movement. In the latter, many agents provocateurs, representatives of the secret police within the revolutionary organizations, played a considerable role. Many terroristic acts, many attempts on the lives of high officials were planned and carried out by the agents provocateurs. The administrators needed revolutionary acts which gave them an opportunity to show efficiency and devotion. Where such acts failed to occur, they had to be staged by secret agents. During the summer the army began to show new signs of unrest. Mutinies occurred in more than 120 army units. Even the soldiers of the Tsar's bodyguard held meetings and demanded an improvement of their conditions. On July 17 the navy crews of the fortress Sveaborg in Finland started an open revolt. They took possession of the fortress and fought a regular battle against the loyal battleships stationed in the harbor. On July 20 the fortress of Kronstadt revolted, many officers, including one admiral, being wounded. Part of the crew on the battle cruiser Pamyatazova revolted on the same day. On July 21 the soldiers of the Samirsky regiment in the Caucasus assassinated many of their officers, including the commander of the regiment, and began to distribute rifles among the population, calling them to uphold the Tsar and the Duma. It can hardly be asserted, however, that those mutinies were due to the dissolution of the Duma. The mutinies were unpleasant. 182. To the government, but it now felt its strength, for though everybody hated it, nobody offered serious resistance. Stolypin, the new prime minister, was the man of the hour, and he ruled with an iron hand. His was the bold statement that national expediency was above law. When the summer of 1906 field court-martial was established in all the provinces of Russia. The procedure of those courts was simpler than the procedure of the regular court-martial. No appeal was granted. No defense was possible. In the first 3 months of their existence the new courts executed 465 revolutionists, 56 of them without trial at all. The reign of terror was becoming fiercer every day. The country was silent at last. Great twilight again spread over Russia, the gloom illuminated only by rifle fire and the torches of the hangman before dawn, the silence interrupted only by the wild yelling of the Black Hundred and the *Black reactionary press. The Second Duma was to convene on February 20, 1907. Between the closing of the First Duma and the opening of the Second, the government had a free hand to legislate without check. Minister Stolypin undertook the greatest piece of economic legislation in the recent history of Russia. He abandoned the communal owner one-ship of land in rural Rostov. The law of November 6, 1906, gave a rig to every individual member of the village community to have his share of land cut off from the land of the community and to dispose of it as his private property. Thus one of the fundamental institutions of Russia, considered the most genuine feature of Russian economic life, was abandoned by a mere administrative order. Necessary as the reform was for the economic development of the country, the motives underlying its introduction were purely political. The village community had proven dangerous to the bureaucratic order. The representatives of the peasantry in the Duma, the few conservatives not excluded, had been too much imbued with the idea that the land was God's and the people's. C. 183 Carrot. The reform was intended to destroy the very foundation of such ideas. Besides, it was looked upon as a means of hastening economic differentiation in the village. The stronger peasants readily made use of the reform to free themselves from the bonds of communal ownership of land. The weaker peasants obtained a legal permission to sell their shares of land. Thus the stronger became more strong, the weaker more weak. At one extreme of village life there developed a class of well-to-do farmers possessing comparatively large estates, on the other extreme a class of propertyless proletarians. The latter were, perhaps, more dangerous politically than the members of the village community had been. But, on the other hand, the well-to-do farmers were a great gain for the administration. Stolypin expressly said that he was going to support the strong peasants against the weak. The strong peasants, he thought, would be hostile to any disturbances of peace and order. The new law was hastily put into operation. Boards of land settlement were immediately established. The work of cutting the community land into individual portions soon began. It was planned that after the Second Duma convened, it should find an accomplished fact which could not be undone. The plan did not fail. The Duma was afterwards compelled to give its consent to a law which had already brought deep changes in the economic structure of the village. During the recess between the First and Second Duma, the semi-official reactionary press urged the government to change the electoral laws in favor of the wealthy classes. The provincial councils of the nobility and a number of zemstovs, now reactionary and full of fighting spirit, sent petitions on behalf of electoral changes. The First Duma, they declared, was one-sided, not expressing the wishes of the people. Only a representation of wealth and culture could secure useful legislation. This time the government did not change the electoral I-84 law formally. The Senate, however, having in Russia the functions of a Supreme Court, set to work on the interpretation of the law. In a short time it carried away large groups of citizens supposed to be radical. The local authorities gave their own interpretations to the interpretations of the Senate. The elections took place under open pressure of the administration. Popular candidates were arrested, election committees prosecuted, party leaflets confiscated, election meetings forbidden. Party agitators were attacked by members of the Black Hundred, if not arrested by the police. The clergy did its bit to secure the election of good candidates. The entire machinery of the administration was keyed up to the requirements of the elections. The returns were more surprising than in 1906. There were elected 117 constitutional Democrats, 97 members of the Peasants' Labor Group, 83 Social Democrats and Socialist Revolutionists, 39 Polish deputies, 34 Octobrists and 63 reactionaries. Out of the 455 representatives the government could hardly muster 100. The presence of a large number of socialists made the Second Duma even more odious in the eyes of the administration than the first had been. The Second Duma lived 100 days. It was a gloomy assemblage. The beautiful hopes that had illuminated the hearts of so many before the opening of the First Duma had faded away. Concessions on the part of the government were less probable than ever. The voters had very little confidence in the new legislative body. It was powerless, and everybody knew it. It was practically alone, with no mass movements to back it. The country was silent. The only work that was left to the Duma was to criticize the government and agitate for a constitutional order. The speeches in the Second Duma were more bitter and KEB. Interpellation in the Imperial Duma. As seen by a cartoonist. The Fifth Act. 185. Full of hatred than in the first. This was in a measure due to the provocation of the bureaucracy. Prime Minister Stolypin talked to the Duma in a haughty tone. He declared that the Duma was not granted the right to express disapproval, reproach, or mistrust of the government. He forbade the Duma commissions to invite experts to their sessions or to communicate with the Zemstvos or municipal councils. Petty attacks on the persons of the deputies added to the bitterness. On the other hand, the presence of a few score of reactionaries, among them members of the Black Hundred, who used the language of the slums, heated the atmosphere still more. The Second Duma devoted less time to framing bills and more to interpellations, which were not always answered. And all the time it felt like a gay party on top of a volcano. Bad omens were not lacking. One day the ceiling of the main Duma hall fell down, covering the left section of the benches. Fortunately, the accident happened when the hall was vacant. Had it happened a few hours sooner or later, the entire opposition would have been buried under the debris. The old bureaucratic palace seemed to resent the presence of representatives of the people. The bureaucracy was already planning to dissolve the Duma. A plot was arranged. Agents provocateurs, among them the notorious Azev, provided the government with evidence that the Social Democratic faction of the Duma was organizing a rebellion of the troops. The government demanded that all Social Democrats should be excluded from the Duma sessions and that 16 should be extradited to the authorities for the purpose of imprisonment. Before the Duma had time to pass on this request, it was dissolved by an order of the Tsar, on June 3, 1907. On the same day a new electoral law, decreasing the representation of the workingmen, the peasants, and the poorer classes of the urban population and increasing the 86 representation of the landlords and the wealthy industrial classes, was made public. The new law had not been discussed or voted in the Duma or in the Imperial Council. It was published as an order of the administration in blunt violation of the constitution. It was a coup d'état. 1. It secured a third Duma obedient to the bureaucracy. The Social Democratic faction of the Second Duma were arrested, tried for high treason and sentenced to years of hard labor and subsequent exile to Siberia. The country received the coup d'état in silence. Only church bells rang in many cities by order of patriotic administrators, and the councils of the nobility responded with patriotic addresses. The address of the Moscow nobility may be quoted as typical. Great monarch, the Moscow nobility wrote, in the days of grave ordeals, through which the Russian fatherland has passed more than once, the ancient class of nobles, together with all the men of Russian spirit, have for centuries manifested by word and action their faith in the creative force of the full and undivided autocratic power of the Tsars. This faith remains unshaken among the nobles of Moscow. Now, as in former years, there is no political power in Russia equal to the power of the Tsar. The Tsar is the only representative of his people, the imperial voice of its conscience. He alone is the supreme ruler of its destinies, responsible only before God. The ancient power of the Tsar is higher in the finance of the people than passing external laws. The word of the Tsar instills life in the dead letter of the law. In this belief the nobles of Moscow joyfully greet your imperial decision manifested in the Act of June 3d. It was the old doctrine, one God in heaven, one Tsar on earth, and all power is vested in the Tsar. The nobles, the large landlords were satisfied. Capital, industry, and commerce were appeased and partly won for the government by the promise of peace and order and the Fifth Act 187 by the prospect of influence in the Duma. Labor was curbed. The peasantry was cut to pieces by the law of November 6, the more prosperous were encouraged, the poorer were terrorized and silenced. The intellectuals, disappointed in revolutionary ideas, turned partly to theosophy, partly to the pursuit of personal success, partly to dark and morbid moods. The revolution was beaten. The revolutionary organizations were destroyed. Over the debris of the great movements a shadow remained: the Imperial Duma, a mere plaything in the hands of the administration. Legally a constitutional monarchy, Russia was in reality an autocratic state. Such was the situation from 1907 to 1917. Part 3. In the following two parts of this work we shall turn our attention from the general to the particular, from the history of movements to the history of men. We do not mean biographies of revolutionary or autocratic leaders. There were no leaders in the 1905-06 upheaval. The great drama knew no remarkable figures of nationwide import. In the camp of autocracy the only conspicuous persona was, perhaps, Stolypin. This able political fighter, however, stepped to the front at the end of the drama, when the revolution lay defeated and it remained only for the victorious government to annihilate its remnants. In the camp of the revolutionary masses there were no leaders. The masses were led to the battle line not by strong individuals impressing the people by force of mind or vigor of passion, but by impersonal secret committees. The peasants, in the majority of cases, acted under no leadership whatever. The clashes, one may fairly say, were mostly impersonal. Both the revolutionary forces and the machinery of the government acted with blind elemental power. The masses hated the old regime, but their hatred was directed against a system, not against an individual ruler. The administrators showed much persistence in suppressing the revolution, but their measures were aimed at a collective opponent. Thus the historian of the revolution is seldom given an opportunity to sketch the life of a great revolutionary leader. If, therefore, we endeavor to tell the history of men, we mean by this the human material, the human experiences of the revolution. Dissolved into its component parts, the revolution appears to be a series of actions of individual men and women animated by a certain desire or idea. These individual men and women, their characters, their education, their ideas and beliefs, their relations to the revolution, are what the student of the revolution has. 191. 192. To look into if he wishes to reach a clear understanding of the gigantic struggle. In this work of reviewing the human material of a historic epoch, as in all sociological studies, generalizations are indispensable. We cannot throw light on the mental process of all the peasants or all the intellectuals participating in the revolution. If we could, it would be unnecessary. What is required is a comprehensive picture of social types, of generalized characters, bearing collective features. These types, abstract as they may be, are a step forward from the term social group to living, suffering, and acting human beings. Russian literature is an inexhaustible source of material for the characterization of such types. Deprived of freedom to develop in all directions, the Russian genius concentrated itself on literature, making it infinitely more than reading matter, elevating it to the height of a national sanctuary. With untiring vigilance the Russian writer followed every change in the public sentiment, every turn of the public trend of mind. With infinite care and ardor born out of love, he described the people, the poor masses, their habits, their surroundings, their struggles, their joys and sorrows. And all the time, through all the historic developments of the 19th and 20th centuries, it was the ideal of social justice, of liberty for the oppressed, of plenty for the deprived, that illuminated the path of Russian belles lettres. The Russian intellectual and the reflection of the best qualities of his spirit. Russian literature can never seek happiness outside of social life and social heroism, says one of the great historians of Russian literature, S. Vengerov. As a matter of fact, the Russian intellectual never looks for individual satisfaction, he strongly repudiates it when it is not connected with the happiness of others. Not I, not I, not I is the ever-recurring refrain of modern Russian literature throughout its history. S. Vengerov, Works, Vol. I, pages 204-05. 193. This social character of Russian literature, combined with the keen realism of an overwhelming majority of the Russian writers, makes it a treasury of social types, characters, descriptions of social movements in their human aspects. Many works of Russian literature are nothing else than studies in peasant life, in workingman-s ideas, in intellectual aspirations, in social and political struggles. A movement of momentous importance, as was the revolution, impressed itself on the mind of every Russian writer, and every one responded by describing one or another phase or character of those stormy years. Out of this tremendous flood of literary work we shall pick out some of the most adequate descriptions of persons or events and try to reproduce them in brief outlines, not refraining from using also other documents where typical cases are represented. See Chapter 18. I am your THIRD. God. The Russian administration was more than a group by itself. It was almost a different race. Long years of selection gave the Russian administrator a peculiar stamp, a unique frame of mind, an odd conception of the world. Not everyone could become a member of this strange organization. In the higher ranks, an ability to overlook the most glaring signs of the times, an ability to live in a realm of illusions and yet to appear very far-sighted, shrewd, and resourceful was required. In the lower ranks, unreasoning obedience, readiness to throw oneself upon a victim and to tear his flesh notwithstanding personal feelings, aptitude to carry out the wildest orders, sometimes contradicting each other, were considered the most indispensable qualities. Had a Russian administrator to be honest? No doubt, honesty was essential in the career of a chinovnik, but it was a class honesty, confined to one group. An honest administrator was the man to whom the interests of the bureaucracy were supreme. Dishonest was the official who did not justify expectations as regards relations with the general public. Common honesty was not a part of the moral code of the administration. Here the infinitely more important qualities of rigidity, of uniformity in procedure, of digging out the roots of evil were features making an official welcome in the family of his brothers. On the other hand, a critical mind, a thorough knowledge of facts, a desire to serve the interests of the public were incompatible with the position of an administrator. There is no doubt that many a member of the executive machinery honestly believed he was serving a righteous. 194. I am your THIRD and God. 195 Cause. Years of training in special segregated schools, years of intercourse with one kind of people, continuous breathing of the same atmosphere in the bureaucratic offices, resulted in a sort of moral Daltonism. Group virtues obfuscated all others. The approval of superiors took the place of moral satisfaction. Representing the government induced a man to believe he was right in all his actions. I am your Tsar and your God was used by local authorities not merely in the heat of anger. A man delegated by the highest powers on earth and heaven could hardly feel himself restrained by foolish laws, moral or legal. After all, the people he had to deal with were a poor and dirty mob, while he was strong, prosperous, resplendent, backed by so many others, also strong, prosperous, resplendent, members of his caste. He was right. He could not be otherwise. And it is remarkable that none of the Russian writers, great or small, took the administrator seriously. This cannot be explained by the mere fact that Russian literature was progressive. The type in itself was so exceedingly humorous that writers of all political and social creeds were obliged to see it in the same way. In fact, when the situation of the officials later, in the time of the revolution, became pathetic, Russian literature, progressive and radical as it was, registered the human part of the tragedy. In the pre-revolutionary time, however, the attitude of the literature was only satirical. There is not even hatred in the hearts of the writers. How can one hate an unpleasant chemical compound or nasty weather? We shall quote two writers, one a radical and a satirist, M. Saltykov-Shchedrin, and the other a conservative and a friend of the dynasty, Prince Vladimir Meshchersky, and we shall see that the types depicted by both are identical in nearly every detail. Theodore Krotikov, writes Shchedrin * was merrily passing his time in the fashionable restaurants of Peter's Pompadours, Chapter 9. 196. Berg. He was a good fellow. He was spending money with a free hand. In the meantime he was listening to the utterances of administrators flocking to the capital from all the provinces and discussing affairs around the wine table. Fyodor Krotikov made himself acquainted with the spirit of the time. Then he managed to gain admittance into important circles, made some striking remarks about the disadvantages of excessive centralization and the necessity of decentralizing Russia through increasing the power of the local administration, and deplored the fact that the higher government was too much occupied with trifles, while the main task, the inner political situation, remained unheeded. Fyodor Krotikov did not know himself what he was talking about. But he found favor and was appointed governor of a province. His administrative career begins. He knows nothing. He has no experience and does not care for any. He has no idea as to the problems of administration, nor does he feel the need of any. The routine work is being done by the various offices in the established manner, and as to general policies, their outlining requires only courage and vivacity of mind, two qualities the young administrator possesses in a prodigious measure. At the beginning he is liberal. He writes a memorandum in which he defends freedom of smoking in the streets, freedom of choice by each individual as regards the cut of his clothes, freedom of wearing whiskers and long hair. The memorandum is received in the high spheres with favor. In his province Krotikov follows a policy of unflinching liberalism. He issues orders to establish factories, to populate and fertilize deserts, to develop transportation, crafts, trades, navigation. He expresses his firm belief that agriculture, aided on one side by horticulture and on the other by improved cattle breeding, will bring the best results. He does not care. I am your TZAR and God 197 whether all these orders can be carried out. He is delighted by the fact that he is an administrator, that he has power. He addresses merchants, urging them to establish leather and soap factories. He speaks to the nobility on the necessity of setting a good example. He is very active. He visits the fire station, the prison house, the shops. He combats the pest, the cholera, the smallpox and the anthrax, and, of course, he is extremely rigorous in collecting the arrears in taxes, this being the chief evidence of administrative efficiency. Soon he discovers, however, that his orders are in vain. Factories are not established, navigation does not develop, the cholera refuses to disappear, the merchants are persistent in their backwardness and ignorance, and agriculture, seconded by anthrax, yields more pigweed than corn. The only field where Krotikov has succeeded is in the collecting of arrears and the quelling of revolts. In all other respects he has utterly failed. Our administrator becomes morose. Not understanding the causes of his failure, he puts the blame on liberalism in general. He is disappointed. He is melancholy. He complains. There is nobody to work with, he asserts. Still, he makes a final attempt. He writes a circular letter to his subordinates emphasizing the necessity of industry, commerce, and transportation. He demands a strenuous effort. For the last time I ask you, he writes, to stir the public spirit, to arouse in it a tendency toward great and daring actions. Of the results of your talks, persuasions, and admonitions you must inform me semi-weekly. But this circular fails to create prosperity in the province. Krotikov gives up liberalism. Times have changed, and the administrator changes with them. He now scents an intrigue. He seeks for hints and clues. He looks with suspicion on the buildings of the Zemstvo office and the court, institutions that are supposed to be 198. The source of liberal spirit. Still he is doubtful. He has no policy to follow. He aches for activity. Then his task suddenly reveals itself. He must eradicate the evil spirit. He must combat the pernicious trend of mind. He must fight the enemies of law and order. He has found himself. Fyodor Krotikov is full of joy. He will make himself conspicuous among other administrators. His work will be appreciated higher up. He discharges his former associates and co-workers. He selects a new set of subordinates capable of doing the work of extermination. As a matter of fact, there is no revolutionary movement in his province. But this does not hinder him in his war against the asterisk spirit. There are the Zemstvo institutions. There are the courts. There are the schools. All these are nests of sedition. Knowledge is a double-edged weapon, he says. If knowledge does not lead people to obedience and reverence for established authorities, better exterminate knowledge. Krotikov is triumphant. In his administrative zeal he doubles his activities. His subordinates make raids on private residences, search rooms, seize loads of books and papers, imprison scores of innocent persons. Krotikov's distress helps him in his work. Together they wage war against materialism, together they induce the population to go to church. Fyodor Krotikov is now a recognized statesman. The figure of this administrator is exaggerated, no doubt. Yet behind its exaggeration in form it contains a true substance. It is a fact that the Russian administrators belonged either to the liberal or to the conservative variety, the liberal having the welfare of the country on his lips, while the conservative had nothing on his lips but venom. It is a fact that the difference between 199. The governor further emphasized the fact that he was the sole ruler of the province, the chief master, the guardian of order, good behavior, and good morals. I hope, gentlemen, he said to the Zemstvo members, you will understand that I am the master of the province and that nobody will be permitted to give orders in my Komarino. Thus began the administrative career of Count Obizyaninov. Many things happened in his time, the author says, he himself, however, accomplished nothing because there was nothing in him. Questions about the character of administrative work and how to start it, essential questions full of deep, vital meaning could never be born in the mind of Count Obizyaninov, because that mind was empty. Komarino appeared to him a maze of fields, houses, and humble, bowing people. He disliked the Zemstvo because its chairman was not submissive enough in personal relations. He sympathized with the nobility and officialdom because they gave a dinner in his honor. Because of this, the author says, he considered that the nobility and officialdom were momentous parts of the state. 202. At the beginning he happened to have one honest, efficient assistant who cautioned him against lawless acts, frankly expressing his own views and opinions. This man was extremely disagreeable to the administrator and to the other chinovniks. An intrigue was devised against him, he was charged with liberal tendencies and had to go. The chief of police, Perepentyev, and another official, Maklakov, who had hatched the plot against their honest colleague, became the favorites of their superior. The chief of police knew how to please. He had noticed that the count liked to have his dog petted, from which he concluded that he would like still more to be petted himself. The chief of police surrounded the governor with an atmosphere of flattery, servility, and adulation. The governor trusted him blindly. The province was virtually in the grip of Perepentyev and Maklakov, who were well versed in the art of fishing in troubled waters. Count Obizyaninov was not accustomed to work, moreover, he mistrusted work. One of the reasons for his pugnacious attitude toward the Zemstvo institutions was the fact that they were absorbed in strenuous work. The active members of the Zemstvo did not limit themselves to office hours, but gathered privately in the chairman's residence to discuss problems and work out projects in the sweat of their brow. Their gatherings, full of useful work, lasted sometimes till 2 or 3 in the morning, and although nothing that they planned or debated was unlawful, they were denounced to the governor as secret political meetings dangerous to the government and to peace and order. This the count believed. How else could he explain people's working late into the night? He took his own office very lightly. Having only a very vague idea of his duties or jurisdiction, he kept aloof, which meant that he did nothing. He increased the personnel of his office, reinforced the police, established a number of new commissions, issued a series of ferocious orders to the local authorities of the province. I am your Tzar and God 203, one of them threatening the chiefs of the county police with discharge should they fail to collect the arrears within 2 weeks. Another order instructed the police to keep a vigilant eye over the spirit and general attitude of the population and to report on all changes taking place in the aforesaid. After this, the Count felt himself perfectly justified in reporting to his superiors in Petersburg that he had introduced reforms tending to increase the authority of the governor as a representative of the supreme power. Having put through all this statesmanlike program, Count Obizyaninov had leisure to devote himself freely and unequivocally to the tender passions. The province was supposed to be flourishing. A glimpse of the actual situation we have in the description of how the county chief of police, Ivan Artemyevich, collected the arrears in a certain village. Like a thunderbolt from a clear sky he fell upon the unsuspecting villagers. Panic, anguish, and despair surged in their simple hearts when they heard the fateful bell of the chief's carriage. The chief called a village meeting, and the authorities threatened with arrest and severe punishment those who failed to pay their share. Then they set to work executing the order. From house to house the authorities went, seizing chickens and geese and calves and horses, to be sold at an auction to follow, in payment of the taxes. Women wept, children cried. The chief himself was sympathetic. He was a kind-hearted man and he knew the peasants were unable to pay. Moreover, he knew it meant ruin when they were deprived of the cattle necessary for the cultivation of the fields. Yet he did not shirk. His own position was at stake. The same scenes were repeated in all the other villages all over the province. In a few days the county chiefs of police were in a position to report considerable progress. One of them was particularly proud to relate that his efforts had been crowned with success, in spite of the fact that the population was famine-stricken after the bad crops of the preceding year. The machinery of the administration was in full swing. Count Obizyaninov was an honest man, of course. But he could not help it when his private interests coincided with the interests of the state. There was a railway line to be constructed in the province. The Zemstvo wished to construct the line and save public money, but the Zemstvo was liberal and full of evil spirit. Mitrodatov, the businessman who offered himself to the governor as a contractor, asked a very high price, but he was an honorable, loyal, and devoted citizen. It so happened that the same Mitrodatov offered to rent the count's private estate on very favorable terms and to have the railway line pass near the estate, which would increase the value of the latter, whereas in the Zemstvo plan the line would be run far from the count's estate. It does not reflect upon the patriotic feelings of our administrator that the contract was concluded with Mitrodatov, who, as the count's tenant, secured a right to call the villagers through the local police when they were needed for certain kinds of work. Representatives of the Zemstvo attempted to argue. They pointed out that Mitrodatov was a crook, that he had no money and that the line constructed according to his plans would be of no economic value. The governor replied to the delegation, "I am utterly indifferent as to whose interests you are defending, your own or your Zemstvo's. I am the master of Komarino, and I, not you, have the right to manage affairs. Here, in Komarino, I am restricted by no laws or anybody's order. Your solicitation will be given consideration only when I find it worthy of the government's attention." The Zemstvo appeals to Petersburg, but, of course, Count Obizyaninov wins against the *liberal opposition. Count Obizyaninov undertakes a trip through the province. The local authorities exert every effort that I am your tzar and God. 205. No complaints reach the master of the province. Those who are suspected of being unreliable have to wait in jail till the count's visit to their locality is over. The police urge the peasants to meet the governor with bread and salt and offer him valuable gifts. The count is delighted. He reports to Petersburg that the rural population of his province is prosperous, suffering only from an excess of freedom in local self-government. He praises the police as the most reliable institution and recommends highly the worthy businessman Mitrodatov. A time comes when the numerous complaints before the Petersburg authorities make it impossible for him to remain in Komarino. He goes to Petersburg, where he finds that he is compromised badly. This, however, does not hamper his career. He has connections. He visits high officials. He impresses them by his extreme opinions with regard to inner political matters. He visits a powerful and charming countess who controls a powerful old prince, and he becomes an administrative star. Count Obizyanov, the author meditates, did not find favor with the population of Komarino, and there was a reason for it. Count Obizyanov did not find favor with his minister, and there was a reason for that, too. Yet Count Obizyanov did find favor with Prince Semyon Ivanovich. Count Obizyanov did find favor with Countess Rovinskaya and the old prince, and the trick was turned speedily and smoothly. It was fate's desire. Can you argue against fate? Count Obizyanov becomes head of a department in Petersburg, master over the destinies of millions of people. Chapter 19. 3 wagon loads of rods. Are the writers we have quoted true to life? Are not administrators of the Krotikov-Obizyanov type products of an erratic imagination? To answer this question we cite the following story, which is not fiction, but a narrative of real facts. It contains one of many dramas which could not even be commented upon by the newspapers and were unknown to the general public. This particular drama escaped complete oblivion owing to the circumstance that it came up for discussion in the higher governmental institutions which keep records of their proceedings. The dramatis personae are Ivan Pushchin, a landlord; Kologrivovi Wyazemsky Nachalnik; Zvenigorodsky, chief of the county police; Semovij, chief of the district police; Nekludov, governor of the province of Oryol. Peasants, old and young. Peasant girls. Soldiers of the 36th Infantry Division. Place, the village Obolsheva, Oryol County, province of Oryol. Time, 1892. 206. 3 wagon loads of rods 207. The material is furnished by official documents, namely, the record of the Senate proceedings and the decision of the Ministers' Committee. The author has arranged the material in chronological order so as to make the survey more comprehensive. Here is the story. The peasants of the village of Obolsheva owned community land on both banks of the river Tsina. Farther down the river was the estate of Mrs. Pushchin, and her water mill. The mill was fed from a water reservoir formed by a dam. The dam across the river connected the peasants' community land on either bank. Every year the dam was damaged by spring waters, and for many years the peasants had repaired it for a certain remuneration. In 1892, however, when Mrs. Pushchin became owner of the estate and the mill, her husband, Ivan Pushchin, acting in her name, declared that the repairing of the dam was a duty of the peasants. They had to do it for nothing, he asserted, because his wife, as a landowner, was legally a partner in the community land of the peasants. The peasants refused to work without pay. Pushchin brought this fact to the attention of the Zemsky Nachalnik Kologrivov. Kologrivov came to Obolsheva and ordered the peasants to fill in the gap in the dam without waiting for the decision of the courts. This was on July 15. On July 6th the peasants petitioned Kologrivov to be allowed to delay the execution of his order for 2 days, a member of the county court being expected in Obolsheva. To this Kologrivov agreed. In the meantime a wagon of straw was brought to the dam, to serve as material for the filling of the gap. The peasant girls of Obolsheva surrounded the wagon and turned it over, then they ran away. Kologrivov, the Zemsky, then ordered that the women of Obolsheva be imprisoned for 3 days, 1 woman from each family. The names of the women were not specified in his order. 208. The order had to be carried out by the local policeman, but as the peasants refused to deliver their women voluntarily, the policeman was powerless. The Zemsky Nachalnik then ordered the syndic of the Bogdanov district to arrest the women without resorting to violence or irritating the population. In this the syndic did not succeed. The landlord, Mr. Pushchin, informed the governor of the province that there were disturbances and lawless acts on the part of the peasants in Obolsheva. Simultaneously, he informed the county chief of police that the governor's attention had been called to the disorders in Obolsheva, and that he, the county chief, should be ready to respond to the inquiry of the governor. The county chief, Zvenigorodsky, ordered the district chief of police, Simuov, to investigate the case. Simuov reported that there were no disturbances whatsoever, the peasants simply refusing to comply with the order of the Zemsky Nachalnik, pending the decision of the courts. The county chief took no further action. On August 4, however, he was summoned to the governor and severely rebuked for not reporting to him on the events in Obolsheva. Simultaneously with Zvenigorodsky, the Zemsky Nachalnik, Kologrivov, was summoned to the governor. Kologrivov made a statement of the case. Asked as to how he was going to enforce his decisions, Kologrivov said that the women would be arrested without interference from the outside, while it would be wise to postpone the construction of the dam till the arrival of the member of the county court. The governor did not agree with the Zemsky Nachalnik. He was for quick action. He therefore told the county chief to go to Obolsheva and enforce both the imprisonment of the women and the construction of the dam. On August 5 the county chief, Zvenigorodsky, went to Obolsheva, arrested 8 of the most influential peasants and, accompanied by 2 district chiefs and 3 policemen, ordered the remaining peasants in 3 wagon loads of rods. 209. Dietly to fill in the gap and deliver the women. No specification as to the women to be arrested was made, the Zemsky Nachalnik's order being that where there were more than one woman in a family, preference should be given to the one who had no children and no care of the household. The peasants refused either to deliver the women or to repair the dam. As was afterwards stated by the district chief of police, Simuov, the peasants were civil to the authorities. There were no riots and no insults. The peasants simply answered that the decisions of the authorities would not be carried out before the arrival of a member of the court. The peasants of Obolsheva, the district chief stated, were by no means rude. They are peaceful, reverent, and humble people, and rudeness is alien to their nature. The county chief and his associates were in a difficult situation. They were few, while the peasants were many. Nevertheless, they started to enforce their orders. The women having fled from their houses, they tried to arrest every woman they encountered in the streets. The men, however, interfered, protecting the women. Protests were heard, such as, "We'll go to Siberia *, we won't give up the women, Pushkin's hirelings," etc. Many women, in sheer fright, fled to the river and, holding their babies on their arms, waded into the water till it was above their waists. Seeing that the imprisonment of the women under such circumstances was impossible, the authorities tried to enforce the filling in of the gap. The peasants resisted peacefully, their resistance expressing itself in not allowing a wagon loaded with straw and brushwood to proceed to the dam. The county chief was disconcerted. A formal resistance, he said to the district chief, consists in interference with the actions of any of the authorities, while here no such interference takes place. Thereupon he ordered one of the policemen to drive the wagon. The peasants took the reins from the hands of the policeman and drove the wagon. 210. Back. Then the county chief himself tried to drive the wagon. The peasants repeated their resistance. The county chief was satisfied. He said, "Now we have sufficient resistance." The district chief, Simuov, tried to induce the peasants to obey, but the latter only murmured, "Your honor, don't you see what they are going to do? They are strangling us." The county chief reported to the governor the failure of his expedition. A report was sent to the district attorney, but it was intercepted by order of the governor. Immediately after receiving the report of the county chief, Governor Nekhlyadov asked the commander of the 36th Infantry Division to send a company to Obolsheva. On August 6 the company started for Obolsheva, accompanied by a police officer who received from the governor the following instructions: to secure from the Zemsky Nachalnik a list of the women to be arrested, 2. To prepare horses and a carriage for the governor on the station Narishkino, where the county chief of police was to await his arrival on the following day. 3. To call to Obolsheva the syndics of the neighboring villages and as many village reeves as could be gathered. 4. To prepare as many rods as possible. All these instructions were punctually carried out by the police officer, who prepared 3 wagon loads of rods. On the morning of August 7 the governor arrived at the railroad station Narishkino, accompanied by the county physician. On the same train 25 Obolsheva peasants were brought back from Oryol to Narishkino. Those peasants were representatives of the Obolsheva community who had gone to the province capital to present a petition to the governor. They had been arrested by order of the governor, brought back to Narishkino and, under escort, sent to their native village. While they were being walked home the governor went for luncheon to the home of the landlord Pushchin, where the county chief handed him a list of the women to be. 3 wagon loads of rods 211 arrested, and also a list of the peasants who had offered resistance. With the aid of Pushchin and the county chief, the governor marked against each name the number of rods to be given to the peasant chief. Among them were the 8 peasants arrested on August 5, who obviously could not have participated in the resistance which took place while they were locked in. After luncheon the governor proceeded to Obolsheva, a distance of 3 versts from Pushchin's estate. In Obolsheva the governor found all the inhabitants of the village gathered on the village place, surrounded by soldiers. At sight of the governor, all the peasants fell on their knees, begging for mercy. Without requesting the community to obey the orders of the authorities, the governor started the execution. One peasant after another was called, according to the list worked out in Mr. Pushchin's house, and punished with rods in the presence of the governor and all the community. The number of strokes assigned to each peasant varied from 50 to 150. The first peasant had to receive 150 strokes. After the 40th stroke he fainted, and the governor asked the county physician Krasin to examine the man to see how far he was pretending. The physician stated that the continuation of the execution might be dangerous, but the governor exclaimed, "What nonsense!" And the execution continued. After the 80th stroke the scene was repeated. After all the 150 strokes had been inflicted, the man was unconscious for a whole hour, notwithstanding medical aid. In the same manner all the other peasants on the list were punished. The execution was so severe that the police officer fainted and had to be led away from the place. On the same spot the county chief of police, Zvenigorodsky, was ordered by the governor to hand in his resignation for not having prepared a bench for the execution and cold water to pour on those fainting under the rods. Among the punished were 5 peasants who had been under arrest on August 212. 5th, when the disobedience of the peasants occurred. Besides the punishment by rods, 4 peasants were arrested by the governor. After the execution the governor ordered the arrest of the women for 3 days to be carried out. Then he ordered the peasants to fill in the gap in the dam across the river. Both orders were fulfilled in the presence of the governor. Leaving Obolsheva, the governor made a speech to the peasants assembled on the dam, saying that he had been a friend of Pushchin and his wife's brothers for many years, that he knew they were very good people, and that any disobedience on the part of the peasants would lead to a punishment doubly severe. On the following day the county chief of police, Zvenigorodsky, handed in his resignation, and on August 9 he was discharged. One of the peasants who on the day of the execution had fled from the village, was subsequently seized, brought to the province capital, Oryol, and given 75 rod strokes. In March, 1893, 4 of those who had been punished brought the case before the governing senate, charging the governor with illegal conduct. Their complaint was based on the fact that in disobeying the illegal order of the authorities to do work they were not obliged to do they had committed no crime whatsoever. This opinion was held by the Kharkov Circuit Court, which had had a hearing on the case and decided that the action of the Obolsheva peasants, expressed in passive resistance to the illegal demands of the police, contained no elements of crime. The Senate asked the governor for an explanation. The governor in his report to the Senate admitted that he had ordered many of the Obolsheva peasants to be punished with rods for disturbances, but this measure, he asserted, was fully justified by the unrest prevailing among the peasants of his province in 1892, when the famine and the subsequent epidemics of cholera had created a spirit of rebellion. Under such conditions, the governor wrote, any disturbance of peace and order. 3 wagon loads of rods 213 ignored by the governor or not quelled from the beginning might have grown to enormous dimensions. This explanation found no favor with the Senate. The Senate saw no element of rebellion in the refusal of the Bolsheva peasants to obey an illegal demand of the Zemsky Nachalnik. As to the governor, the Senate resolution states that he was influenced by motives having nothing to do with the interests of state service. It is stated with positive certainty the resolution says, first, that the governor did not and could not receive intelligence of the occurrences in the village of Bolsheva from the proper authorities, since neither the local county chief of police, nor the Zemsky Nachalnik saw in the actions of the peasants elements of resistance or disobedience demanding extraordinary measures. Second, that the intelligence of the aforesaid occurrences was received by the governor from private sources. From the nobleman Pushkin, who was interested in the case and whose testimony should have been taken with the utmost caution. It is further evident from the case that Councillor of State Nekhludoff, being an old friend of the Pushkin family, made all his orders in accordance with the advice and recommendations of Pushkin, taking the latter's counsel even as to the selection of the peasants to be submitted to corporal punishment and the number of strokes to be assigned to each, and directing his actions to the obvious injury of the Bolsheva peasants and the benefit of Pushkin in fulfillment of claims by the latter, which were afterwards recognized by the courts as without foundation. On the basis of these facts, the Senate found that a criminal prosecution against Governor Nekhludoff would be required by law, and that, pending the investigation, the governor would have to be removed from his office. However, considering that Governor Nekhludoff still remains in his position, that the investigation of the governor's actions would have to be conducted by a magistrate of the local court in the province where Governor 214 Nekhludoff is the highest authority, and that officers subordinate to the governor and private persons would have to be interrogated, an admittedly unsatisfactory and undesirable procedure, the Senate recommended the Committee of Ministers to present the case to His Imperial Majesty, asking that Nekhludoff might be exempted from criminal prosecution and given a severe reprimand instead. The Committee of Ministers held a hearing on the case. The committee admitted that the governor had violated the law, but found strong reasons in his favor. Part of the committee's resolution reads, the committee could not overlook the statement of the Minister of Finance that in 1892, when Councillor of State, Nekhludoff, was appointed governor of the Oryol province, he, Privy Councillor Witt, visited the provinces most afflicted by the cholera epidemics, including the province of Oryol, that he remembers well the state of mind, both of the population and of the local authorities in those provinces, and that, without justifying the conduct of Governor Nekhludoff, he can easily understand it. At that time the population of the central provinces and along the Volga was under the influence of the spreading cholera. Nearly every day telegrams were received telling of disturbances among the peasants. Under the prevailing nervous tension, men lacking calmness and sufficient judgment could be induced to see in every accident, however small, a beginning of serious disturbances. Nekhludoff, coming from the Volga provinces, might have been under the immediate influence of this general agitation, though in his province there were no sufficient causes. Taking all this into account, the Committee of Ministers agreed with the Senate that Governor Nekhludoff, exempted from criminal prosecution, should be strongly reprimanded. Governor Nekhludoff retained his position. Chapter XX. The administrator under fire. The revolution came. The bureaucracy was threatened. The foe was no longer hidden, but stepped to the front, firearms in hand. The fight against him was no longer an unrooting of the evil spirit, but a defense against numberless cunningly plotting and daring idealists unafraid of death. The administration could not remain good-natured any more. Its countenance became grim, its attitude merciless. It felt as if it lived in a hostile land. Everyone not belonging to the bureaucratic organization was considered dangerous. In the herd of the administration itself, black sheep were encountered here and there. The situation of the high officials was bad, the situation of the lower executive officers worse. Everyone lived under a terrific strain. Getting up in the morning, one was not certain to remain safe through the day. Going to sleep in the evening, one was afraid of the shadows of the night. At the same time, the higher authorities were insisting on vigorous measures. Deeds of bravery were requested from the police. Nerves were tense. The mood was practically hysterical. This accounts for the unusual cruelty manifested by so many good-natured Slavs. Life had become insane, speeding down a slippery precipice with dazzling rapidity. A bloody mist filled every soul. Could one expect justice or deliberation under such circumstances? It is Maxim Gorky's merit to have given a characterization of an ordinary official of those times in his four-act play, The Last. Ivan Kolomeitzev, the main figure, is by no means an exception among chiefs of police. 215. 2I6. He lacks education, of course. But had he enjoyed a good education, he would not have been compelled to serve in the police. He drinks, he is dissipated, he accepts bribes, but all this goes with the job. A cruel job, the work of a chief of police. The political prisoners riot. Is this to be tolerated? The chief of police is responsible for peace and order. He quells the riot. Many are wounded, 2 die. The press is indignant. Is he really guilty? Why did you order the prisoners to be beaten? His wife asks. It is not true, he says in a low voice. They were beaten before the arrest. They offered resistance. They were beaten on the way to prison, too. They offered resistance, he replies nervously. They sang songs. They disobeyed. You know how irritable I am, I cannot stand contradiction. Don't forget that they were insolent, swaggering fellows, enemies of the Tsar and order. They are being hanged, put to hard labor. Why wasn't I allowed to make them be silent? 2 were killed. 2. What does it amount to? They were feeble people, famished by unemployment, 1 rap on the forehead would have killed them. The soldiers were mad, the man says. Then, after a while, he adds in a very sincere tone, yes, perhaps it is partly my fault, but everything is so topsy-turvy nowadays, you lose control, you live in constant agitation. It's everybody's fault, yes, all are guilty. Others do more cruel things than I. Ivan Kolomeitzev is convinced he is no worse than others, and so it is. Those fellows are being hanged, put to hard labor. They are practically outlaws. Can you handle them with silk gloves? Ivan Kolomeitzev is a cynic, greedy for lust, money, and pleasure, but notice. When he speaks about his duties, his language becomes solemn. I am in the service of the throne and public safety, he declares. I am absorbed in important state affairs, he says at another time. I am a guardian. The administrator under fire. 217. Of life's foundations there is an element of the comedian in Kolomeitzev, perhaps a characteristic feature of every subordinate official in a bureaucratic system where the man is judged not by his work but by his ability to please his superiors. In his talk about life's foundations there is a good deal of pose. Still, he is convinced he defends a right cause. His is not the power of thinking. He lives on group psychology, group morals. There comes a day of revenge. A revolutionist makes an attempt on his life. Ivan Kolomeitzev behaves in a cowardly manner, shamefully. The attempt creates a sensation. The press makes a series of revelations as to the activities of the official. Public opinion becomes inflamed. Kolomeitzev is compelled to resign his position. Still, he never thinks he has been wrong. He puts the blame on the revolutionists. One of them had been arrested by the police after the attempt. Kolomeitzev is not sure he remembers his face, Nevertheless he recognizes him as the man that made the attempt. The prisoner is awaiting death. The revolutionary organizations issue a statement confirming the innocence of the prisoner. Public sentiment is growing in his favor. Everybody is convinced Kolomeitzev has given false testimony. And here the family drama sets in. Kolomeitsev's wife has never loved her husband. She has tolerated him for the children's sake, knowing his weaknesses and faults. Now she sees he is going to inflict death on an innocent youth who may have been a revolutionist by conviction, but who has had nothing to do with the attempt. Peter, the younger son, a high school lad of 18 years, becomes aware of his father's role in public life. His schoolmates call him the son of a murderer, a beast. The boy goes through a severe mental struggle, which results in hatred for his father. His sister Vera, a girl of 16, also begins to surmise the truth. The prisoner's mother, a respectable, beautiful old lady, visits Kolomeitsev's wife, begging her to save the life of her son. MRS 2I8. Kolomeitzev, shocked, terrified, despairing, has a talk with her husband. The conversation begins with remarks about the characters of their children. Mrs. Kolomeitzev says, "Listen, you yourself were fighting against children for 10 years. Kolomeitzev. What does it mean? Mrs. Kolomeitzev. You were searching, seizing, arresting whom? Kolomeitzev. Whence this liberalism? You are funny, old woman. Don't talk nonsense. MRS, Kolomeitzev. You killed boys. One of the boys was 17 years of age. And the girl you shot when searching her room. You are all covered with blood, the blood of children is on you, the blood of youth, yes. Didn't you say, time and again, they are mere boys? Didn't you? Kolomeitzev. What's the matter with you, Sophia? It's terrible. Mrs. Kolomeitzev. Yes, it is terrible. Kolomeitzev. You've collected all the slander and lies. Are there only youngsters among the enemies of order? Besides, what you say is dangerous. Should Peter or Vera hear you talk, Mrs. Kolomeitzev? You've committed a despicable act, out of cowardice or anger. Kolomeitzev. I am a nobleman, Sophia, I cannot allow Mrs. Kolomeitzev. You testified against a young man, asserting he'd made an attempt on your life. Do you know, are you sure it is the same man? Did you see him shooting? Kolomeitzev. I see. You've been instigated by his mother, Mrs. Kolomeitzev. Can you give your word of honor, right here, before the holy icons, face to face with me, that he is the person who fired? The administrator under Fire 219. Kolomeitzev Ingvili. I've had enough now. I understand. Ril show her. MRS, Kolomeitzev. Ivan, you must tell the gendarmes you were mistaken, the young prisoner is not the man who fired on you. You'll say it? Kolomeitzev. And if not? MRS, Kolomeitzev. Yes, you'll say it? For Christ's sake, I beg of you, Kolomeitzev, this is appalling. I suppose I am convinced he is guilty? MRS, Kolomeitzev, no, no, this is not true. At any rate, I do not appeal to your heart, it is useless to call out in the wilderness. I want to say just this, if you don't admit your mistake, I will tell Peter and Vera. Please, Ivan, do it for the children's sake. Kolomeitzev. You are violating my will. It's madness. MRS, Kolomeitzev. Do as I say and you'll feel you are a better man. Please do it. Kolomeitzev. Let's end this. Of course, to me it is carrot, but let him go to hell, the damned rascal. True, I am not convinced he is the one that fired, but somebody has fired, anyway. I may even admit he is not the man, but is it worthwhile making a scene for such trifles? This is sheer madness, Sophia. Mrs. Kolomitsev. All my life is one continuous madness, and yours, too. Note the remark, somebody has fired, anyway. The sense of tribal justice demands that if a member of the tribe is attacked by a member of another tribe, the whole enemy tribe has to suffer. Kolomitsev is not aware of the monstrousness of his remark. Neither did the officials think that they were committing an injustice when they imposed indemnities on an entire community or took hostages to secure the surrender of the revolutionists. Inter armas silent legs. The entire country, 220, was in a state of war. Is there any difference whether you kill one or the other of your enemies? Asterisk somebody has fired, anyway. Kolomitsev is, from his standpoint, a good citizen and a good father. He loves his children, especially the older son, Alexander, and the older daughter, Najda, who is married to the prison physician. It is for the family's sake that he has gone into police service, and he is proud of it. He is ready to make sacrifices. He is deeply moved when he hears that his son Peter disapproves of his conduct. But those children are his own, they belong to his tribe, while all the others, real or suspected revolutionists, are enemies of his tribe. Kolomitsev promised his wife to admit his error in ascertaining the man who fired. In the meantime, however, he is notified that with the aid of his son-in-law he can secure an appointment as chief of county police. This is a rank lower than the position he has held before the attempt, but he thinks it will serve as a stepping stone toward further advancement. His son-in-law admonishes him, you have a name, your record is good. All those misunderstandings are becoming a matter of the past. The only thing you've got to do now is to be firm. The times of anarchy are passing, the government feels strong enough to restore order. It demands from its agents a strong hand. Kolomitsev is embarrassed. Can he admit his error, in view of the near appointment? Is it convenient that I should now become mixed up with this story? He asks. Just think of it, a county chief of police declaring publicly, I've committed an error. Would it not make a bad impression? Both his son, Alexander, and his son-in-law agree that he has to stick to his former testimony. He must be firm. He must not show sentimentality. He must remember that admitting his error would be a blow to the gendarmerie which have conducted the case against the prisoner. Besides, as his son-in-law says, somebody has fired, anyway, and all those sharpshooters are close friends. It's a pity that the revolutionist did not wound the chief of police, he says, which would have helped him to advance, but, anyway, Kolomitsev cannot now admit his error. The fate of the prisoner is sealed. Kolomitsev dismisses the case from his mind. The call of a new position, new work, new power, is too strong in him. What a joy to have an entire city trembling before you, a city full of merchants, businessmen, women, hosts of people left entirely to your mercy. Kolomitsev is rejuvenated. All his other inconveniences are smoothed down, too. He has happened to burst the eardrum of his office messenger by hitting too hard. The man had complained. Now the district attorney has done away with the case. The newly appointed county chief of police is determined to be strong, unflinching, merciless. We are victims of these terrible times, their spirit poisons everything, destroys all foundations, he declares. He is going to fight against this spirit. But, alas! All the time, through all his actions, fear will follow on his heels, breathing terror into his heart, making all his days one dismal agony and moving him to more hysterical and senseless cruelties. This feeling of incessant fear following a governmental official who has caused the blood of the people to be shed is strongly pictured in Leonid Andreev's story, The Governor. The hero of the story, the governor, is, in the main, a beautiful personality. He has a tender heart, a vivid imagination, a broad view of life. He has a strong feeling of justice. He is brave, courageous. Petty jealousies or ambitions are foreign to him. All these qualities, however, do not prevent him from living in a world of illusions, where only a few human beings are real, while the rest are mannequins, dolls. 5 years before the story begins, he had punished villagers with rods and had found it merely funny. They had forcibly taken away some 222 grain from the landlords, those filthy mujiks. The governor appeared on the scene of the disturbance with soldiers and police. The soldiers carried the sacks of grain from the peasants' houses, and it was funny to watch how those poor devils clung to the sacks, letting themselves be dragged over the ground, together with the precious food. It was funny to watch the helpless, clumsy movements, the wooden countenances of those who were being flogged. At that time the governor had felt no compunction. It was the established order of things. The central government had thanked him for his firm behavior in quelling the rebellion. His son, an army officer, was rapidly advanced in recognition of his father's deserts. The governor was prosperous, and no dark thought troubled his clear mind. Then came the mad years, and the governor shed the people's blood. The fact in itself, the author says, was very simple, though sad. The workers of a suburban factory, who had been on strike for 3 weeks, came to the governor in a crowd of several thousand men, women, and children, demanding things the governor had no power to grant and behaving in a defiant, impudent manner. They shouted, insulted the authorities, and one of the women, who looked very much like a lunatic, pulled him violently by his sleeve, so that the shoulder seam burst. Later, when the officials of his suite took him to the balcony, while he was still trying to make himself understood and to quiet the crowd, the workingmen began to throw stones, breaking several windows in the governor's house and wounding the chief of police. Then the governor lost his temper and waved the handkerchief. The crowd was excited, therefore the volley had to be repeated, and the number of killed was large: 47 persons, 9 of whom were women and 3 children, all girls. The number of wounded was still larger. It was this act that awakened the governor from his tribe illusion and made him feel and understand in terms. The administrator under fire. 23 of common human morality. He now sees his act in the strong light of conscience and keen regret, coupled with was one of the keenest and most talented observers of Russian peasant life. His stories, of a half-publicistic character, contain inestimable material regarding the life, characters, and ideas of rural Russia towards the end of the 19th century. An asterisk all the way through nature, and all the way through population, asterisk all the way through morals, and all the way through truth, and all the way through poetry, in a word a homogeneous 100 million people which lives the same life asterisk all the way through, which possesses a kind of collective thought and which can be understood only in its collective capacity. To separate one unit from this mass of millions, say, our village reeve, Semyon Nikitich, and to try to understand him is impossible. Semyon Nikitich can be understood only in a mass of similar Semyon Nikitiches. The price of one herring is a trifle, while that of a million is a large sum. A million Semyon Nikitiches constitute an organism, a being full of interest, while taken alone, with his individual thoughts, he is incomprehensible and inscrutable. Millions of people live just like the others, and every one of those others feels and knows that by himself he is worth only a trifle and that he amounts to something only when considered in the mass. These words of Ouspensky throw light on the entire village life of Russia at the end of the 19th century. It was a life whose economic basis was rapidly changing from a primitive natural state into that of modern industrial individualism, while the habits of thought and the level of culture, owing to the lack of civic rights and political freedom, still remained as primitive as under the yoke of serfdom. It was a life where the average peasant had not yet become self-conscious as a personality differing from all the others of his kin. It is due to this fact that whenever the Russian writer of the pre-revolutionary period describes a peasant's life and strife, he takes him as a representative of a class, much in the same manner as travelers describing the life of savage tribes take the individual as a typical representative of the tribe. The life is the same, all the way through. Here is a typical village and a typical peasant as described by Ouspensky. 229. The village consists of low, dark structures, little sheds and low-roofed barns, mostly shaky and dilapidated. The streets are muddy. Trees are scattered here and there, but somehow they do not relieve the gloomy aspect of the village. Everything has been done without taste, without skill, and seemingly without love. Life in the village is poor. More notable than the poverty, however, is the lack of comfort. The streets are unpaved not because the village cannot afford paving, but because nobody thinks of such innovations. Many houses lack chimneys. When the stove is being heated, the smoke fills the house, and doors and windows must be kept open. Ceiling and walls are covered with soot, and yet it does not require a fortune to construct a chimney. Very seldom the houses have adjoining flower gardens, and in general the villagers do not care to make their abodes more attractive, though it could be done with very little labor and expense. The peasants endure the most intolerable inconveniences which could be easily removed by intelligent care and enterprise, but intelligence and the spirit of enterprise are just what the peasants lack. And here is one of the aborigines, a man clinging to his native earth, a typical muzhik, Ivan Ermolayevich. His interests are entirely confined to his village and to his piece of land. He cannot read nor write, nor has he any use for such scholarly acquirements. None of the peasants subscribes to a paper, not 1 in 1,000 is interested in general political or social problems, or even in the affairs of his province or county. For 3 months I have lived in a village at a time when our troops were crossing the Danube, fighting, dying, drowning, defeating and suffering defeats, Uspensky writes. For 3 months reading, urban Russia was all a thrill with the disquieting news of the war, and for all those 3 months I have not heard a word as to what was going on in the wide world. Nobody receives any papers, nobody goes to 230 XHT city or to the railroad station, every one being occupied with the orchards, the mowing, and other household work. The echo of historic events reaches the village in the form of orders, like to call the recruits of such and such a year, or to confiscate the horses selected on such and such a date. Aside from those official requests, nothing indicates the importance of the moment. There is nothing to show the place of the new recruits or horses in the sum total of current events. The man who in a week or 2 is going to defend the Shipka or Kars or to liberate the Bulgarians, knows nothing about the Bulgarians or the Shipka, and the only thing that concerns him is the shoemaking implements he has to sell for next to nothing. So it was in 1878, so. In the main, it was 15 or 20 years later. It is natural that people so isolated from the entire world as the villagers have nothing in common with members of other classes. The caste spirit is stronger in the peasant than in any other group of the Russian population. Our Ivan Ermolayevich may greet in a friendly way the gentleman who happens to reside in the village, he may even exchange with him a few perfunctory words as to health, weather, or crops, but there can be no actual common interest and no cordial relationship between these two. They cannot understand each other. In the eyes of Ivan Ermolayevich every gentleman, i.e., a man wearing city clothes and making a living not from manual work, is a queer fellow, strange bird. It is the firm conviction of the peasant, Uspensky says, that the gentleman understands nothing at all, a conviction implanted in the very blood of the peasant. The gentleman may buy because he has money, he may sell because he has goods, he may require services and pay for them, or do anything else that money makes possible. In the course of those transactions, as long as a monetary connection between the peasant and the gentleman exists, they can be apparently close to each. 231. Other, they can conduct an intelligible, though not always sincere conversation. Should the gentleman, however, try to continue his acquaintance simply as a human being, as man with man, in the same manner that peasants are acquainted with each other all their lives, his attempt would fail. Of what use can a gentleman be when he neither buys, sells nor requires service? What does he understand? Gleb Uspensky and many a Russian writer of the Narodniki were inclined to lay the blame for this mistrust on the gentleman, his lack of persistence and his gentlemanly manners. The truth is that no modern man, however great his love for the common people, however great his adaptability or his readiness to suffer privation, could speak a common language with the Russian muzhiks as long as they remained in their primitive stage of culture. Not even the best among the intellectuals, men and women of the deepest love and sincerity, could be understood by the peasants. Our Ivan Ermoleyevich knows only his immediate environment, and knows this badly. He suffers on account of his crass ignorance and does not feel it. For instance, to know the weather in advance is of great importance for his agricultural success, yet his ways of predicting the weather are strange, to say the least. I am afraid it is going to rain, he says on a clear summer day. Why? The sky is perfectly cloudless. Yes, but I feel a buzzing in my ears, and this indicates bad weather. Whenever you feel a rustling or a swirl around your ears, you must know it's a bad omen. On another day Ivan Ermoleyevich will begin to recollect the weather of 6 months before. If it is, for instance, July 6th, he will think back to January 6th. This is not easy for a man who keeps no diary and has to rely on his memory only. Ivan Ermoleyevich will resort to the aid of his wife and other members of his family, and 232. With united forces they will firmly establish the fact that on January 6 past it was snowing. Really, says Ivan Ermoleyevich, then till wait about drying the hay. If it was snowing on January 6, on July 6 it will certainly rain. Ivan Ermoleyevich has much more faith in sorcerers and conjurers than in physicians. He believes that the village which can do harm to his cows or his horses, or even to the members of his family. He believes that certain peasants are imbued with an evil spirit, so that any business transaction with them may become injurious to the other party. He believes in an evil eye, in house demons, in ghosts, in fiends, and in the old gentleman himself entering the body of a young woman. In every village there used to be numbers of possessed women, poor hysterical creatures, who believed the evil one was living in them and acting through them. The inhuman cries and yells and ghastly words of those afflicted victims might have horrified people with a stronger nervous system than the peasants. Numberless family dramas were due to those nervous diseases bred by ignorance and hardship and thought to be tricks of supernatural powers. Ivan Ermoleyevich is a loving father, indeed. Yet when his boy is badly hit by the ram he takes less care of him than of the sick horse. For a while the boy lay unconscious, Uspensky says, then, when he came to, he began to sob like mad, out of sheer fright. It is quite possible that the results of this fright will be felt all his life. Ivan Ermoleyevich and his wife both labored over the boy, they gave him applications of warm manure, for instance, they gave him an infusion of herbs to drink, and, in general, they cared for him and grieved over him. But they used only such things as could be found around the house, as is, in general, the way of peasants. Yet when Ivan Ermoleyevich's mare began to limp, and his cure, consisting of some absurd mess smeared over a rag, 233, proved of no avail, he went for the horse doctor, whom he paid 3 rubles in silver. I must call attention to the fact the author continues, that for the cure of horses the people developed a profession not entirely charlatanical. The horse doctor has some instruments invented by the people, he has certain, exact methods, while for the cure of men there is no aid but that of conjurers who know less than horse doctors. When the boy is crying in agony, the parents can do nothing but weep and apply a rag with warm manure or some other trash that happens to be lying around the house. It is a cruel life, and the peasant is used to cruelty. On a dark autumn night, when the sky is black, the wind is wailing and cold drops of rain are slowly falling, the work of wolves and horse thieves begins. The wolves are hungry and daring, and they attack the sheep and the cattle of the peasants in their very stalls. The horse thieves are not less hungry, but more cunning, and aided by the helplessness of the villagers they carry out their robberies on a large scale. Entire villages are kept in constant fear by bands of horse thieves, who do not hesitate even to kill or burn the houses of those who offer resistance. When at last the villagers lay hold of one of the thieves, their sentence is unalterably death. The cruelty of the execution is appalling. Cruelty in personal intercourse marks the entire life of the peasant. The father beats his children into unconsciousness. The husband beats his wife, sometimes twisting her loose hair around his hand and dragging her over the floor or the courtyard while striking her with the other hand. The employer beats his help, the saloon keeper beats the customer for not paying promptly, the village reeve beats the members of his community for not following the laws, and the district chief of police beats all of them because he is chief of police. Hitting one's 234. Snout, breaking the fellow's ribs, making a black eye, are the most common expressions in the village. Corporal punishment is recognized by law and exercised by the community to an amazing extent. Legally, the community court, consisting of peasants only, may sentence each member of the community to a certain number of rods. The punishment is inflicted not only for actual misdemeanors, but also for failing to pay one's share in the taxes which all the villagers are jointly responsible for. The amount of flogging by decision of the community courts is enormous, Uspensky writes. To investigate the decisions of the community courts and to find out the actual numbers of those flogged, say, in the fall months alone, would make one's hair stand upright. In the summer of 1881 I personally witnessed the punishment every day of about 30 peasants. I could not believe my eyes when I saw a team of 30 grown-up peasants returning home after the execution, talking of indifferent matters. Is it possible that these people have been flogged? I asked the reeve, who, after the execution, stepped into my house to have a smoke. Of course. I myself charged 3 of them. I was puzzled by this, Uspensky writes. I could not understand how it was possible for an earnest, clever peasant, a father of a family, a man whose daughter had become a bride, to be put on the floor, stripped of his clothes and lashed with birch rods. Is it true that they are thrown forcibly onto the ground? I asked the same reeve. Some are thrown by force, some lie down willingly. Today they all did it by themselves. A peasant who only yesterday served as a juror in the circuit court and magnanimously saved an unlucky fellow by saying, not guilty, Uspensky adds broodingly, may be flogged today till the blood comes, for the sole reason that, having met the head of the community while intoxicated, he addressed him with, you snub-nosed rabbit. A poor, barren, and cruel life is necessarily conducive to drink. The villagers were given to drunkenness almost without exception. Liquor, intoxication, and the following remorse only increased the misery of the peasants and deepened their cruelty and hatred. Ivan Ermoleyevich is a member of a land community. The land is not his private property, but belongs to the entire community, which reportions it according to the number of souls in each family. Yet Ivan has no communistic inclinations and is not capable of the simplest cooperation with his fellow villagers. As a matter of fact, he hates the reapportionments. He thinks he is more industrious and more capable of hard work than most. Twice already he has improved his share of land and been twice deprived of the results of his labors by new distributions. Perhaps he is justified in his critical attitude toward communal land ownership as he knows it from his village experiences. His aversion to cooperation, however, is only due to his low level of culture. He might greatly increase the productivity of his land by using agricultural machines in co-partnership with his neighbors, yet he cannot be induced to do so. One of his products is hay. The hay he sells to a middleman, who presses it and later in the year delivers it to various governmental institutions in Petersburg. The middleman is making a fortune. By purchasing a hay press and delivering the product directly to Petersburg, the peasants could improve their condition. Still, they prefer to sell to the exploiting middleman. The reason is that they cannot agree on cooperation. At every turn a stranger to the village, Uspensky says, could show where the people were losing, where they were ruining their well-being. Sometimes I became irritated at seeing the perfect indifference of such men as 236. Ivan Ermolaevich to labor-saving devices, to anything that might secure the product to those to whom it belongs by right. Repeatedly, I had long conversations with him as to neglecting the common interest or working for the enrichment of all sorts of robbers and exploiters. He was deaf and dumb. Nothing could be done in the way of collective defense against modern evils thrusting themselves upon the village. The households of the peasants are isolated from each other, leading a perfectly independent life in spite of the communal ownership of land. Each of the peasant houses, burdened by a large mass of moral difficulties that could be easily removed by collective attention, resembles an uninhabited island where day after day, with the most strenuous toil and patience, people are struggling for their existence. The weight of this burden is such that it seems impossible to live under its strain, and if the peasant families are continuing to struggle, it is perhaps due to their sincere belief that it is of God's disposing. And, as the way is with helpless, inefficient people, the peasants are very light-hearted in all affairs not pertaining to their own household. The river, for instance, belongs to the community. The businessman who wants to lease the right of fishing has to deal with the entire community assembled at a meeting. The way to get the lease is to offer the community a number of gallons of whiskey free of charge. Whichever of the competing parties gives the best treat secures the lease on the most favorable conditions. For a certain amount of liquor the community loses 100 times its value. At the same time the community cares little or nothing for its poor and destitute. If a family has become weaker and its working ability has decreased, the community decreases its share of land, which means ruin. If a family has lost its head and the remaining members are unable to work, the community takes away their share of land, leaving them to beggary and starvation. These manipola 237 Chlans, coupled with a complete non-resistance to the moneyed peasants who mistreated their fellow villagers in the most unscrupulous manner, resulted in the accumulation of two extreme groups at the two poles of the village capitalists and the village propertyless proletariat. This carelessness, this lack of attention to his own interests will soon make it impossible for Ivan Ermolaevich to live. Uspensky exclaims in despair. 10 years from now / he says, the peasantry will be squeezed between the rich and the destitute and will have to pay the severest penalty for their negligence, indifference, and stupid patience. We have seen, in the preceding parts of this work, that Uspensky's prophecy came true. Chapter XXII. In the grip of the land there is one great love and one deep thought in the life of the peasant described by Uspensky. It is the love for the soil. This is the thought of all connected with the earth. One must not think of this as an abstract, symbolic soil. No, the peasant knows no abstractions. It is the same soil, Uspensky says, which you bring home on your rubbers in the form of mud. It is the earth you see in your flower pots, black, wet earth. It is, in a word, the most ordinary natural earth. The grip of this earth is over the peasant, over millions and millions of peasants. The earth is their mistress, stern, merciless, all-powerful, yet somehow inspiring love and affection. The agricultural labor absorbing all the lifeblood of Ivan Ermolaevich, seemingly resulting only in food for himself, his family and his cattle, Uspensky says, represents infinitely more than just labor. Ivan Ermolaevich is toiling with the utmost patience not only because he needs food and money to pay taxes, but because the agricultural labor, with all its ramifications, adaptations, and contingencies, absorbs all his thoughts, all his mental and moral activities and even gives him satisfaction. In the field of agriculture, with all its emergencies and complications, his mind is free, his thought is vivid, his intelligence is very keen. The plow, the harrow, the cow, the sheep, the ducks, the chickens, these are his world where he moves with perfect ease. He knows nothing about politics. He lays the changes of weather upon God. He lays the hazard of politics upon the Tsar. The Tsar wages war, the Tsar has liberated the serfs. 238. In the grip of the land. 239. The Tsar grants land, the Tsar demands money. All this the peasant knows in an extremely vague manner, as in a haze. Yet when it comes to his own world he is omniscient, he knows every minute detail. Every sheep has its name, every calf is in his eyes endowed with an individual character, he does not sleep nights thinking of his geese, he is absorbingly interested in a stone. The earth demands labor. In return she not only gives him joyous pantheistic feelings, she not only fills his life with interest and meaning, but she molds his opinions, determines his conceptions of the world in general, indicates to him what is right and what is wrong, relieves him from heavy burdens of responsibility and guides him in his family relations as well as in his social affairs. The earth wants to be tilled. The earth ought not to lie idly around. Therefore it is only just that land should be redistributed according to the working capacity of every family. Theodora's family has grown stronger because his boy is now of working age or his colt has become a horse, therefore, he is entitled to more land. Mary's family has grown weaker, because she has married off her daughter or her cow has died, therefore Mary should receive less of the community land. An energetic, industrious peasant is entitled to more land than a weak and lazy one. Such is the law of the earth. The earth requires obedience. She teaches her people to submit to an unrestricted, absolutistic, incontrollable and incomprehensible power, willful and soulless in its cruelty, the power of nature. Ivan Ermoleyevich is used to patience, indeed. He toils on his field in the sweat of his brow, and nature destroys the results. He looks for rain day after day, and rain does not come, he hopes for fair weather to harvest his crops, and nature sends showers. The forces of nature make him a toy in their hands, and he does not revolt. Here is the dark cloud he has been looking for with beating heart. In it his happiness, his life, his well-being are centered. The 240 clouds are heaping up, growing, becoming darker. Ivan Ermoleyevich feels almost a physical craving for the water contained in those clouds. Now a wind is coming. It is thundering, lightning. The first heavy drops are falling. But alas, the clouds have passed. The water has not come. The fields are dry as before. Nature is mocking, as it were. Nature is perfectly indifferent to Ivan Ermoleyevich's heart desires. Ivan Ermoleyevich has to submit, to be patient, infinitely, invariably patient. So he is. On the other hand, the earth gives him the joy of command over others. Not only is he the absolute master of his cow, his horses, his hog, his chickens, but also of the human elements of his household. He allots to every member of the family his work, he demands from every one according to his strength, he makes the necessary purchases in town, he sells the products. In a word, he thinks for all and cares for all, and obedience to his orders seems to him as natural as his own obedience to the laws of nature. Here is his sister, a beautiful girl. For 7 years the nicest boys of the village have wooed her. Yet she is unmarried, because her brother does not allow her to marry. Her brother cannot spare her from the household. Last year when the cattle plague was raging, he lost 2 horses, and the money provided for the wedding was spent to fill in the gap. This year he rented a few acres of land from the landlord and the working power of the girl is doubly needed to till the new land. She cannot marry. She has to wait, and patiently she does so. On the contrary, here is the youngest of 3 brothers. He was in love with a strong and good-looking girl, yet he had to marry a monster. Why? Because the mistress of the house is a willful, quarrelsome old woman. The oldest brother's wife is a woman with a strong character, but she obeys the orders of her mother-in-law. The second brother's wife is rather an invalid and therefore submissive to the old woman as in the grip of the land 241 well as to the oldest brother's wife, and so far there is peace in the family. The girl the youngest brother was wooing was of a strong, self-reliant character. She would probably have obeyed her mother-in-law, but she would never have tolerated the command of the younger women. This would have been a source of quarrels and endless dissatisfaction which would have had a bad effect on the work. Therefore it was decided that the boy must marry a monster who would not dare to raise her voice, and the boy gives up his beautiful, healthy, self-reliant sweetheart. He does not repine. Such is the law of the earth. The earth has everything cut out for her people. She gives them moral ease, she takes upon herself every responsibility for their actions. A man in the grip of the earth cannot be guilty, Ouspensky says. This one has killed a man who has stolen his horse, yet he is not guilty, since no work can be done on the earth without a horse. This one's children have all died, yet he is not guilty, because there have been bad crops, the earth has not yielded the requisite amount of food, and the children have suffered starvation. This one has beaten his wife to death, and still he is not guilty, because his wife was a lazy, good-for-nothing woman who hampered his work and allowed the machinery of his household to fall to pieces. Whatever the peasant does, he has to do, being under the command of his mistress. He need not invent a life for himself, he need not look for interests or emotions. They are all given to him. When it is raining he has to sit home, when the weather is fair he has to reap, mow, etc. Never responsible, never innovating, always obeying, the man lives, and this seemingly aimless process is an end in itself. Why does this oak tree grow? What benefit does it derive from drawing the sap of the earth for 100 years? Of what advantage is it for the tree to cloak itself with leaves, then to lose them and finally to feed the pigs with its acorns? The benefit and the advantage. 242. Of all this for the oak tree consists just in the fact that it grows, that it becomes green, that it simply lives. The life of the peasant is not very different from the life of the tree. There had been a time when this natural tree-like life was in a state of perfect equilibrium. At the time when Ouspensky was making his studies, however, the village life was already unstable, every emergency causing the individual household to collapse. The natural, tree-like peasant was working for a modern market, exchanging the products of his land for money, purchasing for his money cotton goods and iron implements and other industrial products and paying taxes to support an enormous administrative machine. Ivan Ermolaevich was unconsciously drawn into the current of modern exchange. Ivan Ermolaevich's wants were growing almost against his will. He could not meet his obligations unless he increased the output of his land. He could not increase the output, however, unless he stopped living a tree-like life and resorted to methods of improved agriculture. This being out of the question owing to his lack of knowledge, initiative, and freedom, being rendered quite impossible besides by the communal ownership on land, our Ivan Ermolaevich has developed an inordinate greed for money and for land. His greed for money is overwhelming. Somehow or other, money has been easily acquired by some of his neighbors. One of them had gone to the capital, where he became a driver. Another had been working at the nearby railroad station and had earned money. A third happened to become connected with the gentleman from the city who used to throw his money to the dogs. People have contrived to become prosperous. Their example sets Ivan Ermolaevich's brain aflame. He is ready to do anything for cash. No moral barrier can stop him in his pursuit of easy money. Honesty, self-respect, fear. In the grip of the land 243 of God, fear of sin, all considerations directing his relations with his fellow peasants and the earth are put aside when our Ivan Ermolaevich comes in contact with city folk and ways of money-making outside of agriculture. He is beside himself. He is appalling. He abhors his neighbors who remain bound to the glebe. He is loath to help his brother in need. He surpasses in greed and unscrupulousness the worst sharks of the city. He is like a savage thrown into the midst of a civilized world remaining utterly alien to this world. He must have money. Nothing else matters. Still, the average peasant hates to leave his earth. He is too deeply rooted in the agricultural surroundings. Ivan Afanasiev, another representative of the village depicted by Ouspensky, is an example of a real peasant in the best sense of the word. He is indissolubly attached to the earth. For him, the earth is the real fosterer, the only source of joy and sorrow, happiness and misfortune, the subject of prayers and thanksgivings. The agricultural work, agricultural cares and interests form the entire substance of Ivan Afanasyev's mental world to the exclusion of any other thought. Ivan Afanasyev would never dream of leaving his Mother Earth and looking for other occupations. He is in love with the earth, he is more than that. He is one with her, there is a bond of mutual welfare and mutual truthfulness between him and his mistress. But alas, Uspensky says, a time has come when nobody cares for Ivan's relations to the earth, for their purity and beauty. Nobody thinks of the fact that those relations form the foundation of all the Russian peasantry, the source of its vigor. Money. Where is your money? Is the imperative demand of the new times. How can I leave the earth? Have mercy with me, how is it possible for the earth to be deserted? We all live on the earth, Ivan Afanasyev replies. But the new times are merciless. Money. Money is their incessant clamor. And Ivan Afanasyev abandons his 244 fighters and dreamers' beautiful honest relation to the earth and begins to look for easy money. Such cases, however, are the exceptions. The bulk of the peasantry are compelled to remain on the earth and to make a living from agricultural labor. Easy money is, after all, a mere chance, while the earth is the foundation of life. The craving for earth is, therefore, one of the most characteristic features of the peasant's psychology. Give him double the area of land he is holding now, and our Ivan Ermolaevich or Ivan Afanasyev will be happy. Do not talk to him of a system of rotation of crops, he could not try it under communal ownership even if he were prepared to do so. Do not talk to him of cooperative manufacturing of dairy products or vegetables for the city market, he has no money and no technical experience for such undertakings, and he will not understand you. Do not try to argue that the area of land is limited and that even if his share of land could be increased momentarily, the growth of the family would make the situation hopeless in a few years. Our peasant will not be convinced. Ivan Ermolaevich and Ivan Afanasyev are not used to abstract thinking. They cannot and do not want to look into the future. Political problems of a broader aspect are foreign to them. They do not even think of the peasantry as a whole. What they are concerned with is their community or, at the utmost, a small number of neighboring communities. Those communities, our peasant knows firmly and unshakably, could be improved by an increase in their land possessions. This he sees. This is fixed in his very blood by his agricultural work and agricultural conception of the world. It is a truth as clear as daylight. Whence could the land come? Our peasant lives in constant expectation of a miracle. He does not understand the fabric of modern society. He has no idea of the complexities of economic problems. He has no general view of the life of his country. The whole world of in the grip of the land 245 social relations he lives in appears to him a great mysterious thicket full of shadows, traps, ghosts and, very seldom, favorable spirits. Out of this thicket, he hopes, sooner or later a great radiant power will emerge to lead him into the haven of peasants' happiness, the full possession of the entire land. Who will this great liberator be? Will it be a Tsar? Will it be a saint? Will it be God himself? The peasant does not know. He does not question. It is his creed. Possibly he would not be able to live without it? On winter evenings the peasants gather in one of the houses to listen to the Bible. In the streets the wind wails and the snow threatens to bury the little cabins. In the house the tiny lamp vainly struggles against the shadows creeping from every corner. Heavy, awkward figures fill the small space. Brown, sunburned faces lean over scrawny, sinewy hands. One of the old men reads the Holy Scriptures, and invariably the interpretation centers around the increase of land. Listening to the village interpreters of the Bible, Uspensky says, you gain the impression that the book was written only to show the peasants that a king will come and give them land. The abstruse and hazy text of the Apocalypse, zealously read by those of the villagers who know how to read, becomes unexpectedly clear and comprehensible in their interpretation. It appears that the entire book was written to show that there will be enough land. Wherever you meet the words united or I have united or they shall become united, there is no doubt that the text refers to land. They shall become united, the interpreter reads, asterisk of course it means that, don't you know? We have lost our land, and we have lost the ravine and the woods, therefore it is written, asterisk they shall come back and they shall become united, that means the land will return to us. Is there any indication that we shall have to lose them first? 246 fighters and dreamers of course there is. Here. And soon the reader finds a sentence containing the words, I shall destroy, I shall dissolve and another sentence after it saying, I shall unite. That's it, first they take it away, then they'll give it back. There are in Revelation indications of a purely local character, Ouspensky says. For instance, the land of one of the villages had been divided into 3 parts while the land of another had been distributed between 2 new owners *. Each of those villages discovers in the Apocalypse references to its specific land situation. The first finds something like, *3 in 1, the other is glad to see a promise in * the 2 shall become united. Each village believes in those revelations with deep reverence and devotion. In the course of a conversation with one of the interpreters, I asked him, will they take away my land, too, when the time is ripe? How much land have you? 1 decaden. The man meditated for a while, then he questioned me carefully as to where and how I had purchased the land, and after further deliberation answered. When the time is ripe you are entitled to more. Then he mused for a while and finally added. When the time is ripe you must receive 14 decaden. All this he had found in the Holy Scriptures. Even the number of 15 decaden to be allotted to every person, it appears, was contained in Revelation. The interpreter promised to show me the verse where it was written. Imagine this gray-haired peasant, fatigued from labor, Ouspensky adds, imagine that each word of his *. The author speaks of the land the peasants had lost in 1861, when serfdom was abolished. See above, chapters 3 and 4. Interpretation is spoken with profound reverence and accepted with similar faith, and you will be impressed with the passionate longing for land experienced by the peasants. They need it not only as their daily bread, but as the foundation of the bright future they cherish in their imagination. 20 years after Ouspensky had made his studies of peasant life, a press correspondent described a dispute he had witnessed in one of the villages in the time of the revolution. The dispute took place between the local priest and one of the peasants. The priest was defending law and property on land, the peasant was in favor of the formula, the land belongs to the people. His arguments he based solely on the Bible. THQ prophet Ezekiel, the peasant said, declared that it was the will of God that the land should be divided among the people equally and by lot. Chapter 47, verses 21, 22, 23 read, So shall ye divide this land unto you according to the tribes of Israel. And it shall come to pass, that ye shall divide it by lot for an inheritance unto you, and to the strangers that sojourn among you, which shall beget children among you. Even the czars are not allowed to have unlimited land. Ezekiel, chapter 46, verse 8, says, in the land shall be his possession in Israel, and my princes shall no more oppress my people, and the rest of the land shall they give to the house of Israel according to their tribes. That was long ago, the priest replied. What does it matter, the peasant answered. The laws of God are eternal and unshakable from everlasting to everlasting. Also in Leviticus, chapter 25, verse 23, it is said, the land shall not be sold forever, for the land is mine. God does not want the land to be sold, only to be rented. In quotations of chapters XXI and XXII are taken from Ouspensky. Village Diary, Peasant and Peasant Labor, The Power of the Earth, Talks with a Friend, all collected in volumes. 4 NV of his complete works, edition 1908. 248. Well, what does it prove? It proves that nobody is allowed to acquire property in land, and that whoever suffers land to be purchased or received in private property as a gift, violates the laws of God and is equal to a worshipper of idols. The peasant looked round the audience, then added, woe to them that join house to house, that lay field to field till there is no place, that they may be placed alone in the midst of the earth, says the prophet Isaiah. This agricultural interpreter of the Bible was by no means an exception among his fellow peasants. Rural Russia was in the grip of the earth. Mother Earth, they believed, could not deceive her people. Sooner or later she must come and press them all to her bosom and give them happiness and freedom. Chapter XXIII. The Burning Forest. At the beginning of the revolution, the Russian peasantry were far less homogeneous than they had been in Uspensky's time. Fluctuations of the village population from village to town and vice versa, economic and social differentiations within the village itself had wrought deep changes in the fabric of rural life. New types had made their appearance. New visions stirred the gloomy air. Here is the peasant who goes away every summer to serve as a farmhand in distant provinces, leaving his own land in the care of his wife and half-grown children, and who, wandering from railway station to railway station, from inn to inn, from one rural district to another, meets all sorts of people and hears all sorts of conversations, till his horizon necessarily broadens. Here is the peasant who has worked for a time in the large city, serving as a horse driver or wood chopper or janitor, and who brings back with him to his native village new ideas of comfort, respectability and personal freedom. Here is the new peasant reader who takes out books from the little school library, adding to their ideas from his own innate intelligence, interpreting them in a most surprising manner and coming to very radical conclusions. Here is the revolutionary workingman who has participated in a labor organization in one of the industrial centers, reading revolutionary literature, listening to revolutionary speeches, perhaps himself doing revolutionary work, and who, for partaking in a labor strike, has been banished by the authorities to his native village. All these members of the rural community do the work of enlightening their neighbors. The public school, meager as is its 249. 250. Course of teaching, does its share in civilizing and modernizing the younger generations. Time and again a real revolutionary agitator, sent by the Social Revolutionary or Social Democratic Party, would succeed in establishing connections with some of the peasants, furnishing them with literature, sometimes even conducting a strike against the local landlord. Still, there is only one way in which the new conceptions are refracted in the peasants' brains, this is in the relation to the land. As the organs of the human senses react each in its particular way, so that the eye, for instance, always gives the sensations of light notwithstanding the kind of irritation the eye nerve receives, so the peasant's mind always reacts in a hope for land notwithstanding the kind of ideas with which it becomes familiar. The peasant may agree with the agitator that civic oppression is bad, but he thinks that lack of land is worse. He may hate the chief of police who collects the outstanding taxes, he may despise the zemsky nachalnik and his superiors, but he hates and despises the landlord more, though the latter may be a liberal and well-meaning man. This specific clinging to the earth is a characteristic feature of all Russian literature dealing with the peasant in the time of the revolution. A. Serafimovich in a story called At Midnight, describes a gathering of workingmen and peasants. The workingmen are employed in the factories of a great southern town. The peasants are engaged in the construction of a turnpike through the mountains not far from the town. The workingmen call a secret meeting in the mountains in order to talk to the peasants about the necessity of improving the condition of their lives. In a log house high up in the heart of the mountains the two groups meet. The workingmen are neatly dressed, their manners are free, their speech comparatively fluent. The peasants are grave, awkward, rugged, silent, full of elemental power, their speech is rude, their clothes are shabby. The Burning Forest. 251. One of the workingmen makes an address. He is not an experienced orator, he is sometimes confused in his expression. Yet he spices his speech with words like the economic production of capitalism, bourgeois order, industrial crises, exploitation, and workers of all the countries, unite. All those new words, new conceptions, the author says, entered the grey, encumbered life of the working man as something big, luminous, radiant, full of joyous promise. He lives a boresome, monotonous life, but above its irksome everyday toil and hardship hovers something like a morning sun, screening with its glory the cruel reality, shines the tremendous hope of an all-embracing happiness, the coming emancipation. Another more popular speaker takes the floor. The peasants listen attentively. He speaks of the necessity of political freedom, illustrating his program by the very life of the peasants gathered at the meeting. Have they not been forbidden to assemble openly to discuss their situation? Have they not been compelled to make the perilous trip to the mountains in night time to listen to a word of truth? What do the working people need? The speaker asks emphatically. And from the midst of the gloomy peasant crowd a voice answers. Land. And the walls of the cabin reverberate with passionate cries, our land. Land, an increase in the shares of land. The earth is our mother. She nourishes all. There is no life without her. What are we without land? Destitute creatures. Vagrants, one, we do not see our families. We wander like Cain over distant regions. 252. The effect surprises the agitators. They are angry, their eyes flash fire. They answer in deep scorn, can you bite your earth? Can you work her with your bare hands? But louder than reason, more passionate than any love of truth sounds the cry of the peasants, land. Mother Earth is good for all men, she creates all. She provides for all. She will give happiness to all. The owner of the log cabin says with a grave accent. For 10 years I have been toiling here. In winter the snow buries my house, I do not hear a human voice, I do not see a human face. What has it all been for? I have hoped to save some money to buy land. As you know your own children, so I knew every kopeck, each one covered with sweat, with blood, with pain. I have hoped all the time, day and night, land I 4 decades at least, all for myself. Our earth. O great God! The love for the earth drowns all other considerations. Far across their native steppes the peasants send their land psalm from the top of the southern mountain. Land. Land. At the time of the revolution this age-old longing turned into a desire for immediate action. The peasants became impatient. The time had become ripe, it seemed to them, their happiness was within reach of their hand. This call of the time is very vividly depicted in a story by Skedelitz, The Burning Forest. Myron, the hero of the story, is perhaps the most enlightened type the village had produced. He reads books. He has connections with revolutionary organizations. He has organized a group of young peasants who are entirely under his influence. He even tries to understand the differences of opinion between the warring factions in the ranks of the revolutionists. He looks more like a student than a real peasant. He resembled a student of peasant parents, the author says. He was a strong fellow of 27, blond, with a small light mustache, with a handsome sunburned face. His grey eyes sparkled with cleverness, cunning, and gladness. Such faces can be seen among poor students and among some of the workingmen. He wore his hair closely cropped, his attire consisted of a workman's blouse and high boots. Yet, resembling a student, he remained a mujik, strong, sinewy, succulent, very much like a carrot just drawn from the ground. He was all saturated with the odor of sunshine and fields. The mujik qualier marks Myron not only in his physical appearance, but also in his mental makeup. He is a man capable of thinking. He is far superior to the local school teacher whom he tries to make a member of his secret organization. The teacher is surprised to learn that Myron has read books he himself has never heard of. He has to admit that this man whom he had at first treated as an ordinary peasant has a better political education and a stronger grip on social problems than himself. The teacher, the professional intellectual, looks up with envy to the strong, self-assured mujik who seems to have found a great stirring truth. Yet, at the same time, Myron is essentially and basically a peasant. Look here, isn't this beautiful? He says to the teacher, pointing at the woods burning on the other side of the Volga. What's the beauty? The teacher replies. The forest is aflame. The government's forest. You just climb the hill up there and take a look. The fire is surging near and far. The smoke is rising over the Volga in tremendous pillars. Yes, these are times. Things are going on, brother. Why does it burn? The teacher grumbles. Myron exclaims in ecstasy, why, it's the peasants who set the forest aflame. 254 fighters and dreamers. Don't you know that? The guards have already given up the struggle against the fire. It is ridiculous. No sooner do they quench it at one place than a new fire is raging at another. No, brother. You cannot fight against the people. Everything will be burned down. Is that so? The teacher wonders. A new spark kindles Myron's eyes. He is overflowing with strong emotion. The people have moved. He exclaims. The entire people are in motion. Have you heard what is going on across the river? In Vasilyeva they have declared a rent strike. They want to pay only 5 rubles instead of 11 for a desatin. In other villages they don't pay at all. Give us the land free of charge, they say, because it is ours, it is peasants' land. Myron energetically shakes his head, smites himself on his knee, and continues with shining eyes. And what do you say to that? They gave them the land free. Oh ho! Myron is all radiant with malicious peasant joy. The spacious blouse is full of his vigorous muscular body, and through it one can see his broad chest heaving. The teacher is overwhelmed. He becomes silent. But now Myron has touched the most vital chord in his heart. He cannot restrain himself. Those Democrats! He exclaims with deep scorn. They are just talking. Some say one thing, others just the opposite. He turns his palm first in one direction, then in another. And all the time they are debating among themselves. He shrugs his shoulders, spreads his arms out, then continues with a grave expression on his face. It is not up to us to decide who's right. We, mujiks, know only one thing, land. First give us land, then go on debating. First increase to each his share of land, then we'll see, perhaps we'll be able to find a way through your illegal literature. The burning forest. 255. Myron is not very firm in pronouncing such intellectual words as *illegal literature/ yet he fires away triumphantly. And if you won't give, we'll take the land ourselves, he adds with a proud air. When he spoke of the earth, the author says, his face underwent a peculiar transformation, it assumed an inspired, poetic expression, and his low voice glowed in warm tones. One could feel a powerful thirst and a tender love for the earth. It was as if he had compressed something momentous which he hid in his breast and which only the word *earth could stir. Is it possible? The teacher asks. Can the people win? And full of prophetic ardor is Myron's voice as he answers. Yes. The people will win. Truth will be triumphant. Myron is overcome by emotion, his eyes are wet with tears, he almost whispers when he declares with a trembling voice. The great hour has struck. Myron and his associates of the secret organization have no time for meditation. The forests are burning. The peasants are refusing to pay rent. The peasants are plowing the fields belonging to the noble masters. The peasants are attacking the Cossacks and soldiers sent to protect the landlord's mansions. Can one wait any longer? Can one listen to the voice of moderation? Can one be cautious? The necessity of caution and moderation and wise preparation for the final blow is emphasized by an old intellectual agitator, Michailo Vasilyevich, the local agriculturist. For 15 years he has been trying to spread among the peasants the seeds of political dissatisfaction. For 15 years he has been conducting his work, gradually, with the utmost patience, with infinite precaution. He has brought up a new generation that cherishes the ideas of humanity, of freedom, of happiness for all. He loves his boys as a father loves his own children. But now the children have become rebellious against their father. He is too slow. He does not lead them to the battle. Under the leadership of young Myron they assemble to hold a court over Michailo Vasilievich. It is a beautiful evening. A light breeze is playing in the slender birch trees, limes, and elms. From the hillside where the peasants are assembled, a broad view opens on the Volga, on the mountains looming near the opposite bank, on peaceful valleys bathing in the last caressing glow of the sun. The landscape is veiled in a light mist of sadness. The giant river cradles on its breast the thin creeping shadows. Everything is full of rest, tenderness, love. But the people are restless. The people are deeply stirred. Myron is the chief speaker. His words are full of accusation. We have been patient, he says, and his voice rings like a clarion call. We have waited for hundreds of years. When we asked for truth, they punished us, they flogged us, they put us in prison. We were patient, there was no end to our endurance. Cursed be it, the peasants' endurance. In bloody tears we have bathed this stony ground, with our very bones we have manured it. Yet we were patient. Then you came. You talked of truth. You taught us to stand for truth, to sacrifice everything for it, even our wives, our fathers, and mothers. We have followed you. This was not easy. The nights we were spending with you, our wives were suffering tortures, knowing nothing about the reasons for our absence, suspecting us of unfaithfulness, crying. Our fathers were constantly fighting with us for God, for the church, for fast days. Our families were full of quarrels, mistrust, discontent. Yet we were following you, because your words were like a new religion for which we were ready. The burning forest 257 to endure privation. Now the time has come. Our patience is exhausted. We have come to you and told you, lead us, tell us what to do, we are ready. But you do not lead us and you do not let us alone, either. You stand in our way. You are unable to put your own words into practice. It seems to us that your soul is full of mortal fright. Well, we don't blame you. We only ask you for God's sake, step aside, take your rest, let us act according to our wishes. The time of whispering in the backyards has gone. We must speak aloud. The time has come for us all to go and take our peasant happiness with our own hands. The assembled peasants echo Myron's sentiment by exclaiming, "True. It's true. It's time you tendered your resignation. We revoke our mandate. Go away. It's impossible to work with you." Deeply moved is Michailo Vasilievich when he answers, "Yes, I cannot rise with you, because you rise in an elemental fashion. You set woods on fire, you openly seize land, you are going to attack the estates of the landlords. I don't care for the woods, I don't care for the landlords, I care for you. You will be slaughtered by the Cossacks, you will be killed, you will be put into prison. My work will be ruined, all that I was building for 15 years will go to pieces. If this is why you drive me away, I shall be frank, I shall not lead you, I shall try to stop you on this way as long as victory is not secured. I am not a coward. Perhaps there will come a time when I'll prove with my death that I was not afraid of death. I only beg of you not to try to face the bullets, to be careful. You are the intellectuals among the peasants, you are few in number. You will be slaughtered by your own fellow villagers who are not enlightened. Vain are all these appeals to reason. The call of the 258. Earth is stronger. Michailo Vasilievich is obliged to quit. Young Myron is elected leader. What are his intellectual friends going to do under his leadership? Of this the rural tragedies of 1905-06 tell an eloquent tale. Russian literature bristles with stories of conflicts between landlords and peasants, of burning estates, of flogged peasants, of outraged peasant women, of blood and misery and despair. Here is one of a great flood of stories. It is written by Mujal, a man who knows the village thoroughly and who is endowed with a strong sense of reality. The name of the story is Rent. The peasants of a certain village decide to rent no longer a piece of land belonging to the landlord Laptiev. The land has been rented by the village for generations, but owing to constant increase in rent and to the general unrest, the peasants refuse to renew the contract, though they face starvation without it. Laptiev hires laborers from a distant village to plow the piece of land. One morning these laborers find their plows and other implements thrown into the swamp. Laptiev, suspecting the dissatisfied peasants, sends to the authorities an appeal for protection. A squad of Cossacks appears in the village. The Cossacks are placed in the houses of the peasants. Where the houses are too small, the peasants with their families have to move to the barn or the shed. The Cossacks drink whiskey and carouse and in various ways abuse the peasants. Abraham, the leader of the rent strike and one of the most enlightened villagers, is simply choking with hate. He is poor. He is miserable. He has suffered all his life. He is determined to revenge himself. One dark night a band of peasants attack the Cossacks. A terrible slaughter follows. The Cossacks are infuriated. They strike with their sabers, they trample the peasants under the hoofs of their horses. Many Cossacks invade the homes of the peasants, outraging young and old women in the presence of their mothers. The burning forest 259 and children. In the turmoil, Abraham encounters a Cossack officer whom he deals a terrific blow with a club. Then he flees to the woods. In the dark of the following night he steals himself to his family, only to find that his wife has been outraged. He spends a few hours at home, but he cannot stay, as he is being sought for assaulting the officer. With the first rays of dawn he is on his way back to the woods, but a Cossack crosses his path. He attacks the Cossack. In blind despair he crushes the skull of his foe and flees. The Cossack is dead. Abraham is an outlaw. A few days later he is caught, put in irons and brought before the court-martial. Abraham will die. Nothing can save him. But nothing can save the landlord, either. The eldest of the community, a patriarch, a deeply religious man, a constant reader of Ecclesiastes and an ex-soldier under Nicholas I, decides to kill Laptiev. He takes his old rifle and disappears. The woods are all searched, but he cannot be discovered. He is obliged to deal justice. If he falls into the hands of his enemies, another villager will take his place and his task. Eye for eye, tooth for tooth is the law of the revolting village. Chapter XXM. Tragic attacks. The peasant drinks brick tea, while the landlord drinks fragrant regular tea. The peasant takes a bite of sugar with his tea, using 1 lump for 7 or 8 cups, while the landlord puts 2 or 3 lumps into each cup. The peasant smokes canister tobacco whose smoke is suffocating and poisonous, while the landlord uses soft and tender tobacco with a mild odor. The peasant wears a heavy old sheepskin coat, while the landlord wears furs as light as a feather and so soft that you love to caress them. The peasant is glad when he has meat for his Sunday meal, confining himself on weekdays to rye bread and empty she, sometimes to bran flour bread and onions, while the landlord has a meal of 3 courses every day with ice cream or waffles in addition. The peasant goes to bed with sunset and gets up with sunrise, saving kerosene and clothes, while the landlord has guests in the evening, music plays, and merry people dance till late into the night. The peasant is so hardened that he does not cry even when his beloved son dies, while the landlord's wife, a tender-hearted creature, sheds bitter tears over the death of her riding horse. And in general, they are such a queer lot, those people of the mansion. The women wear ridiculous structures on their heads, something similar to a bird's nest and a shed roof, the girls ride on horseback in trousers, like men, and altogether they do nothing but eat and read books and have pleasure. 260. Tragic attacks. 261. The peasants feel superior to those good-for-nothing weak folk, and they sincerely wonder why the world needs these lazy, wicked, and greedy consumers of all the good things. Just imagine, the landlord and his family always sit in cushioned chairs, while the peasant never has a chance even to try how it feels to rest in one. And whence did the noble squire * get his comforts if not from the work of the peasants in his fields? Yet those fields are not his at all, and the whole lot are simply a cluster of parasites on the back of the * people. This is the attitude of the village to the landlord in Evgeny Chirikov's Muzhiks, a 4-act play reproducing with photographic accuracy a state of affairs which must necessarily have culminated in disaster. The landlord's house is perhaps no more comfortable than the house of a prosperous American farmer. His standard of living is far from luxurious. Yet, compared with the life of the average muzhik, his life seems exceedingly opulent. The pathetic feature of the situation is that the landlord himself is a liberal man, a leader of the progressives in the Zemstvo. He is wholeheartedly in favor of political and social reforms which would improve the situation of the peasantry, yet he can by no means give up his landed estates. As a matter of fact, he is far from successful in his agricultural enterprise, his debts are heavy, the income does not suffice to cover running expenses. Sometimes he gets tired of the strain. On such occasions he declares he would be happy to give up everything, land, worries, peasants' dissatisfaction and all. His property, however, will not let him go, and with set teeth he continues to do the troublesome work. There is a meadow which the peasants of his village used to rent for communal pasturage. He would have greatly preferred the peasants as tenants could they have afforded to pay the rent in advance. This, however, being out of the question, he is compelled to rent the meadow to a town capitalist who advances him a considerable sum of money. 262. He cannot help it. He feels sympathy with the peasants whose cattle are doomed to starvation, but imperative economic necessity is above personal feelings. The peasants do not take all this into consideration. They do not even distinguish between a liberal and a reactionary landlord. They live in a strange world of rumors, dreams, visions and restless expectations. A horse driver has come from the town telling about a manifesto. In the inn, he says, people have read a paper which declared the landlords had no right to own the land. An old man has heard that in Petersburg the authorities are elaborating plans as to how much land each peasant should be granted. The old man thinks it only proper. In the Bible, he says, God blessed the people and gave them every herb-bearing seed which is on the face of the earth, and here the people have no bread. This is unjust. There is a rumor that the heir of the throne wanders over the country disguised as a private man, in order to learn from the people, not from the chinovniks, what their need is. He is much grieved to see the misery of the people, and soon a new law will be issued which will put an end to sufferings and privation. The peasants put their heads together and tell each other in a whisper that the heir of the throne sheds bitter tears over the lot of the people, that the chinovniks are very much disquieted and that they put into prison every one who has talked with the Tsarevich. A peasant girl has even seen the Tsarevich while picking mushrooms in the woods. He wore a peasant cloak over a uniform with shining buttons and spoke to her tenderly, asking her whether she was tired and how much land each family was holding. The peasants are all astir. The Zemsky Nachalnik summons some representatives of the village to listen to a paper received from the governor. It is nothing unusual in the life of the peasants, but this time they are full of joyous anticipation. They are ready to ring the tragic attacks. 263. Big church bell, to hold a solemn service in celebration of the great news. That the paper * contains the long-looked-for improvements, nobody doubts for a second. Everybody will receive aid from the government, either seeds or cash, as they choose, one of the mujiks says. They will give horses, too, another remarks, because there's no use having land when you can't plow it. Asterisk the Zemski Nachalnik has orders to purchase 1 million of grain, a third joins in. They went to Odessa to buy millions of grain, so it is written in the papers. Everybody has heard about the Tsar's manifesto, which had been suppressed by the chinovniks and hidden from the people. Yet the people by this time know the truth. The people will have their way. No use deceiving them any longer. The peasants live in a state of exaltation. Everything points to the fulfillment of their heart's desire, everything is a good omen. There is the landlord's nephew who has just returned from Siberia, from political exile. He is the owner of a landed estate, which he intends to rent to the community at a nominal price. He does not feel like working the land himself, and he does not look for a large income. He therefore wishes to return part of the rent to the community, to be used for the building of a school, a public bath, or some other public institution. The peasants have all the advantage, yet they refuse to conclude the contract. Why, the shrewd among them declare, those gentlemen only want to cheat you. They know very well that they will soon be compelled to give up their land entirely free of charge, therefore they are eager to get now as much as they can. The peasants believe it is a trap, and flatly refuse the transaction. Poverty, famine, diseases, ruthless administra. 264. Peasants' envy for the landlord, coupled with all those dark rumors and expectations, necessarily end in collisions. The peasants cut wood in the landlord's forest. They attack and kill the landlord's manager, who has been very cruel. A crude homemade proclamation is attached to one of the trees, saying, "This estate will be burned." A passerby remarks to the landlord's kitchen help, "Wait for guests, they will soon be here." The landlord's house is full of fear. Something mysterious holds the family in its spell. Nothing serious has happened as yet, but everybody feels the dreadful something in the air. The nerves are tense. On a dark evening the catastrophe comes, fire and murder and ruined lives. The ex-revolutionist, who wanted to get square with the people by renting them his land on the most favorable conditions, is killed as an enemy of the people. Just how the work of expropriation is done, we can see from the proceedings of the court, where 167 peasants of the Dmitrievsk County, province of Oryol, were tried for looting and burning the estates of Nicola Turichenko, on February 22, 1905. The act of indictment reads in part, "In the middle of February, 1905, there were disturbances and revolts among the peasants of Dmitrievsk and Sivsk counties, province of Oryol, and the adjoining Glukov County, province of Chernigov. The peasants of the village Salnoye had been committing violent acts against the landlord Popov for the preceding 2 years. They had cut trees in his woods, feeding their cattle on his fields, and lawlessly seizing parts of his land. On February loth, a proclamation was discovered in the village Salnoye bearing the headline, 'Brother Peasants.' The proclamation was attached to the pole of the drawwell. It contained an appeal to the peasants to rise as one man and overthrow the rule of the landlords and chinovniks. Tragic attacks 265. Who live on the people's toil. The peasants gathered around the proclamation, which they read with visible pleasure, not allowing anyone to tear it down. Opinions were expressed amongst the crowd that soon everything would belong to them, the fields, the meadows, the woods. According to one of the witnesses, the peasants were convinced the proclamation came from high authorities and therefore deserved to be trusted. 3 days later, the peasants of that village openly robbed the grain of Chernelchin's estate, 2 versts distant from the village. Similar acts of violence took place between February 13 and 21 St in many other villages of the same 3 counties. In the night of February 22, Turichenko's estate, adjoining the village Kinel, was looted. Simultaneously it became known that the Nikolsky estate and the Mikhailovsky estate, belonging to the same Nicola Turichenko, were to be attacked in the near future. The manager of the sugar refinery in the Mikhailovsky estate, informed of the impending calamity, fled from the place on the morning of February 22, taking with him what cash there was and other valuables also. Many officers of the refinery, panic-stricken, followed his example. Nevertheless, the work of the refinery, where 600 workingmen were employed, was not discontinued. On the morning of February 22, the Reeve of Kinel village ordered the peasants of his village, personally and through his assistants, to go to the Mikhailovsky estate, 20 versts from Kinel, and make a pogrom. His order, he said, was based on a paper he had in his possession. Those who disobeyed he threatened with punishment. The peasants equipped their wagons, 500 in number, took their wives and children and went to the Mikhailovsky estate. The majority were intoxicated, having a store of whiskey from the distillery they had looted on the preceding night on the Kinel estate. Passing 3 villages on their way to Mikhailovsky, they invited the peasants to join them, threatening to burn the 266 villages on their way back in case of refusal. Many peasants joined. Further on towards Mikhailovsky they set fire to a barn by the wayside, and still further they burned 3 brick drying sheds. About 7 in the evening they approached Mikhailovsky. The first man to meet the invaders in the streets of Mikhailovsky was an employee of the sugar refinery. Asked what they had come for, the peasants answered frankly, "Don't you see? We have come to rob part of the wagons, numbering about 300, turned into the Nikolsky estate, where the peasants opened 6 large barns containing 16,000 pud of foodstuffs and began to carry away the grain, the flour, the cereals, and the bran, while the other wagons continued their way to the sugar works. The procession was headed by 200 wagons from Kinel, while a number of others, amounting to nearly 800, followed. The wagons proceeded 3 and 4 in a row, each wagon carrying 2 or 3 persons. The peasants were armed with axes, crowbars, and clubs. To the first houses, belonging to the sugar works, the peasants did little harm, breaking only a few windows. Further on they looted the house of the factory physician. The crowd was about to enter the house of one of the employees, Alfimov, but this man begged to be spared, since he was very poor. One of the crowd went into the house to ascertain whether the man spoke the truth, whereupon he shouted to his comrades, brothers, "Don't touch this house." The house remained intact. The wagons proceeded. Later, a horn sounded, and the work of destruction began. The houses of the general manager and many other officers of the works were robbed and then set on fire. Some of the peasants broke into the storehouses, taking away the sugar, the flour, and the cereals, and also a few horses. Others approached the factory, breaking its locks and doors, smashing its windows, loading the wagons with sugar and other property that they could take hold of and finally setting the buildings on fire. Soon the offices, the storehouses, the factory building were all aflame. The fire spread to many other buildings. The crowd covered the whole estate, robbing and burning. In various places new fires were started by the marauders. The teacher's house was burned down. Many houses of employees were ruined. Part of the crowd found its way into a courtyard where barrels of sugar were heaped up on wooden floorings. The barrels were all taken away and the floorings set on fire. The crowd, however, did not touch the sugar stored at the railway station, having been assured that it belonged to the railroad and was to be sent to the army. Nor was the post and telegraph office damaged by the crowd, although the other half of the same building, occupied by a factory officer, was looted and its windows smashed. An hour after the beginning of the robbery, wagons laden with all sorts of goods were leaving the Mikhailovsk estate, while other wagons carrying peasants from the neighboring villages who had been attracted by the fire, were entering the factory premises. The newcomers also took part in the robbing and burning, the orgy continuing till 6 in the morning. Besides owners of wagons, there were many peasants on foot carrying goods on their shoulders or rolling sugar barrels along the tracks of the railroad. The damages amounted to over 2 millions of rubles. So far the indictment act, the court proceedings disclosed many illuminating details. The ages of those indicted ranged from 18 to 70, of the 167 in the prisoners' dock hardly 5 knew how to read or write. Why it so happened that out of many thousand participants in the tragic attack on Mikhailovsky estate only 167 were picked out, remained a puzzle to the public as well as to the indicted. At any rate, they did not feel guilty. Previous to the attack on Mikhailovsky, while robbing another estate belonging to the same millionaire. 268. Turichenko, one of the crowd, said, "As things are, the gentlemen make it hard for you and for us. Just let them move away, then the whole earth will belong to us, in the spring we will plow and then we will harvest the entire land." In Mikhailovsky, when asked why they were not only robbing but also burning, some peasants answered that they had no use for the sugar factory, not knowing how to run it. Their main object, they said, was land. A peasant woman, asked where she came from and what she was doing, readily answered, "I am from Kinel, my friend. I have come to rob the gentleman by order of our little father the Tsar, who has sent us a paper with a crown." In the course of the robbing the peasants maintained a friendly attitude towards outsiders. There were no assaults on persons. The hospital was left intact. When resistance was offered, the invaders did not try to enter private houses. There was something naive and childish in the behavior of those big, uncouth, intoxicated moujiks. A woman was carrying a piece of furniture on a wagon. "For what do you need this armchair?" she was asked by the superintendent of the hospital. "Why," she answered, "I want to use it. The gentlefolks have had it enough, now it's our turn to enjoy things." The woman told the superintendent she took the furniture from the house where the golden pitcher stood, evidently meaning a vase in the house of the general manager. All this leads to one conclusion, that the peasants believed they had a right to do what they were doing. As to the underlying causes, the proceedings of the court furnished sufficient evidence that poverty and the longing for land made the peasants susceptible to ideas of revolt and expropriation. A village priest, sincerely devoted to his flock, testified that the events in Mikhailovsky were due to the ignorance of the peasants and their eternal dream of land. Since the abolition of tragic attacks 269 serfdom, he said, there is a deeply rooted conviction among the peasants that the landlords' estates must be given back to the people. When the manifesto of August 6, promising the establishment of the Imperial Duma, had been read in the church, peasants came over to me asking me whether there was nothing in the manifesto about the increase of the shares of land/the land of the peasants in those counties, besides being insufficient in quantity, was poor in quality. Various witnesses familiar with local affairs testified that the soil of the peasants was exhausted and getting worse every year, and that they could by no means exist on their agricultural work alone. Many peasants worked in the sugar factory, receiving from 6 to 7 rubles a month with food and lodging. Thousands of others were compelled to go to distant provinces in search for work. These were the most restless among the community. According to the testimony of a Dmitrievsk County Zemsky Nachalnik, the migratory peasants met all sorts of people and became infected with wrong ideas. On coming home, these peasants upset the minds of their neighbors. They were also responsible for the proclamations that made their appearance in the village streets. Of the 167 indicted, 2 were acquitted, 3 were sentenced to 4 years at hard labor, 145 to 1.5 to 3.5 years in the penitentiary, 17 to 4 to 8 months imprisonment. The court hall presented an unusual sight. I was watching the faces of those criminals, a press correspondent says. There were old men among them, with gray hair and beards. There were youngsters without a trace of mustache, mere boys. The faces wore an expression either of blunt submission to circumstances or of hidden worry that had nothing to do with the trial. Sometimes they were illuminated by innocent baby smiles. Owing to the large number of the indicted, they were seated very symmetrically and they looked much more like peasant representatives at a solemn sitting of a khan. 270. Vention then like candidates for the prisoner *S jacket. In the first row, the tragic figure of Kluchnikov, the Kinel Reeve, attracted attention, a man of 30 to 32 years, with regular features, A stern face, dark blonde hair parted in the middle. He sat in the pose of a man who has been crushed by something unexpected and incomprehensible. His feet pressed heavily against the floor, his hands rested on his knees, his head was bent and his eyes gazed steadily at one point. He was motionless, silent, gloomy, and you saw in a sort of vision that this was not only an individual man, Kluchnikov, the serious-minded strong peasant, but the entire Russian people at the crossing of the roads. What was going on in this low-bent head? What thoughts were being born in this brain to the accompaniment of the soldiers' sabers? Kluchnikov was charged with having used his authority to induce his fellow peasants to take part in a pogrom. Yet, even the chiefs of police and the employees of the sugar works characterized him as a quiet, efficient, and clever peasant whom nobody expected to do any harm. I do not accuse myself of anything, was the only phrase he uttered during the proceedings. The rest of the time he was silent, remaining a mystery to all. Wasn't the entire Russian nation a great mystery to herself in those restless days? Part 4. Continued. Chapter XXV. Climbing up. Compared with the average peasant, the average working man in the large industrial center gives the impression of a modern civilized man with modern ideas. True, his standard of living is low, yet his horizon is infinitely broader than that of a muzhik. True, he is crude and primitive and his education is very incomplete, yet he is perfectly justified in his contempt for the blunt son of the earth. The more gifted among the workingmen succeed in becoming men of culture and of high intellectual standing. Still, the bulk of the city workingmen are emigrants from the village. Most of them have come to the city not at a tender age, but as grown-up young men driven to hunt for money. How does it happen that an uncouth muzhik forgets his Mother Earth and becomes imbued with urban ideas? What are the forces that turn a member of the people into a gentleman and a fighter for freedom? One phase of this process is shown in the history of the making of a working man by N. Petropavlovsky Karenin *. It is the merit of Karenin to have given a picture very true to life, though contradictory to his own Narodniki conceptions. Michailo, the hero of the story, differs little from all the village boys on the great plains of Russia. His native village is a hole, without light or air. His parents are poor. In childhood and boyhood he never has the sensa *n. Petropavlovsky Karenin was one of the well-known Narodniki who nanly devoted their talents to peasant life studies. The story referred to is called Climbing Up and forms part of the second volume of his complete works. 273. 274. Shin of eating his fill. His father is a weakling, repeatedly flogged. His mother is querulous and bitter. The authorities are cruel. The local rich man is the uncrowned king of the village. Michailo receives no education at all. His teachers are the steppe, the woods, the pool, the cow, the horse. From his early youth he has grown to hate the patience and the submissiveness of the peasants. Yet he himself is powerless against bad circumstances, though he works sedulously and with the utmost strain on his father's land. He is a youth of 22 when he leaves the village. He simply sees no reason for staying there any longer. He looks at his family, and it seems to him that they are all dead. Let the dead bury their dead, he decides, and goes away. At this time Michailo Lunin resembles a wild animal, alert, hungry, suspicious, ready to sneer at anybody and to snap at his opponent's throat. He is exceedingly self-centered. He cares for nothing but his own well-being. And he is greedy. He wants money, much money, lots of it. He will build a large house for himself. He will buy clothes, he will have a regular brown overcoat and his wife will wear a green dress. These are his dreams when he paces the road with not a penny in his pocket and with no boots on his feet. He has no friends or relatives in the city, he knows no trade or handicraft, and he has no definite aim. But his appetite is strong, the insatiable appetite of a muzhik. His experiences in town are disheartening. He happens to come across a band of laborers tearing down a house. Their wages are 15 kopecks a day. He joins the band, hating the laborers and the work. He has never dreamed he would be compelled to live as part of a mob. He had come in town for his own sake, the author says. He wanted to mind his own business, he wished to know only himself. The other people were climbing up. 275. Utterly indifferent to him. Of course, he had wished to use them as a means of getting rich, but he had never wanted to become a member of a band. He had an idea his comrades were in his way. Necessity teaches him to endure teamwork. This is the first of many lessons city life gives him in the process of breaking the savage mujik. At this time he is still a drop in the ocean. He is one among numbers of peasant hosts invading the city every winter like so many swarms of locusts. They are hungry, the poor stepsons of the earth, they are starving, they are ready to do any kind of work for any pay. Outwardly, Moissaye differs in no respect from those barefooted tramps. Inwardly, he is ambitious, individualistic, full of contempt for the fools, the name which he applies to all who have not succeeded in life. Thousands remain forever in the stage of day laborers, thanking God for the little they manage to earn. Moissaye cannot stand it. He is too restless. Soon he gets the place to join a gang of carpenters, from whom he hopes to learn their work. The gang pays him nothing but his grub. With them he stays only a month. Everything in the new company arouses his indignation. First, the ceremonial of the carpenters makes him laugh. Nobody ever does what the others do not do, and vice versa. Whatever the gang starts to do, the individual is supposed to join in. In the morning the ringleader begins to wash, and all the others simultaneously follow. If one carpenter takes his axe to begin work, all the others do the same thing. What Moissaye hates most is to see that his comrades think their work the sole task of their lives, devoting to it their energy and all their attention. Moissaye is greedy. He is still a peasant. He sees no sense in hewing day after day, year after year. He happens to meet a fellow countryman who has grown rather prosperous through illicit transactions. He becomes involved in a fraud without knowing exactly what. 276. He is about. Our Moissaye awaits trial. He spends several months in jail, but his innocence is proven and he is acquitted. All this leaves deep marks on Moissaye's soul. When he comes out of prison he discovers that he has nothing, within or without. He is bankrupt. Now he finds employment in a brickyard. The work is primitive and the life is utterly monotonous. He could not remember any event, the author says, which would distinguish one day from another. Moissaye did the same thing as did the others. Imperceptibly he was sinking ever deeper. He had no thought of his own. He thought only as much as was necessary to distinguish between brick and wood. He loses the sensation of life, of existence. When something begins to stir in him, he sleeps it off. His indolence, however, does not last. A rebellious feeling again surges in Moissaye. This time it is not mere greed or bitterness that compels him to quit. He cannot any longer endure the servility and submissiveness of his comrades. He determines to go and ask advice from a man well known and highly estimated among the working population of the city. This man, a locksmith by trade, is the type of a modern skilled working man, making a scant, yet tolerable, living and finding time to read books and papers and to be interested in social problems. Our ex-mujik comes to his house, and from this moment begins the rise of Moissaye Lunin. Fomish, the locksmith, at the first glance guesses the tremendous mental powers and the unusual sense of justice in the little wild fellow. Moissaye, perturbed and harassed by his city experiences, looks very much like a human porcupine. He cannot speak without a sneer. When he gets excited he scoffs at everybody, he is full of mistrust, he still thinks himself far superior to all his comrades, but somehow it does not give him satisfaction. He